I believe that they're working on getting the final roll for the roll call, but we can start the meeting and call it to order. I believe it is now 9 o'clock. So I'm going to call to order the meeting of the annual delegates meeting for 2024. And the first order of business has always been a moment of silence for the reading of those who have dearly departed us that were members of the chess community. And I'm going to start the reading and Kevin's going to finish it. So please pay attention to the reading. So the first is Alan Edelman, Pennsylvania. John L. Barbato, Massachusetts. Bill Bilstein, Pennsylvania. James C. Benoit, Massachusetts. Arthur Bertini, Delaware. Eric D. Bone, Nevada. Paul Henry Boschel, Michigan. Ronald G. Budd, Missouri. Chuck Carey, Virginia. Carl Cohen, Michigan. Anson D. Cook, North Carolina. Norman J. Constantine, Jr., Maryland. David L. Cohen, Missouri. Robert A. Cruikshank, Massachusetts. Taft E. Dantzler, Virginia. David G. Detheridge, California. Donald J. Dent, Wisconsin. John Desquin, Massachusetts. Charles F. Dunham, Jr., Arizona. Guy Williams Edwards, New York. Joseph M. Erjavik, Ohio. Hal A. Ehrlich, Minnesota. Aaron J. Fox, Texas. Anthony C. Fracano, Wisconsin. Lester Gabor, Florida. David E. Gardner, Minnesota. Jeffrey R. Gibson, Massachusetts. Eric J. Godin, Massachusetts. Roy Greenberg, New Jersey. Ronald P. Grossable, Tennessee. Ronald Joseph Gross, Nevada. Stephen M. Grubbs, Texas. John Grzybowski, Iowa. Andre E. Harding, New York. Josiah T. Hare, Texas. Brian H. Height, Pennsylvania. Edward P. Hernandez, California. Craig Hilliard, Arkansas. Gerald J. Hogue, Nevada. J. Holes, Ohio. Kenneth J. Ingram, SK, I'm not sure if that's so. Saskatchewan, thank you. Dwayne W. Janowski, Ohio. Albert M. Jenkins, North Carolina. Mike W. Johnsey, Alabama. Robert K. R.K. Johnson, Minnesota. Joe Jabert, Texas. Alexander Kaminsky, Florida. Ivan Kaplan, New York. Gary L. Kubak, Georgia. Michael Lennox, Texas. Elliot S. Lillian, Massachusetts. Douglas Lilje, Ohio. William R. Love, California. Oh, sorry.
Donald Maddox, Alabama. Joseph Masagian, Connecticut. David F. Marples, North Carolina. Charles Martin, Virginia. M. McAllister Sally, New York. Mark E. McConaughey, Pennsylvania. Sherwood J. McClellan, New Jersey. Carl McKern, North Carolina. John McManus, New York. Stephen Miller, Maryland. Raid Milovanic, help me with that. Milvanovic, Texas. Jeffrey S. Murray, New Mexico. Donald W. Myers, Jr., Pennsylvania. Gregory L. New, New York. Bernice M. Knopfs, Michigan. Tracy Norris, California. Mark Olkey, Mark A. Olkey, California. John H. Ullman, Virginia. Finn Overly, Pennsylvania. Bernard Parham, Indiana. Richard J. Pariso, Pennsylvania. Matt J. Perry, New York. Melvin B. Patrick, Connecticut. Stephen J. Plato, Pennsylvania. Brent Redden, Virginia. Mark A. Reed, Connecticut. Donald P. Reithel, New York. Ed Robinson, New York. Arthur D. Rosenberg, New Jersey. Alan E. Rufty, North Carolina. Luis Salinas, Texas. Henry M. Schwab, Michigan. Calvin Scott, Georgia. Jeremy B. Silman, California. Kurt Snavely, Pennsylvania. Martin L. Svensson, North Carolina. William R. Sweetman, Indiana. B. L. Temple, Texas. Lyle H. Van Horn, Kentucky. Glenn Waltz, Michigan. Mitch J. Weiss, Iowa. Joseph A. Willett, and it says they're the third, but I'm wondering, is that Illinois? Okay. Erwin F. Vitalis, Jr., Pennsylvania. Michael Zakat, or Zakate, Illinois. Alex Zellner, Florida. Robert Zawodowski, New York. Richard W. Zyra, Massachusetts.
Are there any other names that anybody wants to add to the list? If you'd come to the microphone, please.
Testing. There we go. We'd like to add Ben Harris and Terrence Lee from Tennessee.
Thank you. We'll add those names.
Steve Elkins is present from Arkansas.
I'm sorry, could you say that more clearly?
Steve Elkins from Arkansas. I
Okay.
didn't say when you called my name.
So we weren't calling delegates names, these are the names of the deceased.
Oh, I can't relate.
So you probably want to go by now.
I'm happy I'm not on that list. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Okay. Let's. Okay, everybody. Okay, everybody, stop.
It's a solemn moment.
This is a solemn moment. I'd like to have a moment of silence for our chess friends that have passed in the last year. And one more. Go ahead.
I'm an alternate, but veteran Terrence Lee is the other Tennessee.
That's the second name. Terrence Lee.
T-R-A-N-C-E, Terrence
Thank you.
Lee.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's have a moment of silence for our past chess friends. Thank you. I'm seeing now if we're ready for the roll call. Renee, do we have that?
I have a list right here.
So Secretary is going to call the roll. When he calls your name, please respond present or here, and say it loud and clear so we can ensure that there is a quorum present.
Alabama, Todd Guthrie. Somebody mark these as I go along. Let me get this out of the way. I can. Okay. Alabama, Michael Porcelli. Todd was here, but not. And Frank Camarata. Arizona, Michelle Martinez. Kim Kramer. They get two. Arkansas, Steve Elkins.
Still up.
David Morgan. Not present. California North, Tom Langland. Richard Kepke. Here. Jim Eade. Jordan Langland. Dana Langland. Salman Azar. California South, Ala Adin Musa. Jim Manella. Here. Frank Lee. Here. Brian Glover. Didion Guo.
It doesn't matter, he's not here.
Those are alternates. 5. Dwayne Barber, delegate at large. Here. Randall Huff, delegate at large. Still here. Colorado, Earl Wickel. Weichel. Okay. Dwayne Langseth. Yeah. Connecticut, Alexander Lumelski. Here. Aurelio Valentine. Here. Delaware, Gary Quell. Sumit Boza. District of Columbia, Robin Ramson. Here. Mark Rotenberg. Here. Florida, Brian Tillis. Here. John Haskell. Here. Andy Ray. Here. Charles Haverhill. Present. George Foote. Here. Anthony Cothell. He's an alternate. And Kevin Pryor, Executive Board.
Here. Speak up, man.
Here.
Georgia, Henry Hobson.
Here.
Tiffany Harris.
Here.
Then Mahua Mady. Okay, thank you. And David Hayter, Executive Board.
Present.
Fun Fong.
Here.
Iowa, Daniel Armadio.
Here.
Ben Bratz. Executive Board, Randy Bauer.
Present.
Idaho, Adam Porth. Illinois, Lawrence Cohen.
Here.
Tim Just. Uh-oh, it's going to be a long day. Jeff Wewell.
Here.
Nicholas Ladon. Nicholas Ladon. Okay. Vaughn Bennett.
Present.
Indiana, Robert Banta.
Here.
Nikhil Murugan. He's in here. Kansas, C.J. Armenta. Kentucky, Darrow Mott. Joan Priest. Delegate at Large, Alan Priest.
Here.
Louisiana, Adriana Schneider.
Here.
Andrew Squitiro. Executive Board, Leela Dacan.
Here.
Massachusetts, Robert Messenger. Here. Frank Delbonis.
Here.
Wayne Powers.
Here.
Maryland, Chris Kim.
Present.
John Rockefeller.
Here.
Michael Regan. Maine, Michael Dudley. Jacoby Adam Groton. Michigan, Jeff Aldrich. Stan Yarosh. Minnesota, Jenny Bourne. Missouri, Thomas Rehmeyer. Bob Howe. Executive Board, John Fernandez. Here. Mississippi, Douglas Stewart. Mark Nicholas. North Carolina, Charles Robertson. Charles Robertson. Okay. John Timmel. Wayne Spahn. Grant Wen. North Dakota, Jason Shonak. Nebraska, Abhinav Suresh. Nevada, Janelle Losoff. Present. Going back to Nebraska, Delegate at Large, Michael Nolan. Okay. Alan Losoff, Nevada. New Hampshire, Henry Terry. Here. Stephen Jablon. Present. New Jersey, Nicholas Carlson. Present. Aaron Kites. Present. Hal Spreckman. Mike Summers. Here. Leroy Dubeck. Stephen Doyle. Kenneth Sloan, Delegate at Large. Here. New Mexico, Daniel Sema. Sir, not here. Oh, okay. My eyes, sorry. Kevin Zemko. Here. New York, Sophia Rode. Here. Danny Rode. Here. Steve Emmett. Here. Kimberly Dew. Here. Sunil Weeramontri. Harold Stenzel. Here. Laurel Aronian. At the airport. Sunny Yang. Here. Ching Yip. Angela Panopoulos. Angela Panopoulos. Alternate AAD Bill Goichberg. Delegate at Large, Al Lawrence. Here. Delegate at Large, Beatrice Marinello. Here. Okay. Ohio, Kalanithi Bagley. Stacy Pugh. Grant Perks. Oklahoma, Paul Covington.
Present accounted for.
That's just one vote. So, okay. Rebecca Rutledge. Executive Board, Chuck Unruh.
Present.
Jim Barry. Okay. Oregon, Carl Hessler. Micah Smith. Pennsylvania, Tom Martinak. Lateef Street. Dan Heisman. Bradley Crable. And Delegate AAD Max Dugley. Rhode Island, Frank Vogel. Here. Robert Salvas. Here. South Carolina, David Grimaud. Here. Maureen Grimaud. Here. Delegate at Large, Robert McCrary. Here. South Dakota, Jordan Esme. Tennessee, Christina Mulinax. Here. Michael Shuey. Here. Okay. Additional delegate, Alan Cantor. Here. Okay. Texas, Frank Guadalupe. Present. Caleb Brown. Present. Lewis Reed. Present. Wendy Reed. Present. Edgardo Acosta. Deborah Schaefer. Present. Daniel Schaefer. Bonnie Guadalupe. Alexander Onishuk. Casey Hockett. That's an alternate. Executive Board, Lakshmana Viswanath, or as we know him, Vish. Delegate at Large, Tim Redman. Utah, Matthew Crosette, Brian Leno, David Day. Virginia, Adam Chrisney, Robert Getty, Anand Damalapati, Christina Schweiss, Executive Board, Mike Hoffpower. Here. Washington, Josh Sinanen, Dwight Barber. Wisconsin, Guy Hoffman. Andrew Schley. Delegate at Large, Mike Neatman. Here. Okay. West Virginia, John Boylan. Robert Greer. Wyoming, Brian Walker. Was he needed? Okay, is there anyone whose name was not called and is here serving in a capacity?
Step to the microphone,
You
please.
step to the microphone, give your state and your name.
Dalian Guo from Southern California.
Yeah, we called his name right there.
Okay, can you tally the number present?
Yes.
I believe it's 57. I think Andy said. Andy, it's 57, is that what you said? 54. 54. Okay.
What was this number? 16. Okay.
So according to the tally, we have 91 delegates that were present for the roll call. According to the parliamentarian, 54 is necessary for a quorum, so a quorum is established. Next order of business is ADM 2401, delegate from Kentucky, Alan Priest.
There is a Scrivener's error in this motion that I'd like to correct. Al Lawrence was left off of ADM 2401 and should be added.
We'll ask unanimous consent. Hearing no objection, he'll be added.
The other is, because he is not present, I would strike from the motion Timothy P. Redmond of Texas.
Also, hearing no objection, will be done.
Delegates at large have terms of 3 years. They are typically, when those terms expire, The delegates then are called to re-elect them. Those of us whose terms are expiring presently, Dwayne Barber, Randy Huff, John McCreary, me, Beatrice Marinello, and Al Lawrence, all of those people are present, and I move that those delegates at large be re-elected for another term.
Is there, oh yeah, you're right. That moved and seconded. Is there discussion? I see no discussion. So for all of the votes, because there are people present that are not delegates, it's going to be necessary for you to raise your credentials for either, for or against a motion, so that we can ensure that we count just delegates in terms of voting. So all those in favor of ADM 2401, please raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion carries.
There was also a scrivener's error in ADM 2402, Mr. Chairman, because Al Lawrence should not be included. However, since none of those folks who did not have expiring terms are present, I'm withdrawing motion 2402. Those folks, if they appear at a future meeting, are certainly eligible to be elected as delegates at large.
So 2402 is withdrawn. That moves us to ADM 2403, Delegate Priest.
Convenient, I'm still at the mic. I move that Andrew Rea be appointed as the parliamentarian.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alex, did you want to discuss?
No, I have a different point.
Okay, well, we're on this motion right now. All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of ADM 2403, please raise your credentials. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Yep.
Do you want us to turn it off after we use
Yeah,
it?
he said turn it off after.
All right. Point of modification, if we can. Motion 2417 is also about delegates at large. It's the first vote on a new delegate at large. Perhaps we can hear it now. Do you want to do that?
Point of order.
Yes, state your point.
Even if that person is approved as a delegate at large at that vote, they will not be seated as a delegate at large at this meeting. They will be seated if they're approved on a second vote. So there's no reason to move that up in the agenda.
And
It's an option.
yeah, well, we got a lot to do today. If there's something, if this is just purely procedure, I'd prefer that we not. Do you want to move that it's added to the agenda?
No, if you don't want to do it, that's fine.
Well, state your point. Go to the microphone. Go to the microphone. Tell us who you are.
Caleb Brown, Texas. If he wants to move to amend that, he should wait until we get to the motion concerning the agenda.
He's already said he's not going to. So
Exactly.
let's sit down, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Delegate Hoffman, you've joined us.
Yes, the
Welcome.
Team Hoffman from Wisconsin is here.
Thank you. Okay, so we are still on ADM now we're on 2404. And I'm actually the maker, I guess, of that motion. And it is that the delegates appoint Leela Dockin, Randy Bauer, and Kimberly Dew as the Conflict of Interest Committee. As you know, you all are required to fill out a conflict of interest statement, and then the committee, once it's appointed, will go out and review those to determine if there are any conflicts that would impact on delegate service. So is there discussion of this particular motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion raise your credentials. Opposed? Thank you. The motion has passed. And now the committee needs to take the forms, and we will retire and come back for our determination. So we'll just be at ease while the committee meets. Okay, we're going to get the meeting back. Call it back to order, please. And I believe, Leela, you have a report from the Conflict of Interest Committee?
Yes, Mr. President. A total of 6 delegates reported potential conflicts of interest. Having reviewed those potential conflicts disclosed by those delegates, the committee has found that there are no conflicts that require the recusal from any votes during this meeting.
Thank you for that report.
And Mr. President, I'd like to raise a point of personal privilege.
State your point.
Because I am in a boot and slightly incapacitated on mobility, I would request the ability to raise my hand in order to appear at a for or against mic and to speak from the dais today rather than getting down to the floor.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, that will be the order of the day. So next on the agenda is ADM 2405 from the delegate from Kentucky.
There we go. Move that the minutes from the 2023 delegates meeting as available to the delegates here in Norfolk be approved.
Is there a second? Here, I heard a second. Motion has been made and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Takes us to ADM 2406, Delegate Priest.
The motion is to approve the advance agenda for the 2024 delegates meeting and approve the standing rules as printed in the delegates call. However, I have a point of order to raise, Mr. Chairman.
State your point.
Point of order is there is a motion on the advanced agenda which is illegal for this body to consider under its own rules. That would be the motion that deals with the US VI issue. Under Robert's Rules, Section 10.26, a body may not consider any motion that is contrary to its own charter, constitution, or bylaws, or any applicable federal, state, or local rules to which it is subject. US Chess is a member and the national federation representing the US Chess activities in FIDE. Accordingly, we are subject to the rules of the FIDE Charter. The FIDE Charter bans any national federation from interfering in the affairs of any other national federation. The U.S. Virgin Islands is a separate national federation under FIDE rules. One may argue whether it should be or not. The fact remains that it is. Accordingly, this body can take no action that would interfere with the internal matters of the USVI Federation. And the action that is proposed at this meeting in a letter that was sent to delegates at this meeting, which I have forwarded to Mr. Lucas and highlighted, it specifically says the purpose of this motion is to try to force the interference in the affairs with the U.S. Virgin Islands internal matters. Whether you like what's going on in the USV or not is irrelevant. This body cannot take any action, and that motion should be struck from the agenda.
Mr. Parliamentarian, would you express your opinion?
Yes. First, full disclosure, I was the U.S. Virgin Islands men's coach at the 1988 Olympiad, and I was an alternate delegate at the FIDE Congress 1988. Okay. I have not had any contact with USVI since Hurricane Hugo. That was last century. So I don't believe that had risen to a conflict of interest. In any event, I agree with Mr. Priest's objection. It's not a matter of the merits of the motion. It's a matter that we are not able, per the agreement we have with FIDE, with the internal affairs of other federations. You can think of it as a treaty. Even though parties to a treaty may change, the treaty still applies. And in this instance, I believe Mr. Priest is correct with his objection.
The point of order is not debatable, and the chair rules that the point is well taken and that ADM is out of order.
Appeal to the assembly, please.
There has been, and I believe that does that require a second? An appeal to the assembly? Okay. Okay, so we have an appeal, I believe, is that debatable, Andy?
If it's not a point of order, no.
No, this is an appeal of the ruling of the chair.
Well, he can appeal, he can say it's appeal, you can decide whether that's applicable.
But it is then a subject to a vote. I'm asking, is it debatable?
It's debatable. It's not debatable when the chair rules on it, Your Honor.
All right,
but
so
it is debatable
he's
on
asking
appeal.
to appeal the ruling of the chair that this ADM is out of order. So, okay, all right, so it's debatable. Do you, Mr., do you want to speak for the?
So it has to be reversed now? The 4 is...
It doesn't matter, okay? Just go ahead and state what you want to state. And it is appealing, we're not debating the ADM. It is the ruling of the chair that it's out of order. So if you believe that that is incorrect and you want that to be overturned, you will vote yes.
I believe that it is not clear that the premise of that it's in violation of hierarchy, because the Virgin Islands is also under the jurisdiction of the United States government, and the point is, I think that even though Mr. Priest may be right, I think that it is worthy of discussion of whether or not this falls under our, it shouldn't be just summarily dismissed, even if we decide that we can't change it.
Okay, now, and reminder also that we are subject to 2 minutes of discussion or debate, and no person can speak more than twice and cannot speak a second time until all others who have not spoken have exhausted their opportunity to speak. And Delegate Hayter.
David Hayter from the state of Georgia. I also serve as the USA delegate to FIDE. I am also a member of the FIDE Ethics and Disciplinary Committee. The FIDE Ethics and Disciplinary Committee sanctioned an individual for interfering in the U.S. Virgin Islands. That was a sanction that was made. There is a current case before the Ethics and Disciplinary Commission that is on appeal. It's case 1123, if anyone wants to look it up at fide.com. I am on the appeals chamber, so I'm not going to speak much about that. But Russia was sanctioned by being expelled from FIDE for interfering in the sovereign rights of another country, namely Ukraine. The possibility of a sanction for interfering in the rights of another country by holding events there is a very real possibility.
That's against the motion to appeal the ruling of chair. So the 4 microphone is in the back. Go ahead. State who you are and from what state.
Alexander Lemelski, Connecticut. The example that was provided by Delegate Hayter has to do with Russia and a separate country, Ukraine. In this situation, we have the United States and a United States territory that is subject to United States law. So, as a result, because US Chess sells affiliates all over the world and all over the United States, by precluding the Virgin Islands because of where they are, we would be discriminating against people on the Virgin Islands.
Point of order, he's speaking to the main motion, not the motions.
No, I'm speaking to the objection to the motion on the FIDE point that you made.
All right.
There is a legal issue here as well.
All right, you've made your point. I think, Leela, you're against the motion, right?
I call the question.
Question has been called. Is there an objection? Hearing none.
Objection.
Okay, we will move the previous question. This requires a 2/3 vote. Those in favor of ending debate will raise your credentials. We're going to have to count for this one, so ending debate. Okay, well, let's see those that don't want to end debate. Okay, the motion has been called. That's not, yeah. So the question's been called. So those in favor of suspending the rules, which is basically what you're doing, appealing the ruling of the chair, will raise your credentials, and those that want to maintain the ruling of the chair will be the second vote. So all those in favor of overturning the ruling of the chair, raise your credentials. Those against, clearly the ruling of the chair has been upheld. That motion, that ADM is out of order.
Mr. Chair.
Why are you at the mic?
Next issue. Mr. Chair, since we have yet to adopt the agenda, I would ask that for the sake of completing the agenda, we limit the reports to 10 minutes per report.
Is that doesn't affect the agenda, which is what we're on, right? I mean, what's the point? Yeah, it's not germane. Are there any other, we're now still on the advance agenda, ADM 2406. Any other, seeing no debate on that motion, all those in favor of approving the advance agenda, ADM 2406, raise your credentials. Opposed? Okay, we have the agenda has been approved. Next is DM 2350, report of the DC State Chapter Committee. Okay, go.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, as I had done last year with regards to this topic, I will recuse myself, and Alan Priest has agreed to serve as the interim parliamentarian for this particular motion.
Thank you. So on this particular ADM, part of the requirement, first of all, the State Chapter Committee report that included the interim board's report, which was something that the delegates pointed last year, is in the delegates' call. So if you haven't had a chance to review it, page 15. Another aspect of any time that there is a situation where the state affiliate needs to be appointed or may be changed, the executive board may make a recommendation. It is not required to do so, and in fact, last year we did not do so. This year, however, in reviewing all the materials, including the State Chapter Committee report, the executive board recommends to the Board of Delegates. The delegates approve the DC Chess Association, DCCA, as the DC State Chapter. State your name and your point.
Thanks. Alexander Lemelski, Connecticut. The DC matter was before the delegates last year and has been continued to this year. According to Article 8, the executive board may only issue a recommendation before the matter goes to the delegates. So at this point, the executive board cannot issue a recommendation.
Mr. Parliamentarian. And the reason that you have to state your name is these are recorded, and so it's not only the people that are in the audience, so please don't give me a pained look every time, okay?
Sure, I did.
I
don't think I did.
Alan Priest, serving as parliamentarian for this issue only. I believe that a recommendation is still in order because it was referred back to have additional discussion.
It was referred to a delegates committee.
It's my understanding that's the committee that's making the recommendation. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
No, the agenda states.
It is that subcommittee that reported to the board to make that recommendation?
Point of information.
State your point.
I believe that the motion last year of the delegates was for the executive board to appoint the committee.
No, that's incorrect. The motion was by the delegates appointing the committee. That's in the minutes.
Is the recommendation that is being presented the recommendation of the committee?
Yes.
Then I think that can proceed if it's the recommendation of the committee.
So noted, and your point of order is not well taken. If you want to object and go through that whole process again, it's your prerogative. All right. So that is a recommendation. It's not something that's subject to a vote because we made the recommendation. So the next thing is the consideration of applications to be the DC state chapter. I want to just make sure the body is informed of how this is going to happen. Each of the three responding organizations that wish to be the state chapter were informed of the selection process. This was something that we have checked with our legal counsel about, and they inform us that the process as we have established it is something that is a reasonable course of action. So the executive board looked at all the applications, considered the credentials, and the process set forth by the delegates at the 2023 annual meeting, and then concluded that we would present its recommendation, which we did. All of the three applications have been available on the US Chess website. The States and Affiliates Committee has reviewed the applications and made a recommendation. At this meeting, each applicant will be provided 3 minutes to summarize why it should be designated as the DC state chapter at the designated point now in the agenda. And we're required to designate one speaker who come to the microphone, state your name, and make your point.
Stephen Jablon, New Hampshire. So the DCCA and the DCSEF have passed out flyers that contradict each other. So with that in mind...
That's not a point of order.
Yeah? Sorry. This good? Okay. So since these flyers contradict each other, I think that the rules need to be changed where each side should be given time to explain the contradiction, to object to anything they think in the opposing flyer is false.
Well, the flyers are not official documents, okay? And whatever anybody puts out there is not going to change what we have established as the rules that the three parties agreed to.
All right, but the delegates make the rules, and having only 3 minutes to give a presentation, all of us prepared 3 minutes, but this is completely new. Different information has been passed around. Delegates are going to be considering this. Both of them can't be true because they oppose each other. They factually contradict each other. So the delegates may be confused. How do they know what's true and what's not true in these flyers? So I believe that both candidates should be given the chance to, if they feel something is false.
Raise your point. Go to the microphone. You go to the microphone, Alan. These are recorded and they cannot hear you.
Alan Losoff, Nevada. A point of information is a request for information. This is not a point of information.
That is correct.
So what would this be? This would be a motion to for the delegates to vote on whether the two candidates should have a chance to respond to the other party's flyer.
We have a question and answer. Every delegate has 2 minutes that they could ask a question if that is what they desire to do. But to extend the amount of the time for the presentation because of extraneous matters that are not official parts of the record is not something that I contemplate doing. Now, you can try to appeal that ruling to the body and see what happens, but it might not help you in the long run.
Okay, I'll move to appeal to the body.
Okay, that motion has been made to appeal the ruling of the chair to the body. Is there discussion of that? Oh, you need a second. I don't think you do. Okay. Anyway, all right. So we have it now before the body. Does anybody want to speak about expanding the amount of time that the three entities are going to present to the delegates? I don't hear anybody wanting to speak to it. Those who want to overturn the ruling of the chair, and then we'll have some expansion of the time limits, will raise your credentials now. And those who are opposed will raise your credentials, and the ruling of the chair has been upheld. So now that I can continue, finish my remarks, Delegate, do you have?
Point of information, I'm sorry.
State your name and state.
David Gramont, South Carolina. I was on the special committee for this. There's a full report in page 15 at the delegates call. You should refer to that and read it and get acquainted with it. I was talking to some delegates last night that I think it made a difference, and it saved time.
Okay, that is a point of information, and thank you.
Mr. Chairman, speaking as my parliamentarian role at the moment, I would like to clarify that point of information is a request to ask a question for additional information.
Thank you.
A point of information is not to provide information to the organization. That is a statement in favor or opposed to it. So a point of information is purely limited to asking a question of clarification.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian. So to finish the process that we're going to go through in this DC chapter situation, as was noted in the letter to all three parties, no letters of support or response to each applicant will be necessary at the annual meeting, as all delegates will be provided access to your applications at least 30 days in advance. Delegates will then be allowed 2 minutes to speak for or against any application. We're not going to have a question and answer period. It should be arguments for or against by the delegates, and a vote will occur when the question is called. That is what was provided to the parties. That is what our legal counsel tells us is an appropriate process for us to follow. So with that, the next part would be the presentations. And do we have an order?
We do not, but we can start with the DC State Chess.
The DC State Chess Federation?
There's one that's not here. Howard University is not.
Okay, so Howard University does not have a person present to present their case. So in terms of when we do a ballot, and it will have all three of the parties listed, you'll just have to work off of what is already available to you for Howard University. And someone at the microphone, why are you at the microphone? The microphone's not on.
Point of order on the report, which does not meet any of the requests that the delegates had made to the committee when they approved the motion to approve the committee last
What's the point of order?
The report is out of order. It has not met any of the requirements that were set down by the delegates.
Well, it's been posted. What do you want? Do you want people to not realize that it's there?
That's not my point. The delegates requested that the committee complete 4 tasks. None of those tasks are in the report.
I think, again, you're just speaking apparently for somebody. There isn't any point of order there.
The report did not meet the requirements that the delegates put on the committee. So the report is out of order.
Again, I fail to see how that's going to impact on what we're going to do now. But if that's a point that you want apparently to be made to the body, it's not a part of the order of what we're doing here, Mr. Parliamentarian.
All right, so another point of order then.
Hold on, I want to hear from
There are only 2 applicants.
Stop, Alex, I want to hear from parliamentarian.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order has been made. You need to rule on the point of order.
I find the point not well taken.
Thank you. That's what you need to do, either approve it or not.
Okay. Do you want to appeal the ruling of the chair?
I do not.
Thank you.
Point of order number 2.
State your point.
The applications from the previous year are still before the delegates. There should be no new applications before the delegates. The delegates have not voted on the previous set of applications.
Do you want to?
No, we have not. We referred the matter to the committee and asked for further consideration.
Your mic's not on. Your mic's not on. Yes, recognized delegate from Louisiana.
I'm sorry, this is not a debatable
This
point.
body took multiple votes last year. It voted for none of the above on the applicants. They were all rejected. This body then decided to request that a committee be appointed to try to form an organization in the District of Columbia to represent it because its prior official state affiliate had tendered a resignation that was dependent upon a replacement being identified, and therefore the previous official affiliate remained in place until now. This body did vote last year. It voted none of the above. It rejected all of last year's applications. We have new applications this year.
Okay, so that's one, incorrect. Two, my point of order is not debatable, as you had pointed out. And the delegates had rejected the applicants, but also referred the matter to a committee, and the order that the delegates voted on states that the matter has to go back to the delegates for further action. We now have a new set of applications that have nothing to do with that matter.
Mr. Parliamentarian.
You need to rule on the point of order. I think the point of order, I'm not sure exactly what point of order the speaker is making. It's what desire he has to occur from that. So he might clarify that, but then you need to rule.
Alex, what is it that you want the body to do?
So there are only two applications before the delegates at this time, and those are the 2023 applications of the two applicants remaining. Two applicants remaining.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
So point is not well taken.
So you said we still have to vote on the point of order?
No,
And what is
only
the
if it's
clarity?
appealed.
You do not.
Only if it's appealed.
The chair, Alan Priest, parliamentarian for this issue, the chair has ruled on the point of order. Now there would be if there was any objection to that ruling.
So I appeal to the assembly.
All right.
Now you can-
The ruling of the chair has been appealed again. And is there anybody who wants to speak on that? Seeing.
You need a second first?
Do you need a second for? Okay, it's been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, if you want to, I'm not sure what would happen if you vote for it, but I guess it would just be the two affiliates from last time that would be under consideration. That's what Alex wants. You would vote in favor of that. If we go back to the process with the three applications that are in front of us, then you would vote against it. So all those in favor of appealing the ruling of the chair, raise your credentials. All those opposed. The ruling of the chair has been upheld. Now we are back onto the process. And Kevin, you, which one is going to go first?
So we have three. Howard University is not here. They did turn in an application. They do want to thank US Chess for the opportunity to be considered as a state chapter, but they cannot be here. Students are out. I've spoken with administrators of the university, and they would not be sent. They would not send a delegation. So there are still three applicants, but Howard will not be here to speak. With that, I'd ask, just by way of selection, that the DC State Chess Federation come up and utilize their 3 minutes.
Either way.
Before we start, I want to make sure that I get the mic for the right distance.
Okay.
Is this good? This good? Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Are you ready?
Yes.
So would you state your name and?
Stephen Jablon, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
You may remember me from last year when I advocated for DMV Chess to be the state chapter. DMV Chess was the largest of the three candidates running, and I felt that this should be sufficient for the organization to be voted the state chapter. The delegates disagreed, and DMV Chess didn't get very many votes. The delegates told me very clearly that running the most tournaments wasn't the only thing that mattered. They wanted an organization that truly represented Washington, D.C. They wanted members with the power to vote me out of office if I wasn't doing a good job. They also wanted the three organizations to work together to support chess in Washington, D.C. So I reached out to both the DCSCF and the DCCA to try to work out a compromise. Unfortunately, things didn't work out with the DCCA, but the DCSCF was willing to work together. After lengthy discussions, DMV Chess agreed to drop out of the race and endorse the DCSCF. I'm now a member of the boards of both DMV Chess and the DCSEF. I'm also one of DCSEF's 198 members. While a lot has happened in the past year, the issue can be boiled down to two questions. One, which candidate is a membership organization in which its members can vote directly for the board? Two, and which organization does a better job of promoting chess? Every other issue is a distraction. Don't vote for a candidate just because you're friends with one of that candidate's board members. Don't vote for a candidate just because you don't like a board member of the other organization. Don't vote for a candidate just because you object to something a board member of the other organization did 20 years ago. You may be thinking that you're helping your friend or punishing your enemy, but all you're really doing is hurting the people of Washington, D.C. The DCSEF has an election every December in which the board is elected directly by its members. Elections have taken place every December since 2020. In 4 months, the DCSEF will be having its 5th election. In contrast, the DCCA does not have any members and has a complex system of indirect elections that makes it virtually impossible to vote someone out of office, even if someday it does decide to become a membership organization. The DCSEF is overwhelmingly better at promoting chess in Washington, D.C. I passed out a chart, which should show this at a glance. Last year, we ran 27 tournaments compared to the DCCA's 3. This includes 12 tournaments with open sections and 15 purely scholastic tournaments. We run educational programs at 8 schools, an independent after-school program, a senior center, and a housing project. The DCSEF has also brought in thousands of dollars in revenue for the USCF from email blasts and memberships. And let me read the schools that the DCSEF teaches at. Anacostia, Cardozo, Dunbar, Roosevelt High School, Murray School, John Needham Elementary School, Barnard Elementary School, and the Nation House African Centered School in Northeast DC. Let me list the libraries that we teach at. Woodridge, Chevy Chase, Palisades, Cleveland Park, Benning Road, Anacostia Library, Bellevue, William Leckridge. And let me mention one of our student leaders, Nathan Ehrenberg, who was on our board. The reason I read the names of these schools and libraries is because in the flyer that DCCA passed out, it was said that we didn't teach at any schools and libraries. That's it. Thanks.
Time.
Hey, thank you. And next is time. Go ahead, Kevin.
All right, next is DCCA.
And again, you'll have 3 minutes and state your name and the state that you're representing.
My name is Mark Rotenberg, Washington, D.C., and I just want to begin by thanking you all for participating in this discussion. I wasn't here last year. I heard it got a bit fiery, but trying to establish a chess affiliate for Washington, D.C. is very important for us in the community. A few words of background about myself. I've been a member of US Chess for over 50 years. I was treasurer of the Massachusetts Chess Association back in high school. I've won the DC State Championship. I was the first representative for the Irwin from DC. And I spent many years working with David Meller, who was the director of the US Chess Center. I was chair of that board for 10 years and very happy about the work that David did on behalf of DC schools and players and parents and educators. When David moved the Chess Center out of DC, we had a vacuum. And I was so happy to learn about Robin and to work with Robin. She is one of the most creative and innovative chess people in the country, and I think many of you know that about her. She's not only an extraordinary chess promoter, but she is very good about building teams. And this is what I want to say to you this morning. I don't think this is just about Robin. I think this is about the team that she has assembled for the DC Chess Association. If you have access to the internet, by the way, just do a search for DC Chess. Look at our board of directors. We have international master Adolapo Adu, who just finished 3rd at the Irwin. It was the best result of a DC player at any titled event in our history, and we're very happy about that. Let me say a word about tournaments and the role of affiliates. My feeling about affiliates is that our job is to promote chess in our states. And that's what we do at the DC Chess Association. Even though we get a lot of personal criticism and unfair criticism from some of the people in DC, we still promote their chess events because we believe it's important for everybody to know about chess activity. And by the way, we have a lot more tournament directors in DC organizing events now than was true just a few years ago. I want to thank, by the way, the Continental Chess Association, which has moved this year. The Atlantic Open is being held in Washington, D.C., and we're very happy about that as well. So it's really credit to Robin, the work she's done, what she's made possible for DC chess. We really do believe in uniting the community. We really want to promote chess. I think we've shown that we can do good work. If you look in the delegates' call, we met over 4 months, and thank you, by the way, Kevin and David and Renee and Jim. We're very grateful for your support. We've produced a great association. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have 2 minutes per delegate to speak either for or against either of the affiliates. I think what we should do is have one mic for people that are going to speak in favor of one of the affiliates and the other for the other one, just to kind of balance it out. So that mic can be for the first presenters, the back mic, and the front mic can be for the second presenter. Okay, so
this mic is for
and that one is for DCCF. Is that what it? Different
DCSCF.
Okay, sorry.
DC State
All right.
Federation.
So back microphone first. State your name and state that you're a delegate from.
Vaughn Bennett, Illinois. I'm the president of the DC State Chess Federation, and yes, last year we were here pursuing the same title. Quickly, I just want to tell you that our statistics that we've handed out can be verified via the US Chess Federation database. There's nobody else in the District of Columbia who has given more tournaments than we have over the last several years. We have a membership. We actually have a membership of almost 200 people. The DCCA does not have a membership. We have a process where our members have access to voting to become directors of our organization, and the bylaws, if you read the bylaws of the DCCA, it prohibits the members from being able to vote for the titles of directors. It only allows, if you read it closely, for directors to vote for directors. So therefore, that is a violation of US Chess Federation Delegates Action 1991-27, paragraph 4. I want to definitely thank all of you for allowing us to have the opportunity to present to you once again. Yes, it is truly about uniting the community and coming together. But you have to consider, 2 years ago, when the Station Affiliates Committee wrote the report about the DC Chess League not upholding their duties for over 30 years, they cited the DC Chess League for the same violation that the DCCA is undertaking currently, where they are not giving the members access to the process of becoming board of members, the directors. They, again, only allow the directors, if you read again, in their Article 3 in their bylaws.
That's time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Front microphone, please identify yourself.
Kevin Pryor, Florida. I'm speaking on behalf of DCCA. I think that they should be the group that gets the most votes. Just wanted to say, currently, DC is without a state chapter. So last year, we had the opportunity of falling back to the previous state chapter. We have no other option this time but to vote for one of the two. The vote was clear last year. We had a clear winner. But then there was a second vote that was for none of the above. That was the winner in the second vote, even though head-to-head, DCCA actually won. The process that the delegate board put together last year was for 4 members of the delegate committee to form a committee and actually work with the people of DC. We did that. We actually started by meeting with everyone there, and then we asked for volunteers throughout the community. 14 people came forward. We interviewed 13 because one decided not to, and we accepted all of them. So everyone had a chance. There are 5 members of the DC State Chess Federation that were on that interim board. 5. In fact, that was the largest number represented of any of the other groups. By the time we got to the first meeting, we had already had a change. So we actually lost some of those people as a result of issues. If you turn to page 15, you can see my report, and that will explain it fully. If you look from 16 on, you'll see the work that was done by the committee that was actually set in motion by this delegate body to carry out these actions. We did the work, they did the work. Now I think we need to recognize that the work is complete. Otherwise, if someone was to be assigned to something like this in the future, why would they even bother?
Point of information, you said there were 5.
Go to the microphone, and it's got to be a point of information.
This way? Good? Yeah. So, Kevin Pryor, you said there were...
What is your point of information?
No, I'm asking, can you name the 5 DCSEF members that were members of the interim board? Sure. Yeah? Who are they?
If you'll turn to page 20, please turn to page 20. Under the banner that says initial members of the DCIB, you'll see the names of the people. Now, I know there was a list that was passed around, a couple of pages that says, here are all the members of the DCSCF. 5 of those names are right here. Those 5 names are Ruth Gamify, Dave Alpert, Vaughn Bennett, Stephen Jablon, and Aaron Lemon Strauss. And if you look at the lower section where you see the attendance, you'll actually see some of those names appear because they participated in the process until we had a calamity and they pulled out.
Okay, I think you answered the point of information. Now we go next to the back microphone. Come to the microphone, state, and it has to be a question.
Vaughn Bennett, Illinois. Could you please tell me how Aaron Lemon Strauss was a member of the board of directors of the DC State Chess Federation? How did you come up with that? Because that's not true. I'd like you to, you just mentioned his name. I think everybody in the room heard you say it.
So what I said was they are members of the organization.
But you said the board, when you talked about, you said...
Then that was a mistake on my end.
Okay.
They're not board members.
All right,
they
they're
are
members. That's been corrected. Now, back microphone is the next speaker. State your name and your state.
Alexander Lemelsky, Connecticut. At the end of last year's meeting, and this is in the minutes, the Board of Delegates had appointed a committee to perform specific duties. Those duties were work with the 3 applicants and others in an effort to improve the quality and quantity of chess activities and services in DC. 2, heal the chess community through cooperation, promotion, and activity. 3, facilitate the performance of duties and responsibilities of the DC State Chapter for 23-24. And 4, facilitate consensus on the new state chapter that is representative of the broader interests of the chess playing community in DC. None of that has been done. The committee essentially kicked out 2 of the applicants. By the second meeting, there were only DCCA people on the committee. And after that, the DCCA recommended itself.
Front microphone, please state your name and the state you are a delegate from.
Yeah, Andrew Squitiero, Louisiana. I have a point of information, actually.
Okay.
I want to know if I can just ask a question, I guess, of the people representing the 2 affiliates.
As we established the rules, there was not going to be a Q&A section. It's for or against, And so that is not in order.
Okay. Can I speak neither for nor against?
I guess, sure.
Okay. Yeah, my question mostly is I've heard from both affiliates representing their states. I've heard like New Hampshire maybe and Louisiana or Illinois. And I was just curious which one has DC members. That's it.
I think it's, were you?
I'm not sure what he's asking.
I don't.
I got to try to ask. To clarify. He was simply asking, he doesn't understand why the people that are presenting don't represent DC as their state chapter, and they're saying Illinois and in one other state. They weren't DC, they're not delegates from DC, so he's wondering why.
Well, and delegates are appointed, of course, by the existing state chapter, but the two delegates have been appointed by other states to serve in that capacity for this meeting. But they certainly are still representing the organization that wishes to be an affiliate, the state chapter. I think it's the back.
Front mic would be in order because that
Question, okay. Yeah, front mic then. Please state your name and state.
Jim Manoa, Southern California. Listen, we have a he said, she said situation here. Both sides make themselves sound wonderful, and the other side sound not so great. Quite frankly, I have no idea which of these two organizations would actually be the better organization. I have no personal knowledge of any of the players or the situation that exists in Washington, D.C. I think most of the delegates in this room feel the same way. That being the case, I see no choice than to accept the recommendation of the executive board and the delegates committee that looked into this situation and have far more information and knowledge of the situation than I do. And that is what I'm going to do, and I urge the rest of the body to do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Back microphone.
Hi there. Yeah, my name is Aurelio Valentine, Connecticut. So I'd just like to speak on behalf of DC Chess. I'll just to start out by saying I personally wish to be more forward-looking. The old, basically this is like, as they say in hip-hop, beef. Like I really wish, that the different organizations could just more work together. But I'll just speak more so from the vantage point. I'm on the board of, DC Chess, but from the vantage point of a parent, all I can say is what I've seen with my children being regular participants in his classes and tournaments. I see a lot of the red X's I see on this DCCA form are factually inaccurate because I've been there, I've seen it. I've been to, a couple of their events, and all I can say is I honestly feel that DC Chess represents actual DC. I've seen a struggle to attract players that represent the demographics of DC. With one organization, with DC Chess, I've not seen that. I've seen no difficulty attracting significant numbers of African American players. I've seen Latino players, Jewish players. I see there's a comment about the youth. One thing I can say is that in DC Chess, youth have been encouraged to become tournament directors. I can, my son's a little too young now, but a couple have. In one particular, Nathan Ehrenberg, yes. And he actually has hosted a tournament at one of the most powerful synagogues in DC, Addis Israel, in Cleveland Park neighborhood. There's a misstatement about schools. I'm a teacher, and the DC State Chess has hosted events at my school.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And front speaker.
David Gramont, delegate from South Carolina. Also, I think it's important to note president of the state association and been so for a few years. Was here last year. Was actually working with Alex Lemelski to get this motion on the floor and approved so that we could have this special committee work with the points that Alex, I'm sorry, one of the things Alex brought up was healing the community. We immediately went in there, sent emails to everybody on the US chess list, and pretty much we did interviews. This is all in the report. We did interviews with everybody, formed a special committee to work on healing the community, and the two people that have spoken already for that other organization, those other organizations were not helping in healing the community. We had no choice but to remove them. It was one time and then one the other time. And I have to go through all that. That's all written clearly in this report. I do think Jim is correct that you chose us as a special committee to go in and do the job. We feel like we did the job. My feelings aren't hurt one way or the other if you vote against this. But DCCA is actually not the same DCCA that it was last year. They modified, adapted, and have changed their organization in a way that we felt was effective and will be the best thing for the community. DCCA, it was already, the organizational structure was already there and it was convenient to use it. So that's my vote for DCCA. They'll get my vote and I appeal to you to do the same thing. Thank you.
Back microphone.
Caleb Brown, Texas. So I really think probably, at least today anyway, whichever one of these two groups becomes state chapter, that I think they're going to do probably a good job. Now, my concern is not so much today, but it's long term. It's like DCCA, most of the board, is electing itself, right? So they have to go find their successors. And if when Robin and the team she's recruited are gone, then there's going to be other people we don't know in charge. And if they are not, so good, there's no way to vote them out. And I'm concerned that we may get to, in 10 years, 20 years, whatever, we might be back here again dealing with the DC state chapter issue. At least if we were to do the DC State Chess Federation, if they have problems with their leadership, a bunch of people could go become members and they could vote out the current the board and have a new board. Right? And that happens in other states as well that have that. And that's why in those states you do not see so much having challenges. Here, if we do DCCA, we are risking the possibility that at some point we are going to have to spend hours at a delegates meeting dealing with this again. And I would really like to be focusing on things that actually promote further our mission more generally, rather than having to deal with another state chapter issue. So, respectfully, while I think people on both sides are friendly, I especially appreciate the work of the state chapter committee. I would recommend that people vote for the DC State Chess Federation. Thank you.
Front microphone.
Fan Fong, Georgia. I call the question. Regrets to the Georgia delegation.
Question has been called. Is there an objection to calling? There is an objection. We're going to go to a vote on moving the previous question. This requires a 2/3 vote. So those in favor of ending discussion will raise their credentials. And those opposed, the question has been called. So now we go to a vote on between the three participants. We have a ballot we're going to use. Please show your credential so that you will receive a ballot, because we have some non-delegates that are present. When it comes around. Yeah, there's 3 on the ballot, right? Yes. You vote for one. Please don't vote for more than one. Your ballot will be invalid.
I am winning a ballot. I'm also wanting to speak to one of the other delegates from Louisiana.
Mr. Chairman, while the voting is going on, to save time, I gladly relinquish the parliamentarian chair back to Andy Rea.
We appreciate your service. The delegate from Kentucky is relieved of his parliamentarianship. Right, I said that. Yes. I think that's great. Andy, you may take back your position. Okay. And then once the ballots are collected, Mike Neatman and the Elections Committee, will do the tallying. It is. This will require a simple majority, and if there is not a simple majority, we will have a runoff. Okay, so that's clear. The top two, obviously, if you have a runoff, you have to get rid of somebody. So I'll call the meeting back to order. I recognize our elections chair. Everybody, we're back in order, please. Please state your name and the state you represent.
Mike Neatman, Wisconsin. The results of the vote are DCCA 73, DCSCF 20, Howard University 2.
Having heard the report, it is the will of the body that DCCA will be the chapter affiliate for the District of Columbia. I would like to just make it, I hope that for the good of all the chess players in the District of Columbia, that the organizations can find a way to work together. And I understand differences, but one of the things that I've learned after almost 20 years on the executive board is you have to bridge them for the good of the organization and for the players that you all represent. So please, please, please do what you can to work together for the good of chess in the District of Columbia. With that, the next motion is, it's the consideration of the challenge to the Rhode Island State Chapter. Again, we have two organizations. We have an existing state chapter, and we have a challenge to that state chapter. And we're going to follow the same process as we did with the consideration of the application to be the DC state chapter. The two will have 3 minutes to state their case, and then there will be 2 minutes for or to speak in favor of either of the two organizations to be the state chapter. So, Kevin, can you tell me, you have...
as far as what? The two?
Yeah.
The two? So we're looking...
Hold on, there's been a point of information. Go to the microphone and state your point, which is a question, right?
Definitely a question. Has there been a written document as we saw with the other challenge, or is this strictly just
like a committee report type of
a committee report, a document from either or both of the in the delegate package, or something that I missed? Or are we going solely
on the applications are online? We do have someone here from states and affiliates, so we can have states and affiliates come forward.
That would be in order. State your name and state.
Yes, Fun Fong, Georgia. I'm co-chair of the States and Affiliates Committee, along with Jim Houdina, who is unfortunately on travel today.
And did you want to make a report?
Yes, I did. I did submit a report to the executive board, and I will address the delegates here. If the delegates will remember, last year we had the same challenge of Oscar to Seneca, and this body voted comfortably, if not for a supermajority, to accept the incumbent state affiliate as the state affiliate. There was a second challenge this time, and the board asked us to identify that and to see if there was anything substantially different from the challenge. Long story short, the States and Affiliates Committee did not see anything structurally or functionally different in the previous assessment from before. We are starting to undertake a survey. The survey is based off of a DASI 1911-27, which is a suggestion for state chapters. We have 4 requirements, 6 recommendations. In that, we surveyed all. We looked at Seneca in particular. Seneca stated that in 4B, that they did not comply, but they did have positive points to address in all the other 9 points.
What is 4B?
4B is the ability for members to participate in governance, of the body, long story short. And they did not. I've talked to the Seneca leadership. They said they're willing to make an adaptation to that. But the States and Affiliates Committee has not been in the habit of policing state chapters for any of these requirements of and recommendations of DASI 1991-27. So basically, long story short, the States and Affiliates Committee did not see anything substantially different in the challenge and recommended that the challenge be rejected.
I would note, too, that the DASI that you're referring to has 4 requirements, and the others are recommendations, and 4B is a recommendation. Is that correct? That is a requirement? Okay. Let's see. So we have the 2. Go to the microphone. State your name and state.
Frank Delbonis, Massachusetts. I just wanted to just make people aware.
That's not a question.
Did the States and Affiliates Committee look at the new bylaws that we had? Okay, that's what I wanted to know. We did, and they saw that the new stuff, new information that was posted 2 days ago on the information website for the delegates.
Fun, did you want to answer that question?
Yes.
State your name.
Fun Fong, Georgia. Yes, we did look at the bylaws that was submitted at the time of our conference call, and we did not see, it was an improvement, but it did not, I mean, the issue is more the incumbent state affiliate, not the challenger.
So the process is going to be that each has 3 minutes to make their presentation. Because it's a challenge to an existing incumbent, I would say that Ocean State's the challenger would go first. Not yet. Right.
Dan, withhold starting the clock until he starts speaking to the subject as opposed to just introducing himself.
Right. Okay, please state your name and the state that you represent.
Okay. Hi, Wayne Powers, Massachusetts.
Okay, Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Dr. Wayne Powers, Massachusetts, and I'm here today to speak as a Rhode Island chess player and not as a member of any board. This is my daughter, Aria. In August 2020, just before her 3rd birthday, she was diagnosed with leukemia. In September 2022, she completed her chemo. She's now a happy, healthy little girl about to start 1st grade. Here we are with Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee receiving a medal commemorating her fight against cancer. In September of last year, to commemorate Pediatric Cancer Awareness Month and to give back, I wanted to hold a fundraising chess tournament. Knowing about Ocean State's record of generosity, I reached out and asked them to help. They did so, completely free of charge. All proceeds went to the Hasbro Children's Hospital. At this event, we raised $1,500 to help other families that are going through similar ordeals. Seneca was asked 2 months in advance to avoid this conflict. They responded by putting a free tournament on the same day, just 10 miles away. Many of you are wondering why Ocean State is back this year. Last year, the delegates demanded change from these 2 applicants. Ocean State listened. Seneca did not. Ocean State has full voting membership, with every board position elected by members. Seneca made no changes. They still have no membership and no voting by members. This violates USCF bylaws, which call for membership and participation by all USCF members residing in the state. Over the year, due to their own conduct, Seneca has lost the support of Rhode Island chess players. For instance, only 3 Rhode Island players participated in the top section of their state championship this past year. This time, word of their predatory practices got out and has severely impacted their attendance and reputation. Meanwhile, Ocean State reached out to Seneca several times to collaborate, as asked by the delegates last year, but Seneca has repeatedly refused to share even a single event. Additionally, due to Seneca's systematic failure to promote chess, Ocean State has become the organization that provides these services to Rhode Island. Ocean State has more than doubled the number of USCF members in Rhode Island this past year alone, and received the USCF award for the #1 small state affiliate nationally. Ocean State is one of only 2 golden affiliates in all of New England. Per USCF bylaws, a state affiliate should responsibly act in the best interest of its entire state chapter membership, encouraging and promoting chess activity statewide. This is the ideal that US Chess wants to see in its state chapters. Ocean State follows this ideal. Seneca does not. I conclude by asking you a question. What is the conduct of a proper state affiliate? If a local father in your state wanted to run a tournament for the benefit of pediatric cancer, would you support it, or would you directly compete with it? Thank you for your time and attention. We hope to heal the community together.
And now we will have the presentation from Seneca.
Okay, good morning, delegates. Frank Vogel, President of Southeast New England Chess Rhode Island delegate. And good morning. Like I said, probably many of you, as you either opened up the USCF website of governance or you received the current delegates call, were probably surprised to say, hey, here we go again. We've got the exact same challenge, right? And it is. And I want to note particularly to you new delegates here that this is a repeat of the same challenge we faced last year, where we were decisively voted in, as stated by the SAC, to continue our good work as a state affiliate. Now, and again, there's a big difference. We just had a...
Need closer to the mic.
Oh, sorry. So we just had the DC affiliate challenge. I just think you need to change the frame of mind here. That was like an open challenge. They did not have a state affiliate. Here we've been the state affiliate since 2015 and meeting fully the requirements as stated in the bylaws in DASI. And that's why we didn't even have to submit our requirements this year, because we met them last year. Again, and if you've read the challenge letter, it's all posted on there, their challenge and then our response. It's fully in there. You will see that there are no substantive material changes that have occurred from last year to this. You know, we'll get to address that thing about the charity fundraiser. Bob can answer that question. We want to recognize the good work that OSCA has done. There is no qualms about that. They've run good tournaments, whatever, but the decision factor of either, and that's before this body today, do we maintain Seneca, who is, for all practical purposes, we know have met those requirements, or do we remove them and put OSCA in? I think that's a high bar to do. The guidance documents, again, are the DASI and the bylaws. I will repeat that membership requirement, which they tried to keep zeroing in on. The only thing it says is, this is point 4, DASI 1991-27, provide opportunities for membership and participation by all USCF members residing in the state. Well, how do we meet that? If you go on our website, we have a contact point that says if you want to get involved, you want to become a board of director, you want to become a TD, here's a contact point, this is how you get a hold of us. We have never turned down one individual that came to us saying, I want to become a board of members, a new person coming in. We've never turned those down, a new individual. And in fact, we've had 4 new directors in the last year who've shown the capacity and different areas that repeat with us. So that's how we meet that. There are numerous state affiliates throughout the country that do not have a membership structure because it's not required. If this body wants to do that, then they should make it a requirement in the future. So, and we are open to looking at, just as Frank said, a full voting membership structure in the future, but as of right now, it's not a requirement. So we didn't put it in, but we're clearly open to doing it today. So, and following that, like I said, I think there's only 4 support things. We ask for your support to continue the good work. We've done the job of the affiliate, run all the state championships, sent people to all of the nationals, provided stipends to them in each area, and we fully met the requirements. So we ask for your support. Thank you.
So we're now going to, we'll have the front mic be Seneca and the back mic be Ocean State. So if people that wish to speak to one or the other, please assume the position. I think you were first in line for Seneca, so please identify yourself and the state that you represent.
Yes, good morning. My name is Bob Salvis. I'm from Rhode Island, the existing affiliate. I would like to publicly apologize for the scheduling conflict that Wayne mentioned in his opening statement. I will give you briefly what happened. We had in Rhode Island, we don't have a lot of competition as far as scheduling goes. We have Massachusetts does a great job, and we work in cooperation with them. When OSC first came on board, they had a plethora of tournaments that were on the MACA website, and they were most of them were to be determined. So they had a lot of what I would call hypothetical tournaments that they ended up changing the dates, changing the venues. There was a lot of that going on, and so we were very confused, and we started to ignore their schedule. Now that has since changed, and I'm here to tell you that we have now scheduled our fall tournaments around the existing tournaments that we know of, including this year's charity event. There are 3 major events coming up in the fall, and we did not schedule anything on any of those 3 tournaments. Those 3 tournaments are on the OSCA website, which that's how we found them, and our tournaments are on our website on Seneca Chess. So I wanted to be clear about that this falls to me, guys, okay? I'm in charge of scheduling for the scholastic tournaments, and I made a judgment call based on what I saw as a pattern of behavior, and I said, I just can't trust that what they put up on their website is actually going to happen. And if you crowd, and as we all know, there's only so many weekends that you have in the school year, right? And so it gets difficult. Venues have requirements saying that, you can only do it on the 27th or whatever. So we all have those challenges. I understand that. I did feel bad about that when it came to my attention, but at that point it was just too late. So I just wanted to state that, apologize for what we did, and let this body know that we have made corrections, and with OSCA's good work now to promote actual tournaments, and we're scheduling around them. We hope to work more cooperatively with them going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Back microphone.
So here, Caleb Brown, Texas. So here, these are the requirements. Those requirements concerning governance are really not very clear. That's probably where some of this is coming from. Now, in any case, we can consider the practice, and what I was saying previously about DC also applies here. We have a case of 2 warring clans, essentially, and it's a mess, right? Now, there is going to be a motion to come up, later on to stop having continual challenges again. But, I think if it would be helpful, if we choose the challenger here, because they do have a board that is elected, all by the membership. And if there's problems in the future, instead of coming back to the delegates, after the waiting period has passed, the board can just get voted out. I think that is something we should be encouraging where possible, because that will reduce these challenges that come up. So I think this is a good starting place here to vote for Ocean State, simply because it makes it less likely that you will have this kind of issue in the future. Thank you.
Front microphone, please. Identify yourself.
Fun Fong, Georgia, co-chair of the SAC. So basically, this is the first time we started doing surveys about state chapters and the requirements and how they fulfill DASI 1991-27. In the future, it is my hope that we have an intermediate document that governs and is a more definitive document about what constitutes state chapters, how they should function, what type of requirements, what type of special features they should be having here. So we've not been in the policy of policing things. When we did this survey of state chapters, we found a number of state chapters that were not in compliance with DASI 1991-27, and I would deign to say that from a practical standpoint, they don't function ideally as we would like to have them done. Myself, my own organization, Georgia Chess Association, no one ran for the board. I had to appoint 3 board positions there from the board, so that's one of our woes, but we're in much better shape now. I am for I don't want someone taking pot shots at my state affiliate every year for a challenge. I endorse Seneca as the state affiliate.
Back microphone.
Frank Delbonis, Rhode Island. I'm president of Ocean State. Thank you for listening for this second year. I didn't want to come back. I tried to work with this group. I applaud Seneca. They dismissed one of their board members that was really the huge cause of a lot of the conflict. I thank you for that. Thank you for the apology, too. It means a lot to everybody. After long and hard thought, we changed our bylaws. We want have full open voting membership. Oh, okay.
Keep going.
Frank Vogel can apply every year to be president of Ocean State, and the Rhode Island USCF members can vote him in. I or anybody else in Rhode Island has no ability to be part of the state organization unless they choose to let us in. And thank you for being open to it. But I think one of the reasons why we changed this is because this is what the USCF Executive Board wants. I listened to all of you last year. This is what you want. And I listened to the people in Rhode Island, and that's what they wanted. They wanted a say in their own government. It doesn't matter what we want. What do they want? You have my, I shook Frank's and Bob's hand when I came in today, and you have my word, and you will keep me accountable. That if you make Ocean State, I ran Ocean State. I ran Seneca for 27 years. I was the president and founder of the state affiliate, if you didn't know that. And I decided to leave.
Time.
Okay, I just want to say, I want to help and heal the community. You have my word.
Front mic.
Mike Shuey, Tennessee. I actually just had a kind of a two-part question, point of information. I was just wondering if there is a list of information or facts that both affiliates agree on, and is there factual information that's publicly documented that's significantly disputed between the two groups?
I don't believe that exists. And that was a point of information, I believe, so we do still have the front mic, and I think, Leela, you were recognized for that, right?
Yes. Leila Dacan from Louisiana. As a not current, but former and frequent board member of the Louisiana Chess Association, I want to speak about what it's like to be trying to organize and run and maintain a state chapter in a small state. Because it can be very different from what it is in a large state, and about the purposes of an official state affiliate. The purpose of an official state affiliate is not to run the most tournaments in the state. The purpose of an official state affiliate is to support the chess players throughout the state, regardless of whether they are members of the affiliate and regardless of whether they are members of US Chess. Our purpose is to support the chess players throughout the state of Louisiana, and that is what we endeavor to do. Andrew Squatiro, who is also a delegate from Louisiana today, runs a very successful affiliate in New Orleans called Downriver Chess. Far and away, they run the most tournaments in the state of Louisiana. Far and away. The Louisiana Chess Association does not attempt to compete with or to run the kinds of tournaments that Downriver runs, because Downriver can very successfully provide many, many events for the people in the greater New Orleans area. What it cannot do necessarily is provide events and support for people throughout the state of Louisiana. That is where the official state affiliate steps in. The official state affiliate may have to lose money on running a tournament in order to bring chess to North Louisiana, where we will have the state championship this year for the first time in 35 years. The role as an official state affiliate is to support chess and bring chess players throughout the state into the game. That means bringing people into rated play who haven't been there before. It means bringing people into your organization who haven't been there before. It means recognizing the other needs besides just running tournaments successfully. And that is what is important for a state affiliate. That's what I believe Seneca has done and is continuing to work towards. And while I applaud the work of Ocean State in running tournaments, that is not the purpose of an official state affiliate.
Back mic.
Sunil Veeramantri, New York. With all respect, Leela, it's speaking to your point is why I am supporting OSHA. And that is because I find them to be very inclusive and open. And I have taken the trouble to speak with players who have participated in tournaments organized by both groups. And I find that They are very open, much more than the other group. I had, when I was chair of scholastics, I had to investigate Mr. Delbonis because there was a complaint about where he placed his kids in the high school. Sorry about that. I guess my 2 minutes is up, right? So I took it upon myself to go and talk to him. And I had some very hard questions for him. He answered all the questions satisfactorily. I reported back that there was no issue here. So I would ask you to support OSHA from my experience. Thank you.
Front mic. Speak.
Rhode Island, Lila, I thank you for those comments, and I'm here to state that our bylaws and our mission statement are fully in agreement with that, your statements about supporting state chess on a statewide level. I do just want to bring in some points that Mr. Delbonis did not, facts that are important that he brought in about his change in voter membership. Number one, he tried to present this at the open executive board meeting a couple of days ago. He made this change, and if you can go on his website right now, it says effective 26 July, not even a week ago. If he had included, he had 7 months from last year to make any changes that he thought were necessary to make the challenge, which was March 1 deadline. So he knew that we had no chance to respond, and if that was in his original challenge, we could have, the discussions would have been different. We would have written up probably our response differently. And, you know, it's like you coming in at the 11th hour and trying to convince the state delegates here that, you know, and he did that literally just a few days ago. And I think that's important to note.
Back microphone.
No, okay. Alexander Lemelski, Connecticut. I'm not sure. I don't understand what people are saying. First of all, DASI 1991-27 has 4 requirements. The first 3, I mean, you have to pay your dues, you have to nominate delegates. But number 4 is very specific. You have to have a membership, and you have to give them the opportunity to participate. Under normal circumstances of any organization, participation means voting. Seneca has absolutely no membership at all. On top of that, based on Article 8, Section 2, Clause 1 of our bylaws, a state chapter is supposed to provide representation of all groups of chess players in their state. How does an organization without any membership provide representation?
Front speaker.
Illinois, I call the question.
Oh, that's Tim Just, right? You got him upside. Okay, so Harold Cohen, who's channeling Tim Just, is calling the question.
Lawrence
Is there
Cohen.
an objection? Lawrence Cohen, sorry. So is there an objection to calling the question? Okay, there is an objection, so now we will move the previous question. Those who want to end debate will raise their credentials. Those who want to continue debate will raise their credentials. It clearly, the question has been called. So now we are going to vote on the 2, Ocean States and Seneca. There is a ballot. I think it's already been passed around, and it's the same process as last time. You'll vote for one of the 2, fold it in half, pass it along so that it can be collected by our collectors, and then the Elections Committee will tabulate the results and report them back to the delegates as a body. What happened to mine? I don't think I have one.
So I just wanted to update the quorum in the room. You still have some votes that haven't been picked up?
Oh, we have votes that haven't, we called for those votes.
I called for votes like 3 times, but if I know that I called for votes, okay?
Just pass them down.
So let's pass them down.
So the quorum right now is 99.
So Melinda?
We have a couple more.
Right now, we have 99 members present. When we initially stated at the start of the meeting, it was 91. So now there are 99 members present, which is a factor in the calculation for a majority.
Okay, so go back and tally the
Elections Committee to the table again.
I mean, I called you 3 times.
Nobody else has a ballot, right?
Last call for ballots. Okay, so let's call back to order. And Mike Neatman, the chair of the Elections Committee, and it was the Elections Committee members that tallied the votes. Would you like to announce the results?
Mike Neatman, Wisconsin. The vote is Ocean had 49, Seneca had 45, and there was 1 abstention, 1 blank ballot.
Okay, so the will of the delegates is that Ocean States is the Rhode Island affiliate, chapter affiliate. The next ADM is ADM 2407. Delegate Priest, would you like to speak to your motion?
Before I address that motion, I have a point of information.
State your point.
I believe I would like to ask Mr. Guy Hoffman from States and Affiliates if the action that this body took on the DC issue would require a name change for one of the applicants.
And Delegate Hoffman, please identify yourself.
Guy Hoffman, Wisconsin. I'm not on States and Affiliates anymore, but I am co-chair of bylaws. And the problem is Article 8, Section 3. Affiliates may choose how they are named with the exception that the name of the forum, State Name Chess Association, State Name Chess Federation, is restricted only to designated state chapter for that particular state. This would seem to mean that the DC State Chess Federation is going to have to drop the first 3 names of their first 3 names in that title. They cannot be DC State because they are not the state chapter.
So that's an issue for any affiliate, and that certainly is something then that that particular affiliate to be able to maintain their affiliate status is going to have to address.
Moving to ADM 2407. Thank you for the clarification of that, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
ADM 2407, the delegates have reviewed the financial information about expenditures and status of funds in the Professional Players Health Benefit Fund and approved the report on those items, a report which is required by Delegate Motion 1151.
Is there a second for that motion? Second. The motion has been made and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of ADM 2407 will raise your credentials. Opposed, motion passes. At this time, I want to ask unanimous consent from the body to move a report ahead of the ADM 2408, which is the approval of the US chess budget. I would like to ask unanimous consent for the report of the Vice President of Finance, Chuck Unruh, to be moved in front of ADM 2408. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we will now move to the report by Vice President of Finance, Chuck Unruh.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Please speak at the microphone.
Chuck Unruh of Oklahoma. I've been your VP of Finance for several years. And yesterday, Friday, we had a meeting. We had the finance meeting from 1 to 3. I appreciate everyone that attended. The news is somewhat a little different than we're used to, but we'll start with the good part. The good part is the audit. The audit, unlike past years, the audit is a final copy. It is complete. It is not a draft. So I want to thank Alan Priest, driving at night at 11 o'clock, getting approvals that allowed us to get this audit information. and our executive director pushed hard. And we'll be talking about all these things that have to come together in the audit. But we just barely make it in time. Why? Because of the complexity of our financials. We have grown in complexity. We'll talk a little more about that. But right now in front of you, you have the audit information. Everyone should have a copy that's a delegate. It looks to me, and we're going to have a chart, and that's not the one, I like my chart first, please. Let's get some good news in here. Whoops. There it is. Wow, what an organization. 2014, we barely are on the charts there with net worth. $33,000, I believe, was the net worth. Today, our net worth is $5.3 million from this audited. You can see that on page 4 at the bottom where it says net assets year end. So we're going to talk a little bit about this in the sense, not as accountants, but what I think is important for this for the delegates to know. This is a wonderful chart. We've had great sponsors, cost controls as we went through, as we expanded our mission, donations, endowments. Unbelievable, the generosity of the membership. And I want to thank them for that. I mean, this is a chart I would have never thought. When we started, when I got on the board back in 2013, we were borrowing money over the summer. $200,000 would max out our credit line. Today, that's not the case. But we do have to talk about something that's important about this net worth. And that is, we have 3 funds. We have the Life Member Asset Fund, which takes care of expense reimbursements far into the future. I'm going to put a number on you here. It's worth $1,700,000 today. Then we have a fund called the RF Fund. That's the reserve fund, and we're going to talk a little bit about that in the sense that the reserve fund has a rainy day fund of $1,127,000. That's an important fund to us because it's in operations. The last fund we're going to talk about is the endowment. The endowment fund is for all future endowments of programs and events. A typical endowment would be the invitationals that just occurred. Those are endowed. So we use a portion of those funds every year, and a portion of those funds ensure that this invitational, whether it's the Denker or another, goes on long after I'm gone. Long after we're probably all gone. We want it to be there. And the Denker was just endowed, for those that haven't heard. The Barber family has stepped forward and endowed the Denker. Most of our invitationals now, but yeah, round of applause for Dwayne and Sue. Yeah. And this has been so important. This has been a big change. We changed the way we do business from 2016 after the IRS finally gave us final approval to be what we call a social benefit corporation, a 501c3. So along with that comes an obligation. When I talk about endowments, that's restricted. And we're going to talk about why. Because we now have operations and we have money on the side, making money for the future. And we have this big pool over here called Life Member Assets. That's for our life members. And that has done exceptionally well. In 2016, the Life Member Assets 500,000 plus the building that was in Crossville. This morning, 1,700,000. We've not only grown the original 500,000 that was in our portfolio, but the building added another 700,000. So the numbers have been excellent. The Life Member Asset Trust is 11 trustees, and later we'll be asking the delegates to approve the trustees that are currently on the board. So why am I talking about restricted money? Because of my next little composite chart of what you have here. Let's see, the one you had up first, Dan. Oh, there we go. So last year, operations, according to all these pages that seem quite confusing, but kind of parsed it out, provides us with $1 million. Well, donations provide $1,037,000. You can see the number there. Donations were, according, again, to our audit, over $1 million. Our investment portfolio provided $389,000 of income last year. And our programs, and this is what I talk about, programs. If we're going to do programs in our expanded mission, they're going to count against us. So we added it in as $203,000. That means our events during the year lost $159,896. Why do I say that? Because I know in the budget, when I look at all the other things, they were pretty much within budget. We had a very, and this is the downside, we had a very difficult event year. But it's not critical. It's one data point. What is going on? I think we all know what's going on out there. Food costs a lot more. Gasoline costs a lot more. Travel costs a lot more. You know, most of you are here on your own nickel. You know what the costs are. And we see our hotel expenses going up. So the rise is about 20% in the last 3 years. You know, some will claim on political ads 17.9 or whatever, but it's somewhere around 20%, and it's uneven. It's uneven, but a lot of these areas do directly impact US Chess. So we're lagging behind in operations, but roughly about 200,000. But it sounds really good when I tell you that we have a 935,000 surplus for the year. But know that surplus is mostly restricted money. You can find that on page 4, that $566,000 that came in the door was restricted this year. Now, there's also some good news that we didn't have several years ago. Donations. Wow, I am really impressed that every year we get between $350,000 and $400,000 worth of donations in the last few years. That is, thank you out there. We're talking about $25,000 or $25 here, $50 there, $100, sometimes $1,000. But we have a lot of small donations, and we sure appreciate every one of them. They add up. That was not in our income statement in the past. But we can't live off of donations and investments and operations, because many of those investments go back into our long-term funds. How much is the endowment fund? This morning it's $2,490,000, half of our net worth. So on this, we see a number out to the side that's 15. It's going to be 15.87%. What I do in the past when I look at the tournaments, I look at tournaments as outreach. And I look at our tournament revenue versus our tournament expense, and I say, hey, I want it to be within 5%. We slipped That's why I say we had a poor event season, but it's one data point. This organization in the last 15 years has become to rely, when we look at our events, has come to rely on our scholastics doing really well. I wouldn't do that in the future. I think that it's an outreach. We've been very, very fortunate that the scholastic community usually produces a positive bottom line. In fact, their bottom line this year is positive. It's just not as positive as normal. But to rely on that community to carry all of our events just doesn't strike me as something we want to do in the future. That we can just be thankful in the past that that happened. So we really need to correct this number. We need to start thinking structurally how we're going to correct in this mission going forward. And later on, you'll see that we'll talk about a dues increase, where our dues increase is to keep up with inflation. We have to understand that costs are going up and react to it if we're going to continue our events mission. Now, can we improve efficiencies? Are there expense cuts? Well, we're doing a few of those too, and we're looking at things. Wow, how did we get that, Dan? I don't think I can address that. So it's been a tough year for events. Next year, we're going to attempt to go back to our 2 to 5% difference in income versus expenses, but no guarantees. I mean, I can't guarantee what's going to happen in the economy if we're still going to have increased inflation. So the audit, good news. We got to work a little bit on our operations, and we're doing that. I have something that was audit, right? What else do you? Let's look at the ETF. Let's give them some more good news here. Wow, here's a chart. We have investment committees, and this is that endowment fund trust I was talking about. The middle orange line is the gain. The top line are the dividends. We really have a good team of trustees over there at the EFT, and you notice the dividends are increasing every month. So what about the green line? The green line is about the interest rates going up. We're all familiar what happened. We were at Federal Reserve 0.5 and they went to 5.25. That was the greatest percentage rise in history. And the green line says tells us how the underlying assets reacted to the interest rates going up. We are now, with the Federal Reserve not hiking, not decreasing interest rates, neutral on our assets, well, we get to keep all that cash that we've made over the years. So how much cash is that? Well, it's $213,000. So we're doing well. I don't want to give the idea that US Chess has issues in their investments or in their endowments. We're working on operations. We're working on the idea that costs have gone up and that we have to react accordingly to stay ahead of it. We had this problem in 1999. If you go back and look at the audited statements in 1999, you'll see that books and equipment were carrying the entire weight, it seemed. $3.6 million in sales was reported. Membership dues were about 1.6. We don't want that. We want to have a balanced income statement. Membership, donations, investments. And that's where I am in the audit. But now I'd like to turn to our budget because that's going to be very important going forward. And I see that no one fell asleep reading the budget because there's a large negative on the bottom. And we'll talk about our business here. It's probably the top one. Let's see what that is. No, that's the fine. I can talk to the budget without notes. I kind of live and breathe this stuff, so. So, what has changed? You got a budget for me? Wow, I'm gonna have to put on my glasses. We really conserved trees, didn't we? This is where I can read it, it takes 7 pages. So, I'm going to try to make this shorter than normal. I have graphs and charts showing that we had the post-COVID bump of 3,100,000 for our membership revenue. But if we look at pre-COVID and where we are today and where we were the year closing, it's about 2.6. So we increased it 3%, now we're about 2.7 million. That's the amount that we believe we're going to collect in membership in the coming year. That's very important. That's a high margin item. A high margin item means that this is where USCF generates real income. And some things on here, like the royalty at 120,000, that is a high margin. That's a royalty. Very few expenses, mostly income. So membership and royalty are really 2 areas that are wonderful areas for us for income. And as we go down, the income side of it does not include any increases in membership dues. This is what we expect without the increasing membership dues. So the income side was pretty easy this year, except unrestricted donations of 400,000. Don't know if we'll get those. You never know on donations. But it's been consistent. That's what I was talking about earlier. So we put it in the budget. What about the 55,000 on there from Life members? Well, the Life Member Asset Trust is doing really, really well. And as it grows, hopefully that number will grow. But every year, the Life members reimburse for those members. They reimburse expenses to operations for those members that elect a hard copy of the magazine. And we're charged per member only the printing and mailing. Well, mailing costs are going up a little bit, so maybe we can get that up to 65 or 70,000. But it's a huge plus. For years coming out of 1999, we were unable to contribute to that, but the Life Member Asset Trust is now contributing. How much did they make last year? Well, they had $90,000 in just cash last year. Well, why didn't they give us $90,000? Because they're pretty old guys. The average age is 69 now in the Life members. Well, there's also some news. The news is we have some younger members now that are in their 30s and 20s that are joining, and it's a great deal at $1,500. So this is good news. We have to reserve a little bit so we can keep growing and keep servicing the future, and at the same time pay a fair share of what we can on the reimbursement of the services we receive. So Life membership, probably less than 100 per year is what we're expecting. But this is coming directly from the Life membership into operational. This is not what they're making in their portfolio of 1.7 million. They're making more money than that. But each year they try to increase the flow going back to operational for reimbursement of expenses. As we go on down through the budget, income, we get to Oh, those are our expenses. We're on expenses, but somewhere in there, there'll be events and what we expect to earn from our events. That's what I want to talk about, is the risk. We run a risk. We are self-insured. What is our risk? 2 or 3 years out, we sign contracts with hotels. Whether or not we have 10 people show up or 10,000. Well, 10,000 might be a little difficult, but we're on the hook for a certain amount of what we call attrition, rooms. The risk in our business primarily is on the other side. How many will show up to play in our tournaments? If you're an organizer, you run that risk all the time. But it caught us. It caught us this year. We were helping, first time, do a Pan Am tournament, and this is the worst case I'm going to give you, is that we were helping, said, wow, we need to have a Pan Am tournament here. This is a FIDE tournament. We don't do that very often. And we, the board, voted to hold this tournament. Participation was only 50% of forecast. The first report I had said we lost $1 million. Well, remember I told you about that reserve fund had being 1.127? Well, I was in shock. It took me a little while, probably dropped my phone or something, who knows. But since that time, we've worked our way down where we have a significant loss, and that's on the bottom of the budget of $700,000. Now there's some good news, and the good news, I'm going to let Renee tell you.
The bottom line number for our operations deficit was based upon estimated bills that we had received from Rosen Shingle Creek, where we held the Pan Am Youth. And the estimated bills that they had been sending to us were looking a little higher, which is what contributed to the deficit number that you're seeing. But hours before the finance meeting yesterday, we received the final bill that's still being reviewed by Boyd. But in that final bill, it came in $200,000 less than what we had anticipated. So the bottom line that you're seeing in the printed budgets that we're submitting to you was a worst case scenario based upon the estimated bill that we thought we were going to receive. It should look a little bit better and be in the $500,000 range.
And can I interject one thing also?
Sure.
I've had conversations I sent a letter on behalf of US Chess to Mr. Rosen, who's been a very strong supporter of chess, scholastic chess, and our organization. And I got a response from his national sales manager that once all the bills were settled, they were willing to have a discussion with us about reducing the cost for US Chess. So I'm hopeful that we will have a further reduction. I don't know how much that is. We will now have those conversations with them, but that's something that I have been pursuing as well.
This is like being told after I got hit by a sledgehammer that it feels good after it stops. It is significant. I apologize that we lost that type of money on one event. I hope we learned quite a bit from this. And I talked about we take this risk all the time. Well, yes, we do, but most of the time we know what we're on the hook for, and it's going to be a couple $100,000, which can easily, remember that fund I talked about, the rainy day fund? Easily we can write the check, and we will write the check on this one. We liquidated the rainy day fund to cash before the market fell. We were fortunate. So we have every bit of the $1,127,000 to work with. So this will be a bump in the road. It's a serious bump, but it's in the budget. Now we say, well, what cuts are we making? What are we doing? We're doing a few things here and there, but we have a greater mission. We still have our programs. We still safe play. We had to put $100,000 extra in the budget for legal fees. All the challenges in that, we have to have legal support. So all that's in there. We say, well, is there any room? Are we going to start losing like Dan because we're not going to increase payroll? No, that's even in there. Now, I will say that last year, we budgeted $2 million roughly for payroll, cost controls, austerity, and Renee will speak to this later. We came in at $1,785,000. We were under budget. That's why we can identify our weak points last year, which were in our events. We hadn't had an increase in a long time, but we may have to have an increase on the revenue side to continue the mission at this level. So I asked the delegates to approve ADM 2408 with an amendment. We're going to improve for just this year. It says 24 to 26, but we're doing 24-25.
Point of inquiry.
Yes.
State your point.
Vaughn Bennett, Illinois. In 2015, the US Chess Federation incorporated in the District of Columbia as a foreign corporation, and I thank you very much for your wonderful presentation and the documents that have been presented to us today. But I'd like to know what category that the financial expenses in the District of Columbia that the US Chess Federation is incurring on a biannual basis is featured in the documents that you have presented, because they have the incorporation, the foreign incorporation in the District of Columbia has been recently updated to include the name of the new executive director. So would it be possible to find out what the amount of money is that's being spent and what is being put towards that in the District of Columbia? In addition, I wanted to find out about the forecasted expenses due to the West Bend Insurance Company lawsuit against the USCF. What amount is projected to be expended?
Alan, you had a comment.
Alan Priest, Kentucky, having had your position prior, at the time that we became a 501c3, let me address state registration for US Chess. It is a requirement in most jurisdictions, if not all of them in the United States, for a national 501c3 organization to register with each state in order to do fundraising in that state. And fundraising which is done online, if it addresses residents of a particular state or any state in general, generally requires this sort of registration. So the registration that was done in 2015 was done when I was the VP Finance. It was done by Deborah Robinson at my direction. It was continued each year, and it is to facilitate the fundraising activities of the organization. We are in fact registered in all 51, 52 jurisdictions that require that in the state, in the United States.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you. His second question was about West Bend. It's undetermined how much that we'll need in that lawsuit. We've put aside a significant amount in 6 figures, and that's in the budget. Currently, we are defended.
And I guess we're in Q&A right now. So Caleb, did you have something you wanted to ask? Identify yourself.
Thank you. Okay. So first,
name and state.
Caleb Brown, Texas. First, I just want to briefly say, report's great. Glad to hear all that. But I have 2 questions, both kind of related to membership dues. So first, so you were saying that we're assuming, I guess, membership dues we're assuming no increase in the membership on this budget. No increase in membership dues. So what I'm wondering is how many members we're assuming we're going to have on average for the year. And then the second question is, I know you've been saying we'll need to raise membership dues. So I'm wondering, how high can US Chess raise that before, the total revenues start falling? And how high do you think it should increase?
Now that's sheer speculation, but I will tell you that this body approves the budget. If I come in here with a budget that's got an increase in it for January 1 that's outrageous, this body's going to vote it down. I would expect them to. What we're really going to attempt to do is keep up with CPI or PCE, all those common indexes, and we'll still lag a little bit. But if we don't keep up, we can't do the mission. This mission has safe play in it. This mission has programs now that we didn't have from 2017. It may look like our governance is the same, but our mission has expanded. And as far as, is it in this budget? No, there are no increases in this budget.
So back mic, but we could all just be at one mic if we're all asking questions, because it's kind of hard to see what order we're in. But Delegate Manella, do you want to identify yourself?
Yes, this is Delegate Manella from Southern California. First, I would like to congratulate Chuck and the Finance Committee for the excellent job they do. I know it sounds boring to a lot of the people here. I know a little bit about this stuff. And believe me, it's important. It's probably the most important thing we're going to do here today, because without money, US Chess goes away. And we weren't always in such great shape. I've been around long enough that I can tell you there was a time when we were teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, had to borrow money to meet payroll. Wasn't a good spot to be in. That's no longer true, and I think Chuck has a lot to do with that, as does the rest of the Finance Committee. I do have one question. On the first chart that you showed, you had, I think it was 389,000 as investments, but you had it in parentheses, which generally indicates a loss. But you said it was a gain. So is it a gain or a loss?
Oh, on my little chart, what was going on is I was taking away those sources of income from the operational results to show that we had a issue in events. It's actually a $389,000 gain.
Okay, because it would have been hard to lose money on investments over the last 12 months.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
So congratulations, and thank you for the job that you've been doing and will continue to do.
Appreciate it.
Front microphone.
Harold Stenzel, New York.
Yes,
I have a question about the rating fee expected income. Based on charts I've seen, it looks like 50% of our directors have not passed safe play. So I'm thinking that we might have a decrease in rating fees if there's only half as many directors out there running tournaments. Has that been accounted for in your estimates for the upcoming year?
Risking the policy change that you're referring to, it could mean membership revenues go down. Number of members go down if we have fewer tournaments. 99% of all Scholastic memberships, as an example, are used to go into tournaments. We don't have the TDs, we don't have the tournaments. But I think we'll hear other news on that program that's fairly encouraging.
The next back microphone.
Christina Schweiss from Virginia. I wanted to draw attention to the print magazine. When you discussed it briefly, you kind of suggested that it was money in, money out. So I want to make sure my eyes aren't deceiving me here. It says that we're bringing in $183,000 for member subscriptions. You're currently charging $1 an issue, basically. And the only two expenses that specifically apply to print are the printing and mailing, which together is $174,000 and $191,000, which by my math is a $181,000 loss on the print magazine. So was there discussion about raising the subscription rate, because you're losing you should be charging double to even cover your expenses for the print magazine.
Wow, I never looked at it that way. It's been, the magazine originally, when I started in Dinosaur Age, 1965, membership was $10, included the magazine. We just recently put the hard copy outside. That has been part of being a member, is that we produce a magazine. And that's been something we've done not for a decade, but for 50 or 60 years. If we were looking at actual revenue, it would be different. You know, how much revenue are we going to try to bring in from our magazine? But that's not the way the organization was set up. It was set up that it was included in membership dues. Now, the hard copy we put outside meant that if you wanted a hard copy of our magazine, it would cost $1 an issue or something, or whatever the postage and the printing was. Okay.
Next.
Sunil Virumantri, New York. I want to endorse what Jim Manella said about you, Chuck. You know, thank you very much for everything you do. I have one particular question. So we know we are going to have expenses this year related to lawsuits, and you did mention that some money had been put aside. Could you be a little bit more specific and tell the delegates how much that is? I'm sorry I wasn't at the workshop the whole time, so you may have addressed this, but exactly how much have you put aside and where can we see it?
I'm going to refer this to our executive director.
In answer to your question and a previous question regarding our legal fees, when you look at our budget from last year, we had budgeted and you approved $90,000 for legal fees last year, and that was about a $20,000 increase from the previous year. This year, I have added $100,000 in legal fees. That's what you're going to see, where you're going to see what we set aside. Chuck did mention in answer to an earlier question that currently our insurance company has assigned counsel, and they are defending us. And so at this point, we're not able to assess any risk to the organization, and you will see a comment to that effect in the audited financial statements in the footnote.
Okay, so it's premature at this point to put any more money in, is it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker.
Caleb Brown, Texas. So I was just wondering about, like, I know we have, amounts for national events, revenues, and expenses. So I was wondering how much of that is for events we bid out, and essentially, I guess, how profitable those are, and just as amount we're getting from that.
Caleb, this is a great question. Boyd Reed will be here later, our director of events, and he'll be able to answer that.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. And I would like to second what James Mill was saying about, thanking you. I definitely agree with that. It's definitely well fitting.
It's been seconded, and we've all voted in favor of it. Okay, next, Maureen.
Maureen Gramont, South Carolina. Just a maybe point of information on the because this goes out 2 years. Is it possible? I know in the past, I believe they had a pro forma budget out to 3 years in the past for the delegate. I don't know if they did, but they have never? Okay.
No, it's always been 2 years.
Okay. Just curious, if they would go out 3 years, the rationale for that is because of the cycle of a number of things that are happening, taking place between the next 2, possibly 3 years. Thank you.
I am going to have Alan address this because he was the author of the idea of going to 2 years.
Yeah, historically, the organization produced a one-year budget. Back when I was the VP Finance, we recognized that with the Olympiad cycle being on a 2-year cycle, and with the Olympiad and the related FIDE events during that cycle being significant expenditures for the organization, that we brought it to the delegates, and they stipulated that the organization would produce a 2-year budget. We just started doing it. It's really what we did. I don't think we even had the delegates do it. But the idea is to just be able to project. Obviously, the second year is a little fuzzy, and it's to get the delegates have an idea of where the management thinks the organization is going, particularly because you're going to see one year that's almost always going to be a loss, right? Because of the Olympiad during that year, and we got to make enough up in the opposite year to cover the loss in that year. So it's really it's sort of interestingly, just as an aside, I'm in the audit committee for FIDE as well, and I got FIDE to adopt a 2-year budget for the same reason, because they have exactly the same problem with exactly the same event cost. So, but that's why it's never been 3, but it used to be 1. Now we do have the 2. Although I agree with you to change the motion to only approve the 24-25, because 25-26 is really just informational.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alan.
Did you ask unanimous consent to just change it to?
Yes.
Okay, and it was so ordered, right?
It's so ordered.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, unanimous consent. I mean, we've always done 1 year. It was a mistake to put that ADM
Danny?
with 26.
Danny Road, New York, called a question on the motion.
Question's been called. Is there an objection? Hearing none, we will go to a vote on the motion to approve the budget. Those who are in favor will raise their credentials. As amended. Thank you. Those opposed, the motion passes. We're going to now take a break for lunch. It's about 12:10, and I would like us to come back at 1:10. And please be prompt. Although if you don't want to hear me speak, you can take as long a lunch as you want.
We do too, Randy.
Thanks for your vote of confidence, Alan. So first of all, I want to thank everybody that's here, because you all are almost entirely volunteers. You're giving up your time and committing significant financial resources to come and do the business of US Chess, and it's really important. And I appreciate every one of you. And I see a lot of people here that have been doing this for many years, some for a lot longer than I have. And that's pretty impressive as well. And then I also see some new people, and I think that's great, because we need to continue to expand the reach of our governance and the organization as a whole. Last night I had the privilege of being the MC for the awards dinner, and I was struck by the comments from so many of the recipients who had provided written remarks that I read. And they touched on, I think, what makes this such a unique and important organization. They often touched on the concept of volunteering, of parents and teachers who saw a need for their kid or their students or just other kids to have an opportunity to participate in chess. And so they took it upon themselves to do that. And then we heard also from a number of the recipients of what chess had meant to them in their life, how it had improved their overall outlook on life, how it had given them something where they had confidence, where they had learned from their experience, and that also heard from people older in life, like myself, who chess still was something that kept them enthused and that they enjoyed and was a recreation that they could really enjoy for the entirety of their lifetime. So I felt really good about the activity last night after sitting through that and hearing the collective stories. And I think we all need to be aware of that and recognize that chess is an important activity and that it can really mean something and be beneficial to so many different kinds of people. So I started on the executive board in 2004, basically 2 decades ago, and I've been on it most of the time since then. I will be leaving next year, I promise you. I will not be returning to the executive board. But I think it's important for us also, and Jim and Elle actually started some of the discussion that I want to share with you all, to realize the progress that has been made in this organization in the last couple of decades. Because when I first joined the organization, the executive board, on a special election, this organization in 2004 almost ceased to be a going concern. we were literally steps away from what would have been bankruptcy. And there were strong leaders, and Beatrice deserves a lot of credit because she stepped up and made some really hard decisions, and she rightly deserves a great deal of credit for that. And that got us through some difficult times, and some other things happened that were helpful. We did move our headquarters to Crossville, and Crossville was a great place for us to be for a number of years. And it allowed us then also to liquidate a building that no longer suited our purposes because we had gotten out of the books and equipment business, and moved to a lower cost area of the country. So those things allowed us to keep going for a period of time. But we still, and I think that Chuck touched on this, we still had distress in terms of our organization's finances. And literally every year, we were concerned whether or not we would run out of our line of credit before the summer months were over, because as many of you know, a lot of our members are Scholastic members. Some of them age out and they no longer have a membership, and we're waiting for that next group to either to renew their membership or to be new members in the fall once school starts. So it was really important for us as an organization to get out from behind that 8 ball. And there were a number of steps that have been taken, and this was a series of events that occurred over years. The delegates helped a great deal. One of the key changes that has been made has been our move to being a charitable organization as a 501c3, as opposed to our prior organizational structure as a 501c4. That meant that we had the opportunity, and Chuck touched on the fact that we do have significant donors and significant benefactors, where now contributions to US Chess may be a tax benefit to them. And we certainly have used that to our benefit, and also then it benefits our benefactors as well. But it goes broader than just the tax implications, and that is that as a 501c3 organization, we have a charitable mission. And it's our responsibility to reach out to the community around us and to grow chess. And that is something that I think the executive board has embraced since the time that we became a 501c3. And I have to admit, I didn't really understand some of the conceptualization of that and how it could change our organization, which I think for the better. And we were fortunate in that same time periods that we hired an executive director with a lot of experience in nonprofit and charitable organizations. And Carol Meyer helped us to figure out where we needed to go to advance our mission and achieve our vision. I think it's important for us to look at that US Chess mission to empower people, to enrich lives, enhance communities through chess. And a lot of people think in the past, say, decade or so, that the executive board, everything they do is like a unanimous vote or like one vote against. And it's because we as a group have focused on that. We look at issues, we look at the budget, we look at policies and programs through the lens of our mission. So it's about empowering, and it's about enriching, and it's about enhancing. And that's what I'm pleased to know that our organization has made those kinds of steps. At the same time, we've put in place a number of financial changes, and Chuck talked about the reserve funds, and they really are important. They are what have allowed us to sustain ourselves even when we may have ebbs and flows. And those ebbs and flows come from a variety of circumstances. Talked about the risk that's associated with tournaments, but COVID was a huge risk for this organization. And we were in a situation where our membership drops precipitously during COVID. And then at other times, that may have been a concern that would have required us to reduce program, reduce employees, or other ways make cuts that aren't necessarily in the best interest of the organization or the population that we serve. And we didn't have to do those things, partially because of that kind of financial stability. And I think it's also important to realize that it creates stability for our employees as well, because our employees shouldered a lot of the burden for the financial distress that we were in, say, 10 years ago. They had to, we had furloughs, for example, of employees. They had very little in terms of growth in their benefits and pay. And I think it's a real testament to so many of them that they stuck it out with the organization. And I think they deserve a lot of the credit for the progress that's been made as well. So, we've made this slow and steady sorts of progress. And one of the other things that as an organization we have done is we are now engaged in continuous strategic planning. So the organization, besides having a mission that I believe in and I think that people can buy into and that serves us well in terms of going out to the public and in marketing what we have, is we also have 5 strategic goals. And within those goals, we then establish strategies and objectives that allow us to determine what is the course of action that we're taking, both in the short term and in the long term. We're currently engaged in an update of that strategic plan, and I'm hopeful that some of you have been asked to participate in sessions related to the strategic plan, and there will be some more. And I would encourage you all to participate as much as you possibly can. So we've also, part of it's because of our 501c3 status, but we have secured significant benefactors for national events, and we've recognized some of them last night in the awards as it relates to Koltanowski and medals. And they have been also a very big part of allowing us to lay a financial foundation that allows us to plan for the future, to maintain events that are important for the people that we are working to serve with our mission. So the delegates also made one other change that I think is significant, and that's that they recognize that they only meet once a year for a day and a half, and that 150 collective volunteers are not able to handle the day-to-day operations and the specific kinds of programs and policies that are necessary to maintain and sustain a national 501c3 organization. So the executive board was made the board of directors. I think that was also a very good move. As an executive board, sometimes I hear from people that they believe that the executive board is overreaching. I can assure you there is very little, there's little real power in being on the executive board. We work for the organization through its mission. And that's what we seek to do. And if there are times when we suggest that the executive board is the appropriate place to best advance policies and procedures that will serve our mission, I think we believe that honestly. I mean, I'm leaving the board in a year. I'll then be a delegate. I'm really confident and comfortable with the people that we have been electing and that they will do a good job. We also had a governance task force that was important in the changes that have been made in the organization. And one of the things that was put in place was a nominating committee. And I'm really pleased with the work that the nominating committee has done to find candidates, to vet candidates. And I truly think that some of the recommendations that came out of some of the members of the governance task force, and I will admit I was one of those members, were to give the nominating committee even more ability to vet candidates and to make recommendations. And I still think that is something that would serve the organization well. What this is all about is continuous quality improvement. And the organization is not perfect. And we will make mistakes. We will have instances where we make a decision related to tournaments that don't work out the way we want to. And we all heard about one of those today. The good news is that's why you have reserve funds. And that's what the charge will be for the executive, the executive board, is to refill those reserve funds and probably be a little bit more conservative on some of those decisions that we make until those reserve funds are at a level of replenishment where we feel comfortable that we won't find ourselves in financial distress if there's some major instances that occur. So the next thing really is, how do you keep advancing the organization? And one of the ways is through IT upgrades. Yeah, I think Renee will probably speak a little bit about that, but we understand the importance of providing service to our members, and ratings server is one of the more important areas that people are interested in. And we're making substantial progress in that area and make a significant financial commitment to improving our infrastructure, and that's what high-performing organizations do. So I want to talk a little bit about safe play, because one of the things that I think we also have to recognize is, besides our mission, we have a chess vision. I want to read that to you, and it's that chess is recognized as an essential tool that promotes inclusiveness and benefits education, rehabilitation, recreation, and friendly competition. That's what we aspire to be as an organization, and I think safe play is an extension of that vision. the concept of inclusiveness is really important. I took the safe play training, even though I'm not a tournament director and I haven't really played in tournaments much. But I learned things from that training related to awareness of issues related to inclusiveness and issues related to bullying and other conduct that we as members of the community have to be able to identify and address. And while I know that the safe play training is not specific as at this point in time to chess, it is training that Congress, through its Center for Safe Sport, expected organizations, Olympic organizations as a starter, but other organizations, to use that training to create awareness and to improve the opportunities for safety within their activities. Voltaire says, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think the training that we have right now is good. I think it can be improved. I think we will improve it over time. But we aren't going to improve it by taking it away or suggesting that it's not important for a share of our members, so we shouldn't require it for all. And that's where we are right now. And I think it's important that we consider what the training is meant to do, and that is to create a safe environment for players and to increase awareness around that. That's an area where we as an organization still need to work. We have had now, because of our safe play program, we've had a number of complaints related to safe play violations, and some of them that come before the executive board are really concerning. So I want you all to think about what it is we reflect as an organization when we engage in safe play regulations and training. I think it's also important to remember that safe play regulations started in 2019. This is not a new initiative. Quite frankly, in 2020, we would have had a discussion about the training that was going to come about for the organization. But 2020 was the COVID year and we did not have an annual meeting. So this is not something that has just been foisted upon the members or tournament directors and organizers in just the last year or so. This is something that has been in progress for 5 years now, and I really do believe that it needs to continue. One of the other things that I think is important is just to think about our organization as we move forward in terms of our bylaws. And there is a bylaws task force right now. I'm actually the chair of it. And I confess that we have not accomplished as much this year as I had hoped, mostly because of my own being tied up with other stuff related to being president. I'm not going to be president again in a few hours. And I intend to bring that bylaws committee back and get it working. The intent always was that it was going to be a 2-year process. And that's going to look at how do we make sure that the bylaws fit with our organization, what needs to be in them, and relates to what are considered best practices for nonprofit organizations. Beyond that, then, we have to continue to work to develop standard operating procedures, policies and procedures that will go into a separate kind of guidance document and certainly will be something that the delegates will be asked to weigh in on. We have operated with the delegates, the DASI, delegates' actions of continuing interest for a long time, and without really any formal recognition of them. They're simply actions that prior delegates' meetings have adopted that some individuals who put them together deemed them important enough that we should keep them in mind. So I think we need to take a look at them, see what's in the bylaws right now that should be removed from them, and that's the work that we're doing. One of the things that will come up and had strong support in the bylaws committee was the concept of taking the dues out of the bylaws. It is unusual for a nonprofit organization to have membership dues in its bylaws, and that's something I hope we will address. But there's other things too that I think will improve the organization as a whole. So this year, membership growth was really strong last year, and it still is up compared to the prior year. It's up still about 10% over last year. There is still significant interest in the public in chess, so there's still those great opportunities. We have, at the same time, some challenges, financial challenges in particular. I do think that we have to be constantly aware of our cost structure and the revenue that's associated with it, and then a big chunk of that revenue is dues revenue. So that is also something that we are, as a board, are continuing to look at and make determinations as to whether or not there should be changes in those. So ultimately, though, I look back on 20 years and I can't believe where the organization is now compared to where it was then. It's a much more professionally run organization. It's much more focused on a mission and a vision. And it has programs that are making a big impact on people in our communities, which aligns with our mission and vision. And I'm hopeful that we continue to make that kind of progress and not go backward, and that when whoever the next president is next year, they'll be able to talk about continued accomplishments that are being made for US Chess. Thank you. Any questions? See none, we'll move on. Thank you. Don't applaud again.
US Chess members, it is an honor for me to address you as Executive Director. I want to thank you for reaching out to me in my first few months with encouraging words, offers of support, and even your prayers. My first introduction to this organization was attending the 2013 Super Nationals. I had no idea that chess was occurring on such a grand scale. It inspired me to come back home to Alabama, establish a nonprofit organization to support chess in my community, convince our superintendent and school board to fund chess education in our public school system, become a tournament director, and focus on growing the number of girls who play chess. That nonprofit organization was one of the first recipients of the Women's Program grants funded by the St. Louis Chess Club. National events like Super Nationals are a key method of outreach and programming for our organization. They are the inspiration for future organizers, coaches, tournament directors, and players to continue doing their part in growing chess in communities across the country. The standard our members have come to expect from national events presents challenges, as inflation and increased costs bring a new bottom line to the business of events. Without increased revenue, national events become harder to conduct. To help US Chess improve the bottom line for events, we will begin targeting sponsorships for upcoming events, exploring revenue generation through online events, and re-examining all of our past practices. We can't continue to make the same assumptions. We're learning some lessons from the past year, and we're going to improve. We are embarking on a new strategic plan to help us improve our organizational structure that minimizes risk and enhances opportunities for growth. Our organization, in order to grow, we must be inclusive. We need policies like Safe Play that protect our most vulnerable members, welcome new players, and expand the educational reach of our mission. We have a great opportunity to continue to grow chess in the United States, not for the sake of growth, but to empower people, enrich lives, and enhance communities through chess. US Chess continues to grow in the number of rated games played, setting a new milestone of over 1 million games rated in the past year. That is a new record. Rating games is a core function of our organization, and we are devoting significant resources to develop a new rating system and server that will be operational in 2025. We are also focusing on enhancing the member experience on our website by improving the user interface. Now, as I attended workshops leading up to the annual meeting, I noticed that there was a lot of interest in our Safe Play workshop. I want to thank you for all of the people who attended that. We were a little surprised at how many of you would have been interested in that, and so I apologize for the size of the room. But I am glad that you were interested and wanted to know more. Our safe play policy went into effect in January 2024, and the deadline for all tournament directors to be safe sport trained came in June. I want to commend our entire board of directors who took the core course training, even though they weren't all required to do so. That is a testament to their leadership. Now, this change has been hard for some. And there's a false argument being made in some of the forums to try to make you doubt that the executive board had the authority to adopt a safe play policy for this organization. While our articles of incorporation certainly designate this board of delegates as the authoritative body of the Federation, and you are going to be asked to consider reversing some portions of that safe play policy as the governing body. Our articles of incorporation and our bylaws also recognize the executive board as the administrative and managing body of US Chess that is vested with full power to conduct all business of US Chess. Not only does the executive board have the authority to pass a safe play policy, but in light of complaints of misconduct and abuse that threaten the safety of our members, this executive board was compelled and had the fiduciary obligation to act and not wait for the next annual meeting. US Chess also has showed its commitment to keeping chess a safe and welcoming environment by promoting Melinda Matthews to Safe Play Manager. We are investing resources to keep our players safe. We have found that 89% of all safe play complaints arise at the state or local level, and very few complaints originate from a national event. That shows that extending the application of the safe play policy to all US Chess rated events was the right thing to do. This is no time to retreat. Those who fail to move forward are destined to be left behind. Thank you for the part that each of you play in moving our organization forward. They reminded me that I need to ask if you have any questions. Sorry about that.
Name and state, please. It's coming
Thank you. Caleb Brown, oh, not too close. Caleb Brown, Texas. So I know we've been talking about like safe play training, and that's a good start. What I've been wondering about is like, I know we require background checks for staff at national events, but there's no such requirement for like just to be certified as a TD. So have you maybe been looking into that, and like, would that be something that might be something we want to consider going down the road, perhaps?
So you're correct that we do require background checks for those TDs that we employ. We certainly recommend that as a practice for all affiliates. I would also want to point out that in order to receive our women's program grant and conduct events under that grant, that is also recommended to have a background check.
Hold on. Oh. Well, sorry. That's good to know, but it doesn't entirely get to my question about the general concept of requiring, all tournament directors to be background checked to have, so for example, one thing that came to mind to me was like, I know in the safe play policy, if you're a registered sex offender, you cannot be present in a USS event. But how are we making sure that you're not having tournament directors going to direct events who are registered sex offenders? Because it might be prohibited, but I'm concerned about how we actually are making sure that bad people are not being involved at playing in an event, being tournament directors and possibly preying on vulnerable people. It's just, any thoughts on that?
So I think your point is well taken, that we certainly recommend, because we're leading by example. We're showing you what we do in the events that we run. But each individual affiliate has independence in terms of what they think they need to do in order to move forward. I think it is a best practice, and our Safe Play Advisory Group is working on a best practices guideline now, and so that may find its way in there. But currently, we are not discussing a requirement of background checks for all affiliates, if that's your question.
Back microphone.
Guy Hoffman, Wisconsin. What percentage of tournament directors have actually gone through the safe play thing?
We're currently at about 50% of tournament directors, but I should also point out that the largest percentage of our tournament directors are club tournament directors. And club level tournament directors just fill out a form to be able to have that certification and say that they've read the rules. A lot of the population of club tournament directors are not active and have not been active in the previous year.
So was the 50% you mentioned? Give him the
Yeah. Mike, the mic.
To follow up on Guy Hoffman's question, Mike Hoffpower, Virginia. So of the tournament directors that you mentioned at 50%, are all of those 50% who have not taken the training active, were they active directors?
They're not. So the vast majority of our tournament director population is at the club level. They're not active. Most of our active and most senior level directors have taken the course.
Back microphone.
Should I state my name or not?
Yes, you always have to state your...
Alexander Lemelski, Connecticut. Can you just state how many total safe play complaints you've had and what the number is for non-national events?
We have in the ballpark of low 20s in the number of complaints that have been sent in. So it's not a high number. And so if we do the math, that's how it came out to 89%. Most of the complaints came in from a state or local event.
Okay, but how many?
She said it's in the 20s.
It's a low 20s is the total number. So 89%.
Try to control yourself.
Front microphone.
Thank you. Earl Weichel from Colorado. Yes, ma'am. About how much has the amount of tournaments dropped since June, percentage-wise? Because I noticed in our statistics after looking through this that it looked roughly like June was about 50% off from what it was last year. And I don't, July was somewhat better, but it wasn't much more. I don't know nationally how much that this is per thing. What I think that could be done in this case is to have USCF provide the training costs for this, because this is what is the problem, I think, on many of this. And I know this would cost USCF more, but then the membership could be increased to offset that by $5.
Okay, so I've got one suggestion of a membership increase so that we can pay for everyone's safe sport training. I've heard that idea. I've heard that suggestion.
Can I also
Absolutely.
interject? So one of the things that we have worked to do as a board is align costs with benefits. So tournament directors have a cost now that they would have, they didn't previously have, $19 a year. It doesn't seem like a lot to me. It seems to me a better approach for a tournament director, if they're concerned about that $19, is to raise entry fees by 50 cents or whatever is necessary to cover their cost. The general membership, those who don't play in tournament, get no benefit from the safe play training for those directors at tournaments. So that is what we did with the magazine. We now, if you want the magazine, you pay for it. That's what we do with tournament entry, with ratings fees. It's not a general membership cost. It's a cost that's associated with a particular tournament. I think that's the best approach for an organization, is to align its costs with its benefits.
I understand your approach on that, but I think that in general that the membership does get benefit from this because they're getting tournaments run that people want to attend and go to.
Only if they're playing in them. And most of our players, most of our members do not play in US chess rated tournaments.
Okay. So in addition to that, so I, as a state affiliate, I was the president of the Colorado, I offered to recoup those tournament directors for that, as well as being the president of the Denver Chess Club, I offered that extension for them too to offset that. That was one way, but I really feel that USCF should endure some of the cost here because otherwise you're jeopardizing your income from having these tournament directors run events. Because I'm seeing a drop off. If you please answer that question, that's what I was wanting to know.
So there has been a drop. We haven't looked at it for a longer period of time to tell whether the trends are. Part of the test, I think, that's happening right now is people are submitting reports and seeing if we're going to stop it. And we're identifying those of you who are not Safe Sport trained, and you're getting messages from the office letting you know when you try to submit a report. And so we're kind of in a test period right now. I think we don't have enough months under our belt to really be able to say that there is a trend or that it's going to have a harmful impact. But I do want to thank you for paying for those training fees for your affiliate. That's what my affiliate does at home. And I've heard that from a lot of state affiliates and local affiliates. So thank you for doing that.
Back microphone. Not on.
Oh. Maureen Gramad, South Carolina. This is just a point of information. Is US Chess, are they planning on putting out some kind of a Survey Monkey form in the next 6 months to a year just to see, results of safe play? Are they planning on putting out some kind of questionnaire of some sort?
I have looked at the idea of a questionnaire. I understand that the executive director prior to Carol used that instrument, so I certainly would consider doing that.
Back microphone.
All right, there you go. Mike Shuey from Tennessee. Real quick question. Do you think that necessarily the low numbers would justify not doing safe play?
Absolutely not. What we're facing right now is a temporary situation as people adjust to the requirement. I think we have to protect our members. When you look at organized sport, we're behind. We have not caught up. And so when you see other organized sports adopting safe play, and you look at the percentage of kids who are members of US Chess, we should be doing everything we can to keep them safe. And a $19 fee is a pretty modest requirement.
See no further questions. Thank you, Executive Director. Next is the report of the Senior Director of Strategic Communications, Dan Lucas.
So my notes say good morning, everybody, but I can make that change on the fly. It's good to be speaking to you guys once again. I always like to start with what does the communications department encompass? Because not everybody fully understands everything that our department does. The print magazines, that's low-hanging fruit. People know about Chess Life and Chess Life Kids. It's also the editorial side of the website, also better known as Chess Life Online. It's our digital media, all the various social media platforms, and also YouTube videos. We also do podcasts, outreach to the mainstream media, and servicing our internal customers, such as other departments within US Chess, committees, and affiliates. While I'm the one that gets to come up here and share the glories of the communication department, I want to share with who is doing the actual hard work on a day-to-day basis in communications. And starting on the top row, we have John Hartman, our Chess Life and Chess Life Kids editor, Natasha Roberts, our art director, JJ Lang, our digital assistant. He's primarily responsible for any of the material you'll see on Chess Life Online, and he's our newly minted Chess Journalist of the Year. I should also add that John Hartman is a former Chess Journalist of the Year. These are real feathers in our cap to have such high-quality journalists working for us. Melinda Matthews is next, but I'll come back to her. Sorry, Melinda. On the bottom row, we have Rick Massimo, who is our brand new assistant editor, Nico Esleter, our graphics assistant, and Ron Burnett, our technical editor. What he does as technical editor is make sure we don't write 27 bishop d7 is a triple exclam move when really it just allows mate in 1. Coming back to Melinda, Melinda's had a number of hats in the communications department before she was promoted to Safe Play Manager. She was hired as our assistant editor. She became the second female Chess Life editor. She was also Chess Life Kids editor, and most recently she was managing editor, taking care of a lot of the thankless tasks that happen in our department that you probably have no idea about, like filling out postal reports and generating mailing lists and preparing the TLA files. So thank you very much for all your work in communications, Melinda. We're going to miss you as you move into Safe Play. It's another good year, solid year for our print magazines. This Chess Life cover was just awarded Best Cover by the Chess Journalists of America Awards this week. Chess Life Kids covers have been, continue to be engaging. Chess Life Kids is geared for ages 12 and under, and we stay squarely focused on that. Chess Life magazine is a very good mix of the old and new, servicing all the constituencies that US Chess handles. We have the old, but incredibly fresh, like Andy Soltis' Chess to Enjoy column. I challenge anybody to look at that column, any random column from the past year, and realize that that's over a 45-year span. But we're also bringing in new writers and young blood, such as Carissa Yip, who wrote our US Chess Championship and Women's Championship article this year. And doubling down on that, Grandmaster Abhi Mishra did annotations for us in that column, or feature rather. In Chess Life Online, invariably, our most popular posts are ones about our top players and international events. We had a little bit of an outlier this year, and for some reason, this was our #1 post over the past year. And I'm not quite sure what the reason was for it, but the international type articles I mentioned before were just behind it in the 4,000s. Last year, when I reported about social media stats, we were a double-digit increase in followers across the board. This year, it's only almost 3 that are double-digit, and X still continues to be probably just in terms of sheer impressions that we make on people, the most popular of our platforms. But as I'll talk in a second, Instagram also has the most direct interactions. And I think the reason that LinkedIn has been the biggest percent increase is we've been much more intentional about what we post there. So if we have a job post or something about development, that goes typically to LinkedIn and not elsewhere, and I think that's being reflected in these numbers. Our top X post this year, as well as our top Facebook post, was announcing the sad news of International Master Silman's death. On Instagram, our top the most reach we had was this Faces of US Chess article about Grandmaster John Fedorovich. And this is what I'm referring to. While it has a much smaller number of actual impressions and the reach across platforms, we have, for some reason, in Instagram, we get the most people that are actually clicking the like button. And so we have this direct interaction with people. On YouTube, which of course is a form of social media, our top post this year was John Hartman's article about Stockfish 16. But we also, when we have other types of stories that are worth doing video with, we do that as the opportunity arises. And one recent one was when we had the 4 female chiefs for the first time at a national event. We did a quick video. I'm going to just show you a 1-minute clip from this. it's not truly a Dan Lucas presentation to the delegates until the music starts.
Essentially, anything tournament related, rules related, or on the floor staff related, buck stops here. And together with the floor chief and the pairing chief, the three of us, along with the chess control manager, basically make all the decisions related to running the tournament smoothly.
So this video goes on another 8 minutes or so. If you're interested, please go to our YouTube channel and take a look at it, and make sure and like and subscribe. That you have to, let's see. Servicing our internal customers includes items such as the print edition and the Kindle version of the rule book. Usually after this delegates meeting is done, we send Tim Just, the editor of the rule book, the update file for rules that change, and then he and I make a decision about whether it's worth actually updating the print edition of the book, or do we just simply update the free rules? But in this past year, we did make a new print edition. If you have a copy of the blue cover book, you are outdated, and please go buy the yellow one. And that's sold exclusively at US Chess Sales. It is also available on the Kindle edition at Amazon.com. We worked with the events department to develop logos for their events, such as the Pan American Youth and the Super Nationals 8. And then as just an example of working with committees, the Women's Committee, when they do their girls' clubs, they send us they'll send us photos, they'll send us the text, and our art department will put together the collateral for them. We also do work for the membership department, the development department, the programs department. And finally, I want to talk about my time at US Chess. This is my 19th presentation to this body, and I've been very proud of my time here. But the time has come for me to move on. I am taking a job with a Metro Atlanta company called Kid Chess, and I'm very proud of the work I've done at US Chess over these almost 2 decades. Partly, as Randy talked about, over the last 2 decades, I feel like I've had a role in helping to professionalize our operations. I'm proud of the 12 years of work I did as Chess Life editor. I'm very grateful for the colleagues that I've worked with and the friends I've made here at US Chess. But I do feel like I am leaving the department and US Chess in good hands. One of the things I'm most proud of is that I feel like I've taken my little corner of this large federation and I've left it in a better place than I found it. This team is incredibly creative, talented, and energetic, and US Chess is going to be in good hands for many years to come. And the last thing I want to say is, you may know that just a few blocks away is the General Douglas MacArthur Memorial, and he's famous for using the quote from the old British ballad, military ballad about old soldiers never die, they just fade away. I'm going to modify that for my purposes here and say that old US Chess employees never die, they just fade off to smaller chess teaching companies. So thank you, everybody, and I'm happy to entertain any questions or comments. Thank you for that. I'm glad this is on video because otherwise my kids will never believe that happened.
Well, I have a simple question.
First of all, state your name and state.
I'll figure it out eventually. Caleb Brown, Texas.
Thank you.
Okay. I was just wondering, are we planning on adding the safe play policy to the next update of the rule book? It's like we have like the code of ethics in there. So
Yeah, I've heard no discussion on that. I don't know the answer.
okay, thank you.
Front speaker.
Thank you. Daniel Cerna, New Mexico. Mr. Lucas, thank you so much for all your hard work that you've done. On the social media side, just kind of question, when we get feedback through social media, do we have anyone monitoring any of those channels for replies and doing those things? I kind of looked and it doesn't really seem like that exists. But if people have comments or questions directly interact through those channels, how often do we reply? What's the average turnaround time on that?
Daily during the week. So JJ Lang, he primarily handles our social media, and he does monitor. And I'll say that John Hartman also pokes his head in there as well from time to time. We do answer direct messages that we receive on the various social channels.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next speaker.
Fun Fong, Georgia. On behalf of the Georgia Chess Association, we are so proud to see a Georgia boy that made good. And we're even more proud that he's coming back to Georgia. Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. And again, thank you, everyone. I do appreciate it.
See no further questions. We will move to next, which is presentation by the Director of Events. Appears that Boyd is on his way. Of course, he is actually involved with this event, so we understand that he has other things that he's doing. Okay, well, the next is committee reports. They're all available on the US Chess website. We are not doing any committee reports here. And the next item after that is election of delegate appointed committees. And there are 5 committees that are elected by the delegates, although the nominating committee is not the entirety of their membership. It is 6 of the 8 members. The other 2 are appointed by the executive board. I see Delegate Priest. Did you want to address this?
Well, the audit committee, of which I have served as the chair for the last year, the election of the delegate appointing committee is a little bit of an issue. The last year, we actually elected more members than is stated in the bylaws. So I would like to ask for, and we have a motion to correct that problem, I would like to ask for a suspension of the rules to bring forward from new business ADM 24-22. I don't think it's a controversial issue. It'll take just a moment to deal with it.
The motion has been made and seconded. This is a motion to suspend the rules first, right?
Yes.
So is there discussion on the motion to suspend the rules? Hearing none. All those in favor of suspending the rules, raise your credentials. All those opposed, the rules are suspended. We have Mr. Boyd Reed here.
Go ahead and do that,
Let's
and then
do
we'll
that.
deal with 24-22, and then we can do the audit committee appointments and the rest.
That'd be great. Boyd, you're up.
Good afternoon. So this is the report of the events department for 2024. This report will cover items from the delegates meeting last year up to present day. And the top story that I have for this year is usually my first slide with every presentation. So I took a little time several weeks ago and visited the Warhol Museum in Pittsburgh. And this quote got to me, and I decided I was going to use it as the basis for my presentation. They always say time changes things, but you actually have to change them yourself. We have a lot of things that need to be worked on, particularly in my department, and so I want to talk about some of that today. Part of the change is going to be the way that we present information this year. Normally, I would produce slides that have information about tournaments we've had the last year, attendance, chief TD, so forth, so on. But there's a lot of material to cover and not a lot of time in which to cover it. So I am providing those slides as a supplemental to this year's presentation. You may either copy the URL or you can scan the QR code and you will see the slides that I'm referring to in the text on the screen. And this QR code will also appear at the end of the presentation, so if you don't get it right now, don't worry about it. So this presentation is going to cover 5 major areas. It will cover what I see as challenges facing the events department, a brief review and postmortem on our national events, a discussion of the 2024 Pan American Youth, a discussion of our next 4 national events, and a 5th area that I call the elephant in the room, which we'll get to when we get to it. So the events department faces challenges in several areas. We have issues with size and costs of our national events, the number of customer interactions we have to process, the lack of departmental man hours, and the increased roles and responsibilities that fall into the various members of the department. We'll discuss each area, where the synergies are between them, and what the thoughts are to improve. But with this, as with everything else that is discussed in this presentation, when it comes to events, the buck stops here. So whatever happens in the events department, whether it's good, bad, or ugly, I take responsibility for. So first of all, size and cost. 2 of our 4 regular national events have set attendance records within the last 20 months. This is actually a slight error here. 2 of the 3 spring events in 2024 lost money. The middle school did not. The 2023 K-12 only made money because we had a very favorable contract that was offered to us by the Hyatt Regency Orlando. It was negotiated with Hyatt Regency Orlando. So how are both of these things possible, and why are they happening? The first point here is that hotels are pursuing transient inventory. And for those of you who don't negotiate hotel contracts regularly, this is a somewhat new thing on me this last year. Briefly, transient inventory is when a hotel holds rooms up close to the date of an event because they believe they have enough demand to sell the room at a very, very high rate. So take, for example, an event where we normally sell out, like, say, this year's US Open. If you go online and try to get a room online, you will find room rates in the neighborhood of $500 for this hotel this weekend because it's full. Transient inventory is something that has become a much bigger issue post-pandemic. Hotels, it used to be decisions were made largely by general managers or sales managers in concert with event organizers. It's now revenue departments largely making decisions. So if a hotel's revenue department determines that they can hold, say, 50 rooms and charge $500, $550 a night for the rooms, and your event has, say, a $179 a night room rate, their calculation is if we even sell 40% of the rooms, we make more revenue. Therefore, when we sell out, even when people cancel, they don't necessarily give us the rooms back if they fulfilled their contractual obligation. So when you guys call and ask, some of you have called and asked me, can I get a room? The hotel has rooms, but if they have reached a point where they believe the transient inventory kicks in, they're not going to give us the rooms back at the contracted rate because they forecast that they can sell them at a much higher rate. The second bullet point is that we aren't charging enough to support the events given the current increases in costs. And I think this is across the board, and I think organizers around the country, based on what I've been getting as feedback, are experiencing the same issue. From equipment rental to staff to transportation to travel reimbursements, everything has gone up. And the way we often do things at US Chess, at least in my experience, has been to delay raising costs as much as possible. As a consumer, I think that's the right thing to do. However, it's probably a really bad business decision. We need to start pricing events correctly to support the features and the service that the customers expect and deserve. We also need to reevaluate where we can put events. In particular, we've talked about the regional concept or anchor city concept, for national events. The elementary is proving extremely difficult. I have tried to find the spot for it west of the Mississippi, period. And the trouble is the time of year, especially the further out west you go, it's more of a seasonal issue. Hotels do not have any real reason to offer us particularly great deals because they can get all sorts of meetings and conventions and one-day situations where they can charge either premium rental rates for the space, premium hotel rates, or both. So they don't have to give us $169, $179 a night. And I'm still looking. We're hoping it takes one yes, no matter how many no's you get. So we're going to keep trying. But the anchor city concept is going to prove challenging with the elementary in particular. So customer service challenges. There are lots of examples inside of US Chess, but that first paragraph is actually something I can pull up my Outlook for, and the number is slightly higher because I've probably sent about 10 emails since I finished this slide. I have sent 41,480 emails in the last 366 days. Averages out to about 5 emails an hour, every day for the last year. Now, it also should be considered that that's not all of the events department email by a long shot. Brian Yang deals with all the FIDE email. National event staffing below the top few positions is Pete Karianis, and Pete also has assumed almost all the emails over the state invitationals. So what are the consequences of the challenges? We have much less time for strategy than we used to. We have to often react to things as they happen instead of being able to plan ahead of time and think about possible consequences just because there's so much coming across our screens. So at the department head level, this is not good because there are things that happen live and people say, well, why didn't you think of it? And the answer is frequently, I didn't have time. I was putting out a fire somewhere else. The sheer volume of contacts is extremely challenging for us. There's also a higher risk of burnout and turnover. One can look at the FIDE events manager position, and the incumbent in that position, Brian Yang, has been there the longest of anyone who's had that job, but he has had some help the last year plus to deal with the sheer volume of traffic that he has. As testament to that, US Chess submitted for the August FIDE rating list 170 tournaments. And with FIDE ratings, it doesn't matter how big or small the event is, the base work to rate the event is the same with every single event. So just the sheer amount of ID creation, correcting rating reports, sending them in is quite a bit. So what can be done about this? Ideally, one or 1.5 more employees. I know this is not happening. But there is a possible solution that I discussed extensively with Emmanuel London during the Pan American Youth. We could employ artificial intelligence to handle a lot of our rote traffic that the events department deals with, particularly in terms of email contacts. Now, I do not want a FedEx implementation. And if any of you have ever tried to use FedEx's customer service and reach a human, tell me how you did it, and I'll have a nice reward for you. It's important, especially with our membership and the way that they're used to having people to respond, that there be a way for people to get to a staff member should they need it. However, I currently have a 5.5-page Word document, single-spaced, 11-point font, that is just cut and paste responses to various questions that people often send. AI can handle that rather easily. Now, AI, like many other implementations, such as Civi, for example, does not reduce the amount of work that people have to do. What it does, however, is it changes the type of work that people would have to do, so that we could spend more time doing strategy, more time doing long-range planning, thus making for a better delivery of events and less time having to react in real time to the 84th person asking when I'm going to put up the National K-12 website. So how did this happen? How did we get here? Well, the numbers again tell a pretty clear story. At our nadir in April of 2021, we had 51,000 members, 51,777. There were about 3.25 FTEs worth of employees in the events department. Fast forward to April 2024, almost 115,000 members. We had 3.5 employees in events. So what changed? Well, when Judy Meisner retired, even though she was director of administration, she actually handled a fair amount of incoming in the office directly related to the events department. She could do that because of her extensive experience. She knew what the right answers were to a lot of questions. Michael Buss became our correspondence coordinator, and while he does an excellent job, he deals with correspondence. So effectively, the number of people who deal with non-correspondence related events information has dropped by about the number of hours that we lost when Judy retired from full-time employment with US Chess. Remember, Michael Buss, although he is the correspondence coordinator, that was a set of responsibilities transferred to events among when Alex Dunn passed away. So compounding this problem is the addition of new responsibilities to the events department, some of which occurred before the pandemic and some of which occurred later. A partial list of examples is shown there. We used to have an IT department that handled the construction of all websites for national events. That department is now here. We run all the monthly rating supplements, also something that was in the hands of the IT department before Mike Nolan retired. We're heavily involved with Safe Play administration. When it first came on board, I was assigned to work on it along with Melinda Matthews. I have had to transfer it to Brian Yang because I was just out of bandwidth, and he's done a good job with that. And Melinda, of course, has done an excellent job leading the program. But we do have to deal with complaints, and I've had to deal with some here. We directly administer the state invitationals and correspondence chess. Pete has done a really good job, in my opinion, working with the State Invitationals Committee, and I'm grateful for that because that's something else that, while very worthwhile and necessary, I just don't have the hours to do. And Michael Buss is uniquely suited to run our correspondence outfit. We also remotely manage the inventory for the events department. This is an area where, prior to the pandemic, we had someone in the national office who had eyes on the national events inventory and could check levels of things, whether something was broken, if we needed something new. Now, if I need something in the inventory, I either have to work with Deborah and Fred Robinson, who are both excellent, but they're not necessarily chess people. I mean, Debbie's our accountant, and Fred is a realtor. They don't do a lot of chess organizing. So they don't necessarily know by looking at something what needs to go where, when we don't need something, so forth, so on. Not having somebody on top of the inventory causes problems, some of which I don't find out about until the inventory gets to an event. So what is the connective tissue? To quote both Al Losoff and Mike Nolan, because I've heard them both say this, we do it this way because it's how we've always done it. So, these three things I think have been true for a long time. And these are the three things that I think we need to change to make events run better. We've always undercharged. We always shift and absorb responsibilities rather than provide proper support. And we don't plan to fail, but we often fail to plan. And it's because we usually have time to react to things that happen. We can make initial projections, but then we kind of have to run with them because we have other things landing on our plates that need to be addressed. The more time you have for strategy, the more time you have to avoid those pitfalls. Now, they can change, but it has to be something that is planned and intentional, and it has to be something that we drive. So, to talk about the next area, national events, 2 of the 3 spring nationals ran at a deficit, and we lost a little bit more than 100,000 on the national elementary. I don't care how you dice it, that's a fail. Now, there are reasons for it, but I think the first thing you start with is that there was a fail here. So what happened? To some extent, US Chess is dealing with the same economic issues that other chess organizers are dealing with, other businesses are dealing with. The bottom line is things are more expensive across the board. Even year-over-year cost to do something like carpet a playing hall costs more, or rent tables, or hire staff. Costs are just higher. Now, I do want to say a particular word about one of the areas where we made some assumptions that don't appear to be correct. We figured that Columbus, Ohio would work pretty well for the National Elementary, given that it's a very close-knit site, lots of space, food-friendly for players, and has plenty of space for our event. But the attendance in 2022 and 2024, sandwiched around the very good attendance in Baltimore in 2023, is telling a different story. Now, I don't know if it's because we haven't talked it up enough or what have you, but it's not working. Now, we do still have the 2027 elementary there because we signed a 3-year deal, but I don't think it's going to go back unless attendance jumps dramatically in 2027. Now, the high school still works there, but it says something that the elementary is drawing about at the high school level in that city, and not sure why. Nashville, though it had a number of transportation issues, drew pretty well. I thought that this place, because it is cheaper, especially just to get a meal, would work well. It has not. So we have to deal with the reality of the situation. So there are a number of things that events can improve directly. And this is not in any particular order. We need more advanced scouting of hall layouts. Now, there are some challenges here that people should be aware of. Most sites use diagramming software like Social Tables, and prior to this, Meeting Matrix, before Amadeus discontinued it. Post-pandemic especially, we've discovered many sites have room specs in their diagrams that do not match the actual measurements of the room. You are all, in fact, sitting in just such a room right now. This room measures about 8 feet less in this direction than the diagrams show, and about 4 feet less in this direction than the diagrams show. So when I planned the diagrams out, everything fit. And when we got here live, nothing fit. Which is part of the reason why we have an uneven rows here, and we also added these screens since 2017. So instead of being able to put the dais here where it was, we had to run it this way to fit the screens in on the side. Security personnel, we need more of them. We think that helps with organizing traffic. When I hire tournament directors, I hire them for their ability to run tournaments, not necessarily to do crowd control. And certainly not to, give parents instructions that they're likely to listen to. Having uniform security helps. It is more of an expense, but it does provide A, security, and B, help with traffic flow. We need to communicate our expectations better all the way around. Expectations of US chess staff, expectations of tournament directors, expectations of players, and expectations of parents and coaches. We need to plan out better how we communicate with folks that this is what we need you to do. This is what we're providing. This is where we want you to go. We provide things, but if we don't tell people about them adequately, that's going to be a problem. We need to communicate better about the financial realities driving changes in costs. Now, some of this has happened fast enough that it's kind of hard to keep up with some of it, but that doesn't mean that we can't find ways to kick the information out. We can use some help here, but the fact is that people often don't, when people see price increases, they think, well, US Chess is just trying to gouge us for money. Well, no, we're trying to make the events run at a profit so they can support the rest of our nonprofit mission. We need to hire event staff earlier, which is a bit of a challenge, and this is an unintended consequence of drawing a lot more members. When you have more members, you have more tournaments. You have more tournaments, you have more opportunities to hire tournament directors. Have more opportunities to hire tournament directors. We get fewer of the preferred tournament directors from event to event, so it takes us longer to hire. And we also need better pre-event communication among event staff. My goal has always been to hire our national event staff at least 3 months before the event. But with the amount of additional things we have to do and the size of the staffs that we need, we often have not had the complete staff assembled until maybe a couple weeks before the event at best. And that makes it really hard to get information out to directors, senior directors on the staff, and allow them to establish some communication with their TDs that they'll be working with. So moving on to the Pan Am Youth. They say victory has 1,000 fathers, defeat is an orphan. Defeat doesn't have an orphan here. I was a primary person who advocated for this event. And so I accept responsibility for its performance. My intention in having it scheduled was simply to have a way to make up some of the revenue we lost as a result of canceling national events. And I thought some of that recaptured revenue could be used to help accelerate the delivery of improved services from the events department. I do believe that based on the realities that were observed in 2022 and 2023, that it was a good idea. The problem is the economy shifted sufficiently in the last 9 to 10 months, and a lot of people just basically closed their wallets, which I get, but that was not part of the reality we were dealing with at the time. My original intent was to have this event in 2025 because it would have allowed more time to plan, as we were just dealing with Super Nationals. Even though Super Nationals is a very large event, I have been involved with the planning of one before, and it's still one event. So there's only one set of site issues, one set of travel issues, one set of hiring issues, even though they're big. And we would have had several months to focus on this following. However, that didn't change the fact that I thought 2024 would work. I do want to take a couple minutes to address some personal things I've heard from various folks in the audience. I didn't make anything extra from this event. In fact, I took on a bunch of extra work that cost me money. I ended up as the chief organizer and the chief arbiter. Frank, I hope you enjoyed your vacation. I had the intention of hiring a chief arbiter. I had no intention of doing that myself, but with a bunch of people watching from CCA, I felt it was important to have an IA, A or B licensed in the US running the event. For various reasons, I ended up as the only one available. So my regrets here are simply that I got this one wrong. And I imagine that Randy and Alan will remember my time on the finance committee. And I enjoyed being a part of a group that started the process of changing the way that we handle our finances in US chess. I've been around during times when we took bridge loans. I've been around during times when we wondered whether we were going to be able to pay employees or continue normal operations. So this one hurts. And it's going to sting me for a while, because even though we do have the cushion to deal with it, and even though we were able to bring the losses down, I consider the number personally unacceptable. I was asked a very good question by a member of the administration. If someone questions my forecasts and analyses due to the outcome of this event, what can I say to reassure them? Having had a couple days to think about it, the answer is, at present, nothing. Because the reality is what it is. Anybody out here who knows me more than 5 minutes knows I'm going to tell you what I think. You might not like it, but you know I'm telling you what I think. I can rely on my track record, which I think has been overall all right, but this was a huge miss. And I don't know how to reassure anyone that I have it right, in part because the rules have changed. post-pandemic, the rules around running tournaments have changed. And I'm not 100% certain that I know what to do in this new environment for large events. We have an idea of what to do, but I am not certain that I know personally what to do because I've never dealt with this before. Upcoming national events. So we have the national K-12 grades. They're set for December in Gaylord National Harbor. The 2022 attendance there was 2,500 players. I do not know what the 2024 attendance will look like. But the event, when contracted, was contracted for expecting 1,800 players, so I think we'll be okay, attendance-wise. I expect minimum 50 to 60 floor TDs, but the plan is to hire, and the plan going forward will be to hire in layers of probably 15 to 20 at a time, so that if we do have attendance challenges, we have not overhired and don't have to pull contract offers back or overpay. The current cancellation penalty for this event, if we were to drop it at the moment, is $510,000 because it's close to the event. The closer you get to an event, the higher the cancellation charges are. Super Nationals 2025. This is May at Orange County Convention Center. The 2017 attendance for this event was about 5,600 players. I will say, I've said it before and I'll say it again. There are people who have speculated about the attendance of this event. I don't have the first damn clue. I don't know, because it's hard to tell what the world's going to look like 6 to 12 months from now. I just don't know. Now, my thinking is that because this is the only spring event, historically it's drawn higher, about 10% or so higher than the combined spring events, because it's everybody's one shot. And families can go in a group. That's the only trip they need to take. So more people come out than would come out normally for the series of 3 events spread around the country. This staff, I'm going to need something like 125 to 150 directors. I don't know that I'm going to find 150 directors interested in working. But again, we'll be hiring in layers in the event that the bottom falls out, so we haven't committed to hiring that many if we don't get the attendance. But those of you who are looking to work a national event next year, you are highly encouraged to make application for Super Nationals. Please and thank you. If we were to cancel this event, for reasons other than force majeure, current cancellation penalty is just north of 1.2 million. That's because we have a convention center with almost the entire West Concourse under our control and 4 hotels attached, which are all based on attrition. Now, the event's budgeted for about 6,000 players. So as long as we draw 80% of that, we should be all right. 2025 US Open returns to the Madison Marriott West, and it typically draws at that location about 500 to 520 players. However, it is the first week of the 1-week event. And we changed this. We're still working out the day-to-day schedule. I will be in touch with the Invitationals Committee and the chair of the US Open Committee and the executive board, the executive director, and the governance coordinator, and probably a good 24 other people to try to figure out where everything's going to go. But the goals of the shorter schedule, to remind everyone, are threefold. We want to encourage more attendance through a lower total cost to attend the event. And we hope also that this will encourage especially the younger invitationals players to stick around if they only have to play for a couple more days of chess. We know we added an invitational this year, and the attendance here was about the same as it was in for US Open, is about the same as it was in 2017, which tells me we didn't draw very many of the newest invitational players. Not surprising, because they're very young. Increase the number of available periods to hold the event each year. What I mean by that is it can't start before the last week of July, and it has to end by August 15th. If it's a 1-week event, that gives me 3 different weeks every year where I can schedule it. If it's a 2-weekend event, that gives me only 2 periods a year where I can schedule it. The extra week is really important in terms of flexibility. It's also important to be more attractive to potential hosts. If we're only using one weekend of prime space, it's a lot easier to sell it because hotels didn't have that other weekend available to use for other one-day things, other conventions. Whereas if we are hogging that same space for 2 consecutive weekends, that we're hoping that will cause us to get a break on our room rates because we're not using that space that much, as much as we have in the past. The 2025 National K-12 grades are set for December. I believe the dates are actually 12th through the 14th. We use the website Weather Underground to pull up the previous 10 years of weather history during the first half of December in that area. And I don't see any reason that it should have any issues for transportation. I drove in late December of this year between Seattle and Spokane. I flew up to Seattle before the North American Open, which I worked. I flew up to Seattle on a mileage run for Delta and drove to Spokane. And I thought the drive was fine, but I understand that there are people concerned about it, and I don't blame them. I get it, but I don't think it was an issue. More importantly, the folks in the audience from west of the Mississippi and people who are not here have emailed me, parents have emailed me, coaches have emailed me, saying, hey, we love coming to events, but when do we get one out here? I have been trying to get a national event somewhere in the West since I started this job. We did have the US Junior Open scheduled, but COVID got in the way. Other than that, we have had a real problem scheduling any of our marquee events. And the reason is basically the time of year. It's more temperate in December in most of the places out west, and it's certainly more temperate in April or May. They don't have incentive to offer very good deals because they can get programming from just about anywhere and get just about anyone to pay whatever room rate they want. I've had people propose sites to me, and I say, we've submitted RFPs directly to that site. And by the way, as an aside, I don't hide the national event requirements that we use for submitting requests for proposal. Anyone in the audience who wants to recommend the site anywhere in the country just has to email me. I will send you directly the requirements for that particular event that you're interested in. And I will ask our service, Global Synergies, to conduct an RFP in that area to see if there are sites that work. If we have, and I give you the specs so that if you have a site in mind that you think we haven't considered, give it to us. I'll turn it over to our event planner, and we will see if there's a match. So I have no problem taking suggestions for sites. I've done it for some people sitting here, and we'll continue to do it. So when we put out the RFP for this event in late 2021, early 2022, got a positive response from Los Angeles, but they wanted $259 a night. This site is going to offer about $159 a night. And we were not going to get the credit to the account. And for this site, we only have to sell 800 room nights on peak to get the meeting space for free. So it seems like we should do okay.
That's a pretty good deal.
Now, many in the Pacific Northwest have faithfully traveled for our events. And as we know, they've also been subject to scrutiny for their rating system and had a number of things implemented to make the playing field more level because there was concerns about them. Yet they still come to our events. This is basically put up or shut up for the Pacific Northwest. You have your event. We've scheduled during a time, we've checked the weather. We expect reduced entries from the east because the farther away you put something, the fewer people are going to go. It's not a drag on the East Coast, that's just fair. So if you are in Washington, Oregon, even Northern California, Idaho, if you want to see more events out west, turn up for this one. Because if you guys bomb on attendance, I promise you, it will be several years of Sundays before I try to put another event out there. This is it. I've been trying to do this for 7 years to get something out there for you guys. You have it now. Show up. Finally, I want to talk about the elephant in the room. Part of my job is to build the ark before it rains. Okay? And so that means thinking about scenarios where stuff might happen at our events and coming up with plans to deal with it before it happens. The truth is that national events, particularly scholastics, are a target-rich environment. We have taken first steps to addressing certain unsafe individual behaviors through safe play and mandatory reporting. I, along with many of my colleagues, are mandatory reporters, so whenever something is brought to me, it immediately goes up the chain. And that's a good first step, but it is exactly what it is. There are other things we need to worry about. So if I get that off the screen. Post-pandemic, there is a greater need for visible security at national scholastic events. So we have done that for the last year. We have hired multiple security from sites to be visible at our events. That has helped with things like crowding around exits, keeping walkways clear, directing traffic, and presenting a law and order presence so people can feel a little bit more comfortable. But we need more robust capacity for more extreme scenarios, such as violent individual behavior. And we need that beyond TDs and beyond unarmed security at events. I'm going to divert for a minute. I know that a story has been told about an incident that happened at the World Open this year, where there was, in fact, a physical assault. In fact, I was on staff at the North American Open, where a 30-year-old man punched a 15-year-old in the face because the 15-year-old had the temerity to beat him. Obviously, that's not tolerable. I have two bright lines that I draw for events: cheating and physical confrontation. Either of those, I'm getting you up out of there, period. So what we want to do is contract for uniformed off-duty local police to be at future events in highly visible locations. The idea behind the police being there is that they are a deterrent, but one with a sidearm. If they need, they're not going to take action on their own unless it's an emergency and they can't get anybody else out there quickly. But if they need something, they're going to call for backup. So I don't need to generally call for more than one officer, because if they have a situation where they need assistance, they're going to call for a car and we're going to get whatever we need. My thought is we're going to have one off-duty officer at every national event, maybe two at any event over 2,000 players. But we have to do a better job with securing our events. And I know that that's a tough topic, and I realize that a lot of you run good-sized events, but the diversity of our crowds here for national events, we get people from all over the country. Even the biggest state events are basically drawing people from in-state. When you're drawing people from around the country, we don't have the ability to track everything. We don't know everybody who's going to be coming in the door. And if somebody we don't know for the most part who a threat is. Most of you who organize large state or local events know who your problem children are. That's not a luxury we have for the most part. So I want to take a minute to talk about the people who are my left hand, right hand, and brain, for the most part, in running events. Pete Karianis is currently answering emails up in his room. He is the assistant director of events and has become absolutely indispensable in much of what we do. Brian Yang is currently at home answering FIDE email. As FIDE events manager, he's also dealing with our delegations to the Olympiad, closing up things for from the Pan Am, from a couple other international events. Michael Buss is, as I said, our correspondence chess coordinator. He was contract, he now works part-time, and he does an outstanding job carrying on the work of Alex Dunn in running the department. He frequently comes up with great ideas that we should try for correspondence. He sends them to me, and they die in my inbox because I don't have time to really analyze them. And that's a disservice to the correspondence players. So I will be taking some time to catch up on those. I do want to give special thanks to a couple people. It may not be lost on folks who see these two names that these are previous FIDE events managers. Brian Doyle came back last year to specifically help us when we crashed on FIDE reporting and helped us get caught up very quickly. Brian has since transitioned to the membership department where he gets to work with a competent director, Corey Cormick, and is very happy doing that work. And Brian is extremely valuable to US Chess. So we're glad that he's back on board. Chris Bird has come on board because with the amount of reporting we had for August and the amount we're going to have for September and October, that's probably too much for one person to handle. So Chris is helping with getting rating reports out the door. Brian's doing most everything else, but the rating reports, as I said, are very time consuming. So Chris is on board for about 10 to 15 hours a week, helping with data processing on that. And so that's how our FIDE events have stayed current, even though we've picked up a lot of business in that area. So as I promised, at the end of my presentation, I would leave that up there until such time as I disconnect my laptop. You may either scan that QR code or take down the short URL there. It will take you to a download of the supplemental slides for this presentation. If anyone wants the original presentation, send me an email. This time, I'll take your questions.
And let's make sure that we keep the questions as brief as possible. We have 8 items of old business, 24 of new business, and 2 appeals yet to hear in the next 2 hours plus whatever time we have tomorrow. So Sunil, you're first.
Thank you. With all respect to the chair, this is also important. But let me say, first of all, that the one great thing about you is you make a mistake, you own it. You know, you've always been that way, so thank you for that. I have a question based on your presentation. So it showed that there was an awareness that you were short-staffed. And in that light, why did we still undertake doing the Pan Am?
Okay, well, the Pan Ams were planned on being maximum 700 players. And even being short-staffed, that is, the idea again was that we could make money on it. And I don't think the problem was on execution on our end. We dealt with 28 different federations. We got invoices out on time. We responded to their emails on time. And that included Brian, who dealt with the USA and Canadian delegations. And it included Pete, who helped me with some of the Pan Am emails. We may have been short-staffed, but we got it done. That doesn't mean that being short-staffed is also not the reason why we still want to do things. And we didn't anticipate getting more employees in 2024 or 2025. That's just the reality of the situation.
Okay, I'm sure, excuse me, other people will talk about it. I have a second question, if I may.
Let's get through everybody's questions. There's a
You
bunch
want
of
me to
people
hold
behind
the
you.
second question?
Yeah, there's a bunch of people behind you, Sunil.
Daniel Cerna, New Mexico. Good afternoon, Boyd. Thank you so much. Quick question. You had mentioned earlier about the implementation of AI, automated responses, FAQ. You said, hey, this would help, but why have we not implemented that? This seems like a very easy change if that would make your life much easier.
Well, we did not have an IT department until very recently. Emmanuel London has done an able job stepping in as our new director of IT, but his plate is rather full too. So all of the things that we want to do take time. And so we have to kind of slot in to when we can do that. Emmanuel and I have met on it. I haven't had a day off pretty much since mid-February. So the time to actually do this is challenging. But we know it's a need, it's just a question when we can do it.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
Yes. Andy Ray, Florida. And I wanted to ask Boyd a conceptual question, and that's whether your department has done additional investigation into having events in Las Vegas. It's understood they do not have a large chess population, but there have been already a couple of tournaments from other organizers that have done apparently well, and it seems that US Chess may be able to draw well there as well.
Thank you, Andy. You bring up an excellent point, because in the anchor city concept, Las Vegas is one of the cities we would like to anchor an event in. The problem we have, and this is something that folks should get used to me saying on repeat, is that our events, especially the scholastics, are not as attractive as people may think. Why do I say that? Hotels, post-pandemic, especially evaluate the viability of an event based on total revenue that an event might bring in. So it's not just hotel rooms. It is ancillary spend on things like food and beverage. If you're in Las Vegas, there's another little business there that hotels like to get dollars from. And when you see those really cheap room rates online for Vegas hotels, that's because they're expecting to make some of that money back on the gaming floor. I don't think our parents are going to go drop little Johnny's 529 fund on the hard 8. So they're not going to make the money off of us that you would normally expect. As a result, we can't really put events there because hotels are not giving us any break on the room rate. We're still looking, but any solution there is not going to involve a hotel on the Strip.
Next question.
Dwayne Langseth, Colorado. Has much thought gone into, the cost both to the US Chess and to the people that come to the event as to what they're going to spend on the trip? I love playing in a really nice upscale hotel. I love it. But we sit at a table with a chessboard on it and we play chess. We don't need, palm trees or whatever the luxury is at the location that we usually are used to in order to come to a chess tournament. And I think, what about the attendance? Would you get better attendance if the cost level was down? Thank you.
Okay, so I think there are two separate categories of tournaments to talk about there. The US Open is not typically at a 5-star hotel. I mean, we try to have it in nice hotels because people would prefer not to come to the Roach Motel. But look at this hotel. If you look at it online, the Sheraton is 3.5 stars. If you go to Crown Plaza in Cherry Hill, it's a 3.5-star hotel. You look at the, it's possible that the Marriott Madison West will be upgraded because they've just actually done a full upgrade of the hotel. But again, these are not luxury hotels where the US Open is being held. There are higher end hotels for the scholastics because that's what the community tells us they want. As a former parent of an active junior player, if I had to take my son to these events with the current costs, I'm not sure I could if I wasn't directing at the event to offset the cost. In fact, that's what I did for him when he was in tournaments. My salary at the tournament would go toward paying for his entry fee and the hotel room and so forth and so on. But when I try to design events, it's not about designing them for me or for what I want. It's for what the customers are telling me they want. And so for scholastics, we're probably in higher end hotels, which means, as I tell people all the time, I can get you an event good, fast, or cheap. Pick two.
Beatrice?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a...
Beatrice, would you announce yourself?
Oh, Beatrice Marinello from New York.
Thank you.
I wanted to just make some observations. The first one is about assessment control. The Pan American Youth provides free accommodation and meals to 13 people for each country, 12 players and 1 delegate. So then, considering the number of days of the event, and the night's room. So you need to have $300,000 minimum just to pay for the hotel and the meals, or maybe more. So the assessment control there was, you need to think about how much money you're going to spend before you actually decide to do a tournament like this. And there are all positions that they're paid, including, like officers of the CCA, the Americas. So the tournament, in most countries, they do it with the support of their local governments. So that's why they are able to do it, or they have sponsors. But it's not a tournament that you can finance with a model that we use in the US, which is free, the registration fees. So that's the assessment control. And the other one about the 2025 K through 12 tournament in Washington State, the thinking is that families with children, they need to fly to Seattle. For the people in the East Coast, it's about 5 hours, and then drive 4 hours with possibly bad weather to get to the location of the event. It may be a beautiful site, but again, we need to assess the potential risk, storm, or is it December? Obviously, that can happen, snow. So my question to you is, do you do this assessment before you decide about each event?
Okay. The answer to your first question is that we budgeted for every member nation of CCA to send the maximum number of people with $0 cost. That was part of the budget. The money of those events is made from associated persons who attend the event. So we already had thought about that. That was included in the original RAP. Secondly, I don't know if you might not have been in the room, but I put a link in the presentation to the source we used to check the weather for the 10 years prior to signing that contract. Whenever we go to a new location, that is what we do every single time, similar to what we did before we started putting events in DC. We check the weather for the previous 10 years, around that, a week before or after that time, to see what the climate trends were. There was not a single year where there was more than a total accumulation for any given year in that 2-week period of more than 1 inch of snow.
Thank you.
I would say my daughter attended college in Spokane, and I flew there many times. I never flew to Seattle and drove from there. You can't fly direct into Spokane, but it is an international airport, and the major air carriers do service it.
And there are a lot of 2-flight routes, especially with Atlanta or Salt Lake City is your connection, or even Chicago.
Alan Cantor, Tennessee. But my question is, would attendance be helped if you let people know about alternate hotels that are inexpensive for any of these tournaments?
Okay, that is a fair question. So the problem with operating on attrition, as I'm sure you know, Alan, is that we have to fill the attrition rooms first, because if those don't sell, we have performance penalties as a result. We often have courtesy hold contracts for additional hotels once the attrition hotel fills up. The problem we've been running into the last year or so, when people are canceling rooms late, what happens is that the hotel is not giving us those rooms back to sell. They are instead holding them for transient inventory. And then they count against our performance, especially when they don't sell many of them at the elevated rate. So what I'm going to have to do there is arrange for different contracts. The contracts we have in the future are going to need to specify that if a room in our block gets canceled, it comes back to us at least until the date that they're allowed to release it. That's not something we've had to worry about in the past, but it is something that has developed post-pandemic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second question, please announce yourself.
Absolutely. Sunil Veeramantri, New York.
Thank you.
And I want to take issue with the chair for having allowed the previous person to address 2 issues and me only one.
I apologize.
Thank you. Apology accepted.
Thank you.
As someone who has taken kids to San Diego, San Jose, Seattle, Portland, Tucson, Phoenix, and other cities in the West, I mean, I totally understand the desire to put the tournament in the West, and we have always supported them. The point is, I know that you've tried to do the due diligence by going to the website and checking the weather for 10 years. But weather patterns are no longer what they were. You cannot go by anything right now. There is a very significant danger that we can get stranded in Spokane. When I speak to the people in Seattle, and there are people here from Seattle, they say they can't even drive from Seattle to Spokane without putting chains, on their tires, and the passes may even be closed. Well, you're also dealing with the small airport. So I have to get a lot of kids on one record locator. If a flight gets canceled, I'm never going to get those kids back. That's too much of a risk. So my question is, but you were aware of all this, and you found a good site there. So you wanted to put it in Spokane, but why in December?
It's the K-12, Sunil.
I know, Boyd.
When was I supposed to schedule it? October?
No, it's okay. Then put a spring nationals. I can understand sometimes we owe a hotel something because we canceled the previous event and so forth. There was nothing owed to Spokane. Am I correct?
It's not about owing. So
Okay.
You're correct that we didn't owe Spokane anything. It has been my position that we owed folks in the West something. We put out a RFP to every hotel and convention center west of the Mississippi River that had the space, number of rooms, meeting rooms, and number of sleeping rooms needed to hold a K-12 of about 1,800 players. We put out 71, I believe that's right from Hilda, 71 requests. We got 2 positive responses. The difference in room rates per night was about $100 per night.
Yes, but it should have been rejected outhand in December.
I'm having checked, we did the same thing before we went to DC. We checked the weather before we put an event at Gaylord National Harbor or or anywhere else in that area for the month of December. So my belief is that the weather pattern, I understand the argument is the weather can change. It can change anywhere at any time. Weather has also come up at times in New York that has prevented players from traveling. We understand the risks of extreme weather, but I don't know how you do, if that's the concern, how do you put an event anywhere? Because you can just as easily get inclement weather, say in Florida.
Okay, we need to move on. This line of questioning has been exhausted.
Sure.
Maureen Gurmad, South Carolina. And Boyd, first of all, I want to thank you so much for all the hard work you and your team do for these events. And my question is, and this is point of information, do you get counsel with the Scholastic for advice when you're locating these events and talking to hotels?
No problem. So what we do is we have a planning service that we use to investigate sites, and we also not only do our own due diligence, but we also do talk to locals about what they think of a site, whether they think the area will work, and we don't tend to go too far outside of internal counsel, but it isn't just me making a decision. I don't sign contracts. The executive director does, and it's discussed with the executive director and the board ultimately ratifies the contracts before the executive director signs them. So that is the process that we follow.
Danny?
I will address
name, please.
Danny Road, New York. I'll address one question that Maureen had, which is that Boyd has done a great job coordinating with the Scholastic Council on the Anchor City plan that he was discussing. So let me make that very clear, including trying to put future events in the West, not necessarily in Spokane, but in other locations like Los Angeles, Las Vegas, and other places. That's first up. We also have looked at the elementary. There are reasons beyond the Director of Events control as to why the elementary might be doing worse. Some of it is still somewhat COVID related. We're noticing that the elementary programs are not coming back in the numbers that the middle and the high school program have had, some locations in particular. So sometimes it's not necessarily just that one location is that. So let me make that point clear. But we have seen that Columbus is down 2 times. So I think part of this is balancing which cities to go to, and part of it is also figuring out what to do in the future with many of these events. Now with Pan Am Youth in particular, my evaluation of it was that, and I was talking to some parents even outside of this tournament, there were too many events in the July window. Many of them were close together. And then also some of the parents didn't even realize that the Pan Am Youth existed or that the cost just looked too much to them. So they kind of pushed it to the side as a secondary event. So part of this is making sure that we as a group and all of us sitting in here give Boyd the right mechanisms to make the event succeed. So I hope all of you, when it comes to Super Nationals, I'm speaking as a Scholastic Council member right here, that Super Nationals is the first time in 8 years that we are going to host the event. We did not have a chance in 2021 to have the Super Nationals. We should all make the Super Nationals the event it deserves to be. And it doesn't have to, whether it's 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, or 8,000. I've been to that site. Many of the delegates who've been serving visited that site. There's one potential issue with attendance, which is high school players and AP exams. Besides that, there is no other reason why every delegate in this state, even if they just get 10 more players to go, can make the Super Nationals a successful event for everyone, and it's a major accomplishment for this organization.
Thank you. Carl?
Carl Hessler from Oregon. My comment will be extraordinarily brief compared to the last 2 people, and then I will have a question. First of all, I'll be happy to address anybody. I did it in 2014 at the Orlando Delegates Meeting about WCF and their rating system versus US Chess. I thought I pretty effectively dealt with that and explained that. If that's not the case, please let me know, and I'll be happy to spend some time with you. Secondly, I will tell you that Oregon and Washington has done extremely well, holding the last 2 US Opens they had, one in 1987, the next one in 2012, when we drew over 500 participants in both events. So for people to say that the West Coast will not support these events, you're just flat wrong. The reality is that when the National Elementaries were in Portland in 2002, I think it was, we had 2,400 players. We will support events on the West Coast. So stop that. Finally, yes, believe it or not, every major airline flies into Spokane. This notion of a 4-hour drive from Seattle was promulgated here. It is simply not true. All right? Now to my question. It seems like I've gone to a lot of these now. I've probably been to 20 or 25 of these. And the thing that strikes me sitting here is we are now in a spot where we're at an inflection point, really, to what you're describing. It used to be demand for scholastics was incredibly inelastic. If we hold it, they will come. That's pretty clear. Rising numbers, rising everything. The water was lifting all boats. And now we seem to have hit an inflection point. Perhaps demand for scholastics is becoming somewhat more elastic. We can blame COVID, we can blame rising costs, there's probably 2 or 3 other factors affecting this. Has there been any attempt to do some kind of analysis to try to determine what those inflection points are?
Thank you. So the answer to your question is that is an ongoing process. It is something that I discuss frequently with the executive director and with members of the executive board. Like, what is the elasticity? At some point, there has to be a stop, and that is part of why I've been resistant to raise entry fees, because I know I would rather not hit the wall if ideally come up just short of the point where the inelasticity strikes. But that's a process, and right now, the fact is the costs are just what they are, and so we have to charge appropriately, and hopefully we can make the case to parents and programs that we are still supporting the event. These are still the cheapest things it's still the cheapest part of attending an event, and we are using the money to make sure that the event runs properly.
I will just say it also does seem that we're moving towards a dollar amount as opposed to a per day amount or per event amount, because we're shortening the US Open, right? That's to cut costs. The costs per day are still going up. We're just shortening the total cost, right?
Well, that's part of the idea.
I apologize for the second question.
That's okay. That's part of the idea behind going with the shorter schedule. And that's part of the idea. When we originally signed, and something that briefly divert to the Pan Am, we signed a contract for a 5-day event. The Continental Authority then said we had to make it a 6-day event after they approved a 5-day event and after we got a contract signed for one, which caused us to increase the registration cost by about $400 to $500 or so per level to accommodate the extra day's food and the extra room night. So that was a problem. We anticipated that, but at that point, we've already signed the contract after they made us switch.
And soon to be ex-President Bauer, if you need me on any strategic planning committee, be it this one or something else, don't be bashful to reach out.
And I would say that's for any member, if you're interested in that, reach out to us, please. Okay, let's hope we're moving toward the end. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, Aurelia Valentine, Connecticut. So this will be a lot shorter, but it's occurred to me in some of the larger events, like Baltimore, DC. But I know that Continental Chess, the way they do their, I've availed myself of this option. They have the progressive. US Chess has it too, but the progressive, registration fee schedule. But I'm just wondering. And it may not be across the board, but could it be that at some events, leaving the option of maybe the last minute registration for an enhanced fee, could that recoup enough of the shortfall that some of these things are having to be worthwhile? Or is that something you guys have considered, or have you just ruled that out? I would just say that I know myself and others with the Continental Chess have certainly signed up the morning of, and it's $50 more, or whatever. But then we go, but so it seems to work for them. I'm just wondering what you all have considered about that. Do you? Yeah.
So
okay, because there's definitely been some of the for the kids events. My understanding is that you have to register by 11 the day before, right? Not like you can't register actually the day of.
Let me explain.
Okay.
First of all, currently the process, and I have not reviewed the draft of the new regulations, but I'm assuming that there's a similar provision in there.
Okay.
What we started doing last year was we cut off registration at 11 a.m. the day before the event. Here's why. The 2022 K-12 grades in DC drew 700 players 6 to 7 days before the event. There's two big problems with that. One, planning staff is virtually impossible with that kind of late demand. Secondly, because of the way that we review minimum ratings and such for every player, if we let in, say, we could have entered another 100 players day of, easy for any of our current events. Honestly, I got a bunch of emails saying, please let me in, please let me in. The problem with that is we have to assess all those people right before the event. Because if even one person slips through with a minimum rating that should have been caught and would resection them, for example, and it doesn't happen, we pay the price. So we have to be able to manage the event and manage the data associated with the event. It's not that we don't want people to be able to register late, but CCA events, even ones that are drawing 800, 900 people, are a different beast than an event where we're drawing 2,000 plus kids. And there's concerns about kids getting in with ratings and getting in under sections and competing for prizes they shouldn't be competing for. So that's the reason for that.
Next.
Thank you.
Al?
First of all, having
its name and state.
Alan Losoff, Nevada, doing this once a year, I have an incredible admiration for Boyd having to do it 5 or 6 times a year. And Boyd does answer all of his 150 emails a day. And so I would like to move that we move on to the next item of the agenda.
Okay, all right, well, in essence, you're calling the question, I guess.
There's no motion.
There is no motion.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment. There is a gentleman behind Mr. Losoff who I'd like to take this one question from and then proceed, if that's okay.
Okay, last question. But thank you, Al, for moving us along.
Just addressing the previous question, John Rockefeller, Maryland. We wanted to give the director of events, the event staff, as much flexibility as possible to deal with raising late entry fees. So though we did not all unanimously want US Chess to raise the numbers this high, I'll just let you know what we approved. Or what we expressed our support for. So there are 4 entry fees. Currently, I think it's 80, 100, 150, 180. We voted in support of 100, up to 200, up to 300, up to 400. So this for Scholastic, they're not going to go that high, but we wanted to give event staff the cover to raise them as high as they're willing to in order to encourage people to register their kids early and discourage them from registering late.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next item of business. I want to first point something out to the body. We have 8 items of old business. We have 24 items so far of new business and 2 appeals. Now, we have 330 minutes approximately of delegate time remaining. Considering that the appeals are going to probably take 30 to 60 minutes, we're talking, a lot of these items are just going to have to go away because we are not going to have time to get through them without just at the end doing en masse disposing or referring. So I just want you all to be mindful that all of the discussion is, while useful, it's taking time off of what we have left. So Alan, you're back up.
So we brought 22, before that lengthy report and discussion, we brought forward 2422. That was a motion by Mr. Brown from Texas. That came to the bylaws committee. The reason why we brought it forward is so that we can change the bylaw to allow us to appoint up to 5 members. The committee, bylaws committee workshop did have an alternative to that motion, which I have sent to you, Dan, some time ago. The original motion is printed on page 10 and 11 of your delegates call. Said not less than 3, no more than 5 members. The committee changed it to, is proposing an alternative of no more than 5 members. Also, the motion that was presented by Mr. Brown called for the members of the audit committee to be comprised only of delegates or alternate delegates. The bylaws workshop has recommended a change for that to be US Chess members. So that is the alternative motion that I am presenting from the bylaws workshop for this. It is important that everything else is window dressing. It provides a way for the committee to choose its own chair. Everything else is there is changing EB to executive.
And Delegate Priest, Delegate Brown's motion needs a second. Were you seconding it?
I was seconding it and offering this as an amendment to it.
Right, and does that amendment have a second?
I am going to accept this as a friendly amendment. I will note on as far as the part about the delegates, that's how it currently is. So I'm perfectly fine with that.
Okay. Well, I think they seconded each other. So is there discussion now on the amendment first, or you was just accepted as friendly? Okay, so that is before us as the motion. Is there a discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your credentials. All opposed, motion passes.
Wonderful, thank you. So, as the chair of the audit committee, we are recommending, and Dan, I sent you those members as well, basically to bring in the same members of the audit committee. That exists today. That would be me, Mr. Eckert, Doug Eckert, John Rockefeller, John Haskell, and Fun Fong. Of those 5, 3 of us are CPAs. That would be me, Mr. Eckert, and Mr. Haskell. Mr. Rockefeller and Mr. Fong are both extensive investors.
Okay, so the motion that is before the committee is to vote on the members of the audit committee. Is there a discussion? Mike, are you wanting to discuss? Oh, you're getting ready to do the next one? Okay, seeing no discussion, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Those are the members of the audit committee. I guess you're then up, Mike, for LMA Trust? Oh, no. Okay, sorry. Chuck?
Yes, as chair of the LMA Trust, first I want to thank all of our 11 trustees for a wonderful year. Appreciate their volunteerism, and I'd like to recommend them for the next year. Those names are Jim Bedenbaugh, Steve Doyle, Peter Dyson, Dov Gorman, David Gramad, Mike Hoppower, Alan Priest, Tim Redmond, and the VP of Finance, Chuck Unruh.
So there's a motion before us related to the members for the LMA Trust. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, raise your credentials. Opposed, the motion carries. Now I believe we're up to the election committee. And please identify yourself.
Mike Neiman, Wisconsin. For the election committee, we are renominating the same 4 from last year. Myself from Wisconsin, Ken Sloan, New Jersey, and it still says funny saying that. Josh Sinanen, Washington, Kimberly Dew, New York.
So that is the motion that's before us for the election of the election committee. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed, the motion passes. Now I believe we're up to the bylaws committee.
For the bylaws committee.
And would you please
One
identify.
moment, please, Mr. President.
Sorry.
I believe I miss Beatrice Marinello, and she's also on the LMA.
Okay,
Thank you.
so
She's printed.
she was listed.
She was on the print, but I didn't read her.
Okay, she was listed. Thank you. Okay.
Alan Priest, one of my other hats, co-chair of the Bylaws Committee with Guy Hoffman. Bylaws Committee is making the recommendation for the following members: Guy Hoffman, Alan Priest. All of these are current members of the Bylaws Committee except for one. Alan Priest, Guy Hoffman, Randy Huff, David Day, Richard Kepke, Alex Lumelski, John McCrary, David Mailer, Robert Messenger, Andy Rea. The new addition would be dropping Robin Ramson from DC and adding Mark Rotenberg from DC, and that's because Robin said she'd like to do it that way.
Okay. Is there a discussion of the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed, motion passes. And who's doing the ethics committee? Please identify yourself.
Anand Damalapati, Virginia. As usual, we had a busy year of dealing with 25 cases. I thank the 14 members in the committee. We are thankful for David Day, who is leaving the committee, and Randy Hoff, who just announced that he will also be not continuing. But we're adding a new member, Steve Lampkin, into the committee, and we would like to keep the numbers at 13 as of now, because most committee members felt that it's an appropriate number.
And I think maybe it needs to be scrolled up, to capture all of the members. Okay. So those are the members that are being put forward. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed, motion passes. And we're up to the nominating committee.
Okay, nominating committee is a 2-year term. We're up for our 2-year term. David, we're recommending as follows up there: David Gramad. I'm currently chair. The committee chooses its own chair. Sophia Rode, currently vice chair. Michelle Martinez, Diane Shabazz, Richard Kepke. Chris Wainscott is stepping off, and we know her as Kayla Bagley is stepping on. There are 2 other members of the committee that are appointed by the board, so we don't address that as delegates.
Right. So is there discussion on those nominations? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed, that motion carries. The executive board will most likely address its 2 nominees at our Sunday executive board meeting. So that disposes of elections. Now we're back on to old business. First one is DM 2326, ADM 2318. Delegate Day, are you handling this?
Point of order, for referred motions, those now belong to the committee for who it's referred to.
Okay.
So whether the original makers here or not is irrelevant.
All right, so the rules, it was referred to both rules and ethics. So how I guess is Rules Committee then?
This one was referred to rules.
Oh, just to rules. Okay, excuse me. It was the next one. Rules Committee. Is that Al or you?
Yes, the Rules
Please
Committee
identify
discussed
yourself.
this motion, and nobody on the committee had any objection to the motion. Several of the members didn't think it was, several members thought it was moot or not relevant, but nobody had any objection to the motion passing.
Okay, so Delegate Day, do you want to speak to the ADM?
I'm not certain I disagree that it's moot. I think it is a little unclear. It's meant to clarify that for the rules that a board can still be standard if it does have logos in one of the 4 quarter squares or on the side. It's a very straightforward issue. It would simply clarify in the rule book that board is a standard board. Something with marks on other squares would not be a standard board.
Next speaker.
Dwayne Langseth, Colorado. I've proposed an amendment to this. If you'd like to address that now, I can talk about it.
Is the amendment on the board? How did you propose it? Did you send it to?
Yeah, I sent it to Mr. Lucas, and I gave him a copy of it also. It's very simple. You're right, this is a moot amendment. The foundational amendment is moot because of precedent that was set when I did an appeal to the US Chess organization when I was forced to play on a board that had symbols on the corners. And I was denied based upon the fact that the tournament director has the right to choose a board. And so that's the way it is right now. If the tournament director wants us to play on a board that has symbols on it, you have to accept that. I am bothered by that, and a lot of people are. They don't want to play on a board that has symbols on the corners. But I want to find a middle ground here. If you want to play on a board that has symbols on it, go for it. Just don't please force me and all of the other, probably tens of thousands of people that think it's absurd to have symbols on the corners, or at least annoying.
Okay, so that is the motion, the amendment to the motion. David, are you accepting that?
My amendment has not been read yet. Did you want to read it?
I've seen it right on the board here. That it, right, modifies similar items to read similar items only if neither player objects. Is that your motion, your amendment?
Okay, yeah. So number 2, it basically says that.
No, it's number 1, amend 2318. Is that your amendment?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, modify similar items. So basically, the taken amendment that he's proposing would just be modified to say similar items only if neither player objects.
Right. You've already described it.
So if it's okay to use the boards as he wants to, but not if one of the players objects.
Okay. We are enforcing time limits now too on comments. To the back microphone. It's right. We're dealing with the amendment. We're on the amendment.
The Rules Committee does not accept it as friendly.
Well, okay, yeah, that's right. You have to.
And I would speak against.
Point of order. There has been no second of that motion.
Okay, is there a second for all right, the motion's been seconded. All right, go ahead and speak.
I'm speaking, Alan Losoff is from Nevada, speaking personally, not on behalf of the Rules Committee, but I would point out that the Rules Committee did unanimously reject that appeal. We're using boards like that all over the place. Everybody uses them. The idea that a player can just arbitrarily say, I don't want to play on the equipment you're providing is just a very serious change in the rules. and I certainly wouldn't recommend adopting it at this time. Secondly, there is a mechanism which was not availed in the case in point. If a player has a disability that makes the provided equipment difficult to use, that player can simply state it, and then the tournament director or organizer is obligated to accommodate him. But when that is not the case, I don't see any reason a player can just say, I don't like your board. You know, you're advertising the Continental Chess Association on this board, and I happen to be a member of a different organization, and I don't want to play on a board that promotes your event. So
okay.
I'm opposed to the motion.
All right, the front speaker in favor of the motion.
Earl Weichel from Colorado. Basically, in the rule book, I believe it stipulates that a white square is to be on the right-hand side. That's one of the things that it mentions in the rule book. Secondly, it stipulates that a board that is of red and black is non-standard. So why are we making a board that has logos on the corner standard when you cannot have red and black?
Okay. Against the amendment, back microphone.
Dwayne Barber, Southern California. I have silk-screened thousands of chessboards, and the purpose is to give visibility to all kinds of services and activities and things. And I feel that those 4 squares we are talking about are not that much of a problem in terms of being able to move forward with a board. And so, as you look at it, you might say, oh well, we'll just turn it over to a TD to make a decision, or a player, and that player can object once, and then he comes into the next round and he objects again, and so the TD is constantly having to make changes and delving with this and delving with that. And I think we should just allow those 4 corner squares to be accepted without a TD having to jump in there and settle some issue. That's where I think it is.
Front speaker.
Alan Priest, Kentucky. I call the question.
Question has been called. Is there an objection to calling the question? There's an objection. We're going to vote on moving the previous question. Those in favor of continuing the debate will raise your credentials. Right, what? Okay, fine. Those who are in favor of ending debate will raise your credentials. And those in favor of continuing debate. The question has been called. We're now going to move to a vote on the amendment. So this is just on the amendment. Modify similar items to read similar items only if neither player objects. Those in favor of the...
Point of order, this is a rule change. This is the amendment, not the main motion.
It's the amendment. It's not a rules change yet.
Not a rule change yet.
The amendment. It's not, you can't be a rules change until you have a final vote. On the amendment. The amendment to the ADM, the motion from old business. It's not an amendment to an amendment. It is an amendment to the motion. All right, we're going to vote on the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment, raise your credentials. Those opposed to the amendment, raise your credentials. The amendment is defeated. Now we're back on the original motion. Is there discussion on it? Now, no discussion? Okay, now, parliamentarian, it requires 85%? Is that what the rule is? All right, so we are going to have to count the votes, obviously, and determine the number of votes in for it and the number of votes against it to make a determination of whether it gets 85% approval. So those in favor of the motion, please raise your credentials. Okay, who's going to count? You're going to count that side?
I've got this side of the room. 2, 3, 4.
Keep your credentials up if you're voting for the motion.
I've got the number here, 22 on this side.
30 on this side.
So 22, 52. Those opposed, raise your credentials. Hold them up high so we can see. Do you have an Excel program open? Okay.
I have 9 on this side. 14.
So 14 total or 14 on your side? So the total is 52 votes for and 14 against. 69%. So the motion fails.
That point of order, that is incorrect. The motion does not fail.
Oh, you're correct. That's right. The
It does
motion
not go
passes.
into
It
the
doesn't
rules
go-
this year. It
That's right.
passes, and it comes back for a vote again next year.
Yeah.
And if it passes with a majority, it will be
You're right.
in the rules next
The
year.
point is well taken. Okay, next, Andy, do you have something to say? Okay. All right, the next order of business is DM 2328, ADM 2319. This was referred to ethics. Are you from the Ethics Committee?
No. Hal, do you want to speak to this?
Somebody's from
On behalf
Ethics
of
going
the
to have
ethics,
to,
or is
they
it
now
on?
own this.
One of my many friends.
Anand Damalapati, Virginia. So from last year, this was referred to Ethics Committee, and we had discussions. 11-2 with the majority, the motion was rejected, and we are retaining the 6H code. That's the final decision by the Ethics Committee.
And David, did you want to speak to the
motion? Yeah. I want to provide a little bit of background.
I'm sorry, would you provide name and state?
Sorry. David Day, Utah.
Thank you.
The Code of Ethics, Section 6, specifies that actions and behaviors of people involved with US chess events that are inconsistent with fair play, good sportsmanship, honesty, and respect for the rights of others are unethical. And you can be brought before the Board of Ethics and potentially receive a sanction that's approved by the Executive Board for violating the Code of Ethics. Section 6 goes on to lay out certain behaviors that are considered to be unethical and goes on to say that that is not an exhaustive list. Some of the things on that list include cheating, which is what comes up most often. One of the things on that list is denying a US chess member from participating in your event. What this motion does is it simply removes that from the list. It's still quite possible that you could deny somebody from participating in your event without giving them due process, and that could still be a violation of the Code of Ethics. This motion simply removes it from the list of things that are automatically an example of something that is unethical. The basic idea here is all of us have seen signs in restaurant windows or things like that say we refuse the right to refuse service to anyone without holding a hearing and letting them explain why they should get to come in whether they want to or not. If you want to have an informal rule that says that no one who is on the sex offender registry list can come to your tournaments and you don't have to give them a hearing in advance on that, if you want to have a rule that says Sam Sloan cannot come to your events and you don't have to give him notice in advance, right now, if you have that rule, you are violating the Code of Ethics and you can be suspended for organizing your event and doing it that way. And some would say that you should be. This would remove that from the list and would put it into a facts and circumstances list where the Ethics Committee would look at all of the circumstances and determine whether this is a case where, in their view, you needed to actually give that person a hearing and give them due process, or if you can just inform them that they're banned and that's the end of the discussion.
Okay. Go to the microphone and state your point. What is his point of procedure going to be? State first name and state your point.
Steve Emmett, New York State. This motion was referred to Ethics Committee, and the Ethics Committee rejected it. Why are we reconsidering
It's
this
still
motion?
a motion. It's still an old business. Ethics made its argument. David is making his argument for it. It doesn't simply get rejected because they are not in favor of it. Back, Mike.
Okay. Caleb Brown, Texas. I would like to first correct the sponsor about the safe play part, about the sex offender part, because the safe play policy now prohibits a registered sex offender from being present at any US chess event. So that part is irrelevant.
When there's children present.
When there's minors present, yes. But that would cover probably most tournaments, though. In any case, though, we do need something like 6H because an organizer could arbitrarily exclude them. For example, if an organizer just doesn't like people that have beards, they could just exclude them. That would be ridiculous. So, however, the sponsor does have a point that may have a point here that, and this was kind of coming out of the workshop, that 6H is not entirely clear, and it's not entirely clear what appropriate due process is. So really, while we don't need to get rid of 6H, we do need some clarification on what it means. So I move to refer to the Executive Board and the Ethics Committee with Yes, I can. I'm not calling the question. I'm making a motion.
Go ahead and state your motion.
Okay. So I move to refer to the Executive Board and the Ethics Committee with instructions to prepare a rewrite of 6H to clarify its meaning and or prepare official guidance explaining the meaning of 6H.
Time.
So we now have a motion. Is there a second for that motion? We have a motion and it's been seconded. Is there discussion of the motion to refer? I see the ethics chair approaching the mic.
No, you don't.
Okay, name and state, please.
Okay, Hal Terry, New Hampshire. The Ethics Committee already tried to create compromise wording. We discussed that in the committee, and there was absolutely no interest in doing it. So we tried that already and failed. And
so you're speaking against the motion to refer?
Yeah.
Is there anybody speaking in favor of the motion to refer?
No, but I'm Alan Priest from Kentucky, and I call the question on the motion to refer.
Okay, the question has been called. Is there an objection to calling the question? Seeing no objection, we will move to a vote on the motion to refer. Those in favor of referring, please raise your credentials. Opposed? The motion is not referred. We're back on the original motion. Is there additional speakers to the motion? Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to call Mike Shuey, Tennessee. I'd like to call the question. Thanks.
So the question has been called. Is there an objection? Hearing none, we're now going to vote on the motion, on the motion, which is 23-19. Yeah. No, this is his motion. So if you're in favor of the motion, raise your credentials. Okay, we're going to have to count 2, 4, 6, 8. And if you're opposed to the motion, raise your credentials. The motion is defeated. All right, so we've disposed of 2 in 25 minutes. The next is DM 2334, ADM 2325. This was referred to Tournament Director Certification Committee, the Executive Board, and the office. The responses you can see, TDCC says the proposed include this in the system redesign. That was basically the same recommendation after the rating system is ready in early 2025 from the Executive Board. So I don't know who now owns this. We'll own it. Do you want to speak to it? Go ahead.
Seeing the response, this is Danny Road, New York. Seeing the responses to the motion, I can withdraw this motion and we can move on.
All right. Unanimous consent. Well, because you have one other sponsor, 2 other. I guess you're no longer the sponsor.
I don't even think we have the right to withdraw the motion because we don't own it. So,
Yeah, well,
I mean, I don't see what we're here discussing.
Can I ask the parliamentarian, there are two, it was referred to two different bodies, so who would own it that could withdraw it?
It's listed, the sponsors listed are Mr. Emmett, Mr. Rhodey, and Mrs. Rhodey.
Well, we've already established that they no longer own it. That's what we've been talking about.
So TDCC or... That's it.
All right, fine. The executive board asks unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment, or motion, excuse me. Is there objection? All right, the motion is withdrawn. The next ADM, thank you for the withdrawal, by the way, is DM 2335, ADM 2327, and this one was referred to the executive board. My understanding, Executive Director Bartlett, is that we have started this. Is that correct?
That's true.
No.
Correct. We started proceeding with a certain vendor to help us with the duplicate memberships. We've changed course because that vendor was not meeting our expectations. And so we will begin implementing and asking assistance from the task force after we get the new contractor on board.
And you will see in the response that the working group was established by Executive Board Motion 2459. So I hope that's sufficient for the original maker of the motion. So now we're going to move on to DM 2337, ADM 2326. And this was referred to TDCC, the Executive Board, and the office. So TDCC, again, system redesign, ratings upgrade. So the Executive Board would since we are in progress on this, the Executive Board would ask unanimous consent to withdraw this motion. Hearing no objections, it is withdrawn. Next is DM 2338, ADM 2336. Delegate Brown, is this correct?
This was referred to bylaws.
Okay, that's
as you
right.
can see, the bylaws committee report is listed. We had no support for the motion as referred. Therefore, we recommend no action by this body.
And Delegate Brown, my recollection was you may have had an amendment of some type to this? Name and state.
Caleb Brown, Texas. This motion was amended last year at the delegates meeting, and there was an error in the delegates call. They put in the original version, not the amended version. So I think Rose or Dan are going to get the correct version that was amended.
Okay, hold on while they...
Bylaws discussed it. We don't like the concept at all, either way it's presented.
Okay, but we will still consider, certainly once it's in front of us, if it's seconded.
It was referred, so a second needed.
This was, okay, I thought you were going to change some language, but this is just the actual...
This is how it was changed last year.
Okay,
It's the same.
all right,
No,
okay. So it was just an error. Okay, so is there any other speakers on the motion?
Okay, well, so I first should note that the bylaws, at the bylaws workshop, there was majority support for it. I just want to clarify that. So on this motion, what this would do is right now, for all the minutes I could find, now Ellen suggested there was an exception that's not in any of the minutes I could find, but that the membership meetings have consistently just been electing a list of people, often less than 5, and there has simply been, just unopposed, just rubber stamping, and it really does not make sense to be adding people as delegates without really any sort of election, just rubber stamping them in. That doesn't quite make sense. So one of the reasons why additional delegates were created in 2009, if you go back to the minutes of that meeting, was to make the membership meeting more meaningful. The details of this motion, of the current text, which limits it to people that were past delegates in the last 5 years, has failed to accomplish that purpose. So this would help further the original purpose of additional delegates. by allowing current year alternate delegates to also be elected. So it's just broadening the eligibility. It does not change the number of additional delegates.
Okay, is there additional discussion on the motion?
I need to make a clarification from the workshop. As I said, there was no support for this in the Bylaws Committee. With the amended language, while Mr. Brown is correct that it had a majority support of the workshop, it was 13 to 10, so it was a slim majority.
Okay, thank you for the correction. And back speaker.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois. I'm against this motion, basically because this is sort of going back to the old days of the delegate for a day, which we clearly said we don't want that kind of thing. I understand the concept that you want to have as many people as possible, working to do things as well as possible here and as much input as possible. But the idea that, okay, we're going to elect X number of people to potentially fill vacant delegate spots from other state, from who knows where, just because no delegate shows up and no alternate shows up or was even listed. That seems like going back to the old days, and I don't think we really want to do that.
Point of order, the speech that's being given is not about the motion that's on the floor.
Point is well taken.
That was written in the bylaw, in the delegates call, which we've determined was incorrect.
This is making it so that additional alternate delegates could serve in that capacity at the membership meeting, because currently the way the membership meeting goes is you can only select those who have been a delegate within one of the last 5 years. This would broaden the category that would be acceptable for election to be a delegate from the membership meeting. Front speaker.
Point of clarification, can you put the motion back up there, Dan? So, and I'll ask legal counsel for advice on this. The way I read what's written up there, it says served as a delegate at least one of the last 5 years, or are serving as an alternate delegate in the present year. That means any alternate delegate can now get put in. They do not have to have served as a delegate in one of the last 5 years.
That's right. And that I was reading the prior language that was put up, but as Delegate Hoffbauer points out, it is just alternate delegates in the present year. It's not in past years. So is there anybody, the back speaker, front speaker? Go ahead and
I think it was just clarified for me. Alan Lowesoft, Nevada. It was just clarified for me. All this motion would do would be to expand the group of people who are eligible. It doesn't change the number of how many.
That's correct.
And so we're simply saying someone who has never served as a delegate but has been proposed by some state as an alternate delegate should be allowed to be elected as a delegate at large.
Well, they may be elected.
Or is eligible to be elected as a delegate at large.
Not as a delegate at large, as a delegate.
Yeah, temporary delegate, whatever the word is. I don't like delegate. Larry's term delegate for the day, but right. Okay, in that case, I'm in favor of that motion because it does expand the number of people who might get a seat, and it's from among the people that some state said we want him as an alternate. So,
okay, thank you.
I'm in favor.
Next speaker.
Call the question.
So the question's been called. Is there an objection? There is none. So we're going to move. Now you can see what the motion is. It's just the underlined, bolded language in additional delegates for Section 9. Those in favor, raise your credentials. I'm going to have to count. Okay, those opposed, motion just fails. All right, let's see. So the next motion is ADM 2342, ADM 2341. This was referred to bylaws and elections, and there are two different reports from bylaws and elections. Bylaws is listed first, so bylaws gets to go first. Sorry.
I think our written statement is self-explanatory. We're fine with removing the statements from Chess Life. However, we want to make sure that folks have an opportunity to find the things with some mention in Chess Life as to where they would find them on the website.
Right. So, but it looks like elections has proposed substitute language. Is that correct? Go ahead and identify yourself. It's on. It's on.
You are correct. Yeah, we are proposing language as a bylaws change. You can read for it there on page 6.
Well, you now own this. So this is was this a substitute motion?
Well, you guys made the motion to create language. So.
Yes, and it got referred to you.
Right.
You own it is what I've been.
This is the motion that you all asked him to create.
Right. So is it that your intent to substitute this for the original ADM?
I guess so. I mean,
okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Language.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So now we are on discussion of. And do you want to explain the? I mean, it's not evident. So you want to explain what this is different from the?
Well, it's just getting rid of Chess Life, I think, right, and putting it on the website. And it's
well, what's different about this compared to what the original ADM was?
There was no original ADM.
Okay,
there was no original. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Okay, all right. So now, okay, I got you.
It's all new.
All right. So discussion on the election committee's proposed language. I see no discussion, so we'll move to a vote on it. Those in favor of that proposed language, opposed, motion is carried. So we're now on DM 2346, ADM 2345, and this was referred to bylaws and elections. Stick around, guys. So Delegate Priest, would you identify yourself?
Alan Priest, Kentucky, co-chair of Bylaws Committee. This underwent a great deal of debate in the Bylaws Committee discussion forum over the last year. Certainly there are bylaw committee members who fall on every side of the issue. There are some of us who believe that there should be no change to the bylaws, which have a strict prohibition on the service of felons on the EB. There are those who felt that the whole thing should be removed. And we did end up with a form of compromise language that I think it would be fair to say that the folks who would like to see the whole thing removed would still like to see the whole thing removed. But we did come up with some compromise language, which is presented there. There was a discussion that came up in the workshop from a member of the committee about an instant case, and he would prefer to see the language say punishable by no more than 1 year and a day of imprisonment. I don't know that that's substantive, and I don't care if that's added or not. It doesn't make any difference to me. And from the, from the workshop, removing the felon language was voted in favor of by 15 and 17 no. The compromise language was voted in favor 18 to 11. And the elections version that they have presented as text had 2 in favor and 16 opposed.
So here now from Elections Committee, and then I believe there's actually what may be an amendment to the ADM, but go ahead.
Mike Neatman, Wisconsin. Yeah, on the bottom of extreme bottom of page 6 is you can see our version of what we are requesting. Basically, we got rid of a lot of language because as we felt we were the gatekeepers of this at the end, and we wanted pretty generic wording. We didn't want very specific language, so we got rid of specifics.
Okay, thank you. I believe, Leela, are you the offering of an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Am I on now?
Yes.
Mr. Lucas, I believe I sent you the motion to the substitute motion. And this is a motion that would substitute for both of the alternatives offered by bylaws and elections. And as you can see, there are 4 sponsors of this motion to substitute: Mr. Rockefeller, myself, Mark Rottenberg from DC, and Robin Ransom from DC. This issue has been before this body for several years running. And in the past, there's been we've spoken about the unfairness of this absolute prohibition because it impacts minority communities disparately. And there is another issue, though, that now as a member of the executive board, I have felt like I had a fiduciary responsibility to bring forward, and that is that this is contrary to best practices for nonprofits and puts the Federation at risk of facing legal liability and penalties for discriminatory practices. To explain that, nonprofits do not have these prohibitions on anyone who's ever been convicted or pled no contest to a felony in their bylaws. It just doesn't happen. A discussion was had with the former chair of Equal Justice Works, which is the organization that spearheaded the campaign against checkboxes on employment applications that allow an employer to just automatically exclude somebody if they have a conviction, because that is discriminatory. No matter what you think is happening today in terms of discrimination, we're talking about elections to the executive board. Okay, I was elected to the executive board at 61 years old, and I promise you, when I was first of age to be charged or convicted of a felony, the treatment of me would have been quite different from the treatment of a black boy who lived down the street from me. If we were both found in possession of drugs, my father would have hired a lawyer who would have gotten that dropped for me or reduced to a misdemeanor charge or some little level of community service, and nothing would have happened. And the poor black child with whom I went to school would not have had that happen and would have wound up with a felony conviction. It's wrong. It doesn't belong in our bylaws. It's discriminatory. It does not fit with what we do. Beyond that, most states have made it illegal to have automatic exclusions of people based upon some criminal history. Instead, whether it's for employment, joining an organization, serving an organization, the requirement is that you consider the entirety of the applicant's past and their history and everything about the applicant in making that decision. The proposal that we've made is to put this where it belongs. Let's take it out of the bylaws. We have a nominating committee now. The proposal would have this information considered by the nominating committee, and the nominating committee would be able to vet the process. So here's the way the amendment would read. We would replace Article 6, Section 2, subsection E, that's the past conviction exclusion provision, with a provision that would simply say complies with the requirements established by the nominating committee. And we would delete Article 6, Section 5, subsection D, which is the write-in candidate provision, because the fact is that the write-in candidates almost never happen. I don't think there's been one for over a decade. They're never successful. And to whatever extent there's a value in allowing write-in candidates to come in way after the fact of vetting by the nominating committee, that is outweighed by protecting the organization for potential liability by getting this out of our bylaws and making sure that all the members of our organization, no matter what their background, have an equal opportunity to be vetted. If the nominating committee finds that someone is unqualified because of their past, that's what, in creating the nominating committee, we have entrusted them to do. They will come back and recommend to us recommend to the electorate against electing that person, finding them unqualified for board service. That's what this is about. The chair of the nominating committee has indicated his support for it, and I hope that he's in the room to take the microphone.
Point of information.
State your point.
When we were discussing some of these alternative changes, my understanding was that the proposal that you were going to have was going to drop the self-nomination provision. The self-nomination provision is still in here. So a person who self-nominates will bypass the nominating committee.
No, actually it would require all applicants, all persons who wanted to run, to be considered by the nominating committee. If we can go back up to the language above the rationale. To comply with the requirements established by the nominating committee. That means that every person who is running would in fact submit their credentials to the nominating committee, go through the vetting process, and have the nominating committee report out on them. Qualified, unqualified, recommended, not recommended. It would put everybody in front of the nominating committee and allow the nominating committee to do its job thoroughly.
But they would still be running if they were a child molester. They would just have a statement from the nominating committee saying they were a child molester. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have front and back speakers we have in favor of the amendment and opposed to it? Is there anybody in the back that's opposed? John, are you opposed to the amendment?
I have a point of information for Leila and for
State your
Alan.
point.
Is those of you that are more familiar with the Illinois statutes, can we legally eliminate write-in ballots?
I'm not aware of any prohibition on that.
We have legal counsel present, Mr. President.
Jason Brokaw, legal counsel. Just as a blanket, can you eliminate write-in ballots? I'm not aware of a prohibition on that. You are, as an Illinois corporation and complying with the Illinois Not-for-Profit Act and the Business Corporation Act, you're allowed to establish your own governance. So I'm not aware of a prohibition on that.
And I would note that the write-in procedure for our organization is a little different than just considering any write-in candidate. They actually have to register, and they have to pay a dollar amount. And so just anybody who gets written in, it's only those that are registered already that would be considered in terms of counting ballots. So I think we already do have something of a prohibition on write-in ballots. So, front speaker.
I would like to speak in favor of the motion. My name is Mark Rotenberg,
thank you.
Washington, D.C. I participated in the bylaws discussion yesterday, and I wanted to begin by thanking Alan for what I thought was a very good conversation about the concerns that people have. And at the same time, I want to say that the resolution that we worked on with Leila and Rob and John is very important. I've reviewed many nonprofit bylaws over many years. I've actually never seen a provision like this before. I won't say that it doesn't exist somewhere, but it really shouldn't. Many states now actually prohibit in employment law asking precisely this question because many states understand that in practical terms, the effect of this type of language is to exclude the participation of people who might otherwise have an opportunity to be considered. And I think the better alternative, which is now available to US Chess because you have a nominations committee, is to put this and other relevant factors before the nominations committee and let them make the decision and then present their results to the body as to who's qualified and who's not.
Thank you. Is there anybody at the back speaker that opposes the amendment? Go ahead and speak.
Robert Getty, Virginia. I think this amendment here is the wrong way to go about what people are trying to say. I mean, they're saying that they want to remove the prohibition against felons, but I am uncomfortable with replacing it with a statement saying complies with the requirements established by the nominating committee. That is a sliding variable bar that could change upon a dime. If the intention of the people with the amendment is to remove the felon prohibition, either remove it completely or replace it with something else. Don't put in a variable that no longer gives us this is what is required. You have to be 18, you have to be this, and you have to have whatever the nomination committee decides this particular month is required.
Point of clarification, it doesn't remove everything. The only thing it removes is the felon. It only replaces the felon exclusion with this. All of the other have to be 18, have to do it. Those are all still there.
Right, but these are your requirements and whatever you say in the nomination committee, as opposed to before. Right now we have these are the requirements. So if your intention is just to remove the felon provision, remove the felony provision. Don't replace it with and now nominating committee gets a blank check to modify as desired. Thank you.
At the front microphone.
So, point.
Go to the microphone, identify yourself, and ask your point of information.
Mine's a point of information.
Jim Minella, Southern California. Leila, if somebody goes before the nominating committee and gets vetted and is told, okay, you qualify, but they concealed something successfully, something that you didn't find in their past and they didn't reveal to you, and they're elected and they're on the board, can they be removed under the current language of this amendment for lying to you, or are we stuck with them?
I think there's a recall
Yeah, there is a
We have
recall
recall
provision.
provisions. We have recall provisions to remove
So we'd
members
have to
from the
go
board.
through an entire recall. We couldn't just say, you concealed something, you're off.
What is the ability of the board to?
Okay, is that answered? I believe that's correct.
Council is reviewing the bylaw right now to find an answer. Let's give him the opportunity to do that.
Thank you for noticing that. Yes, there is one. I was going to look at the language to determine what the process was, but generally speaking, lying on applications or concealing relevant facts would constitute for cause, which I believe is the standard in the recall provision.
And the executive board has removed members of the executive board as well in the past. Okay, front speaker.
David Day, Utah, point of information related. So does this language require that applicants disclose criminal history to the nominating committee?
Applicants are already required to do a complete background check, and I do believe that the nominating committee requires applicants to disclose their criminal history. I would ask Mr. Gramad to.
Yeah, that's a
I
question
guess
for
I'm
the-
clarifying, is that under this language, or is that something the nominating committee's requiring? That's the distinction I'm trying to draw.
We should ask, is
Ask the chair
Delegate
of the nominating
Gramad, are you back there? Come on up. Come on up and answer the point of information.
All right, Delegate Day, what was your question?
So does this language require that somebody disclose criminal history under the bylaws, or does this language just allow the nominating committee to require that, and then and if it's the latter, is the nominating committee currently requiring that applicants disclose their criminal history? How are you handling that?
Well, we do a criminal background check, as I do in my business.
And
So,
that's already a requirement. You can't
yeah.
you can't run for executive board without submitting to a criminal background check. That's already a
I'll
requirement.
get back in line.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, is there anybody in the back behind speaking against?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Daniel Cerna, New Mexico. I know it's a very passionate topic with this, and I do have to say, after doing a lot of research, I know there's been discussion that no other nonprofits do this. It really just becomes the nature of the nonprofit that matters. There is no law that requires nonprofits to do that. That is a correct statement. However, if you look at nonprofits that deal with primarily youth sports, children, et cetera, it's not only a requirement, they're actually going to be much stricter than even not allowing felons. One example is the Girl Scouts of America. No felony is allowed, in addition to a list of misdemeanors are not allowed, and will disqualify you from solely the executive board. So saying that, hey, we have this and we'll disqualify some people, it does make sense. I understand that, it is true. But if 65% of our members are children and vulnerable groups extend beyond that, we do have to look at that higher bar of qualification that we have specifically for only those seats that are up there. There's an optics that goes with that too. If we allow this and other youth organizations do not, and a view from Safe Play, et cetera, is that we are similar to a youth sports organization. We do need a stronger and more stringent criteria for being up there. And that's not because people don't belong up there and they should be disqualified. Those people can still play chess, they can still be delegates in your seat, they can still run in committees, they can still do all of those things. None of those are prevented with the current rules that we have for the executive board.
Thank you. Front speaker.
Caleb Brown, Texas. I call the question.
Question has been called. It's quiet, please. Is there an objection? I see an objection, so we will now. I said I see an objection. We'll now move the vote on the previous question. Those in favor of ending debate will raise your credentials. This requires a 2/3 vote. Those opposed? Okay, we are now on the amendment, and we will now vote on the amendment, which would be a substitute amendment. So those in favor of the substitute amendment that Leela has offered, raise your credentials. Okay, we're going to have to count this one. You want to get that side? 23, and you have 23 also? Oh, you have 20? Okay, 43. Now those opposed, raise your credentials. You want to get the count. And 14. The amendment passes 43 to 29. Now, we still have to vote on the ADM as amended.
That'd be correct.
And this will require a 2/3 vote.
That would be correct.
Yes.
Robert Messenger, representing Massachusetts. This is a radical change which eliminates the ability to have a write-in candidate. We've had a recent election where there was a problem where there was a write-in candidate, and this has not been considered by the committees. So although I'm somewhat sympathetic to Leela's idea, I would move to refer back to rules and elections because I'm in bylaws and elections, because this motion is now very different from what was referred before. So that's my motion.
Point of information.
State your point.
Pardon me, Lawrence Cohen, Illinois. Point of information, isn't this a bylaws change?
I just said that.
And therefore, it will have to be voted again next year to be passed?
That's a rules change.
Okay, thank you.
Bylaws change does require a 2/3 vote. Are there wishing to speak on the referral? Motion to refer. Yes, back microphone.
To respond.
Yes. Andy Ray, Florida. And this issue has been only the past 5-6 years at least. And the idea that we're going to refer and do nothing essentially is, in my opinion, abandoning the responsibilities of our delegates. This has basically been studied to death. It's ready to take action. I believe that we should go ahead and take action on this today, not next year.
Mr. President, I'd like to respond to the motion to refer.
Okay.
Okay. If we refer, we put ourselves at risk for another year of being found liable for penalties and for damages because we are illegally excluding people from consideration. That is the fact that this is out of step with best practices for nonprofits and that it's not done by other nonprofits is significant. Without going into tremendous detail, I can tell you that the structure of the Girl Scouts of America is entirely different. The members of its executive board are people who work directly with children in troops, and so it's a completely different set of considerations and doesn't have anything to do with this. We're talking about an executive board that does not work directly with children. That's not the roles here. And frankly, it's kind of a boogeyman, the idea that every single person who might have a felony conviction or no contest plea in their past is a child molester. That's simply not the case. David Gramont and the Elections Committee are not going to recommend any child molesters. They are going to recommend against, and they're going to disclose to the entire voting body that someone's convicted of child molestation, and they're going to get 0 votes, or maybe they'll vote for themselves. But I think that before we start referring this and ignoring the problem that was created when this amendment was made in rushed consideration without careful study is a mistake. There's been careful study now, and the recognition is that this is out of step with best practice or bylaws. It puts the organization at risk of liability for discrimination, and when they have the ability to fix it, by letting the nominations committee act like a nominating committee and do its job and vet candidates.
Are you speaking in favor of the motion to refer?
I call the question.
The question has been called. This is on the motion to refer. Is there an objection? Seeing no objection, we will vote on the motion to refer. Those who wish to refer back to bylaws and elections will raise your credentials. Opposed. It is not referred. We're back on the motion as amended. They're speaking in favor or against?
I have a point of information.
State your point.
I'm confused. References have been made to employment law. At what point did EB members become employees of US Chess Federation?
It's not simply a matter of employment law. It's employment, it's joining organizations, it's becoming a member, it's being removed. You can't discriminate against someone simply on the basis of a past criminal history without examining the entirety of the application.
And I also would like to hear from legal counsel.
Again, Jason Brokaw, legal counsel. So I just want to offer some clarification based on Illinois law. Automatic exclusion in and of itself can be problematic. It leaves a vacuum where someone can allege that the whole basis of why they're excluded was just about a discriminatory reason as much as it was about the underlying felony. So there is some reason or some concern in having a blanket exception. But I also want to caution you that leaving it the way you have and having an automatic exclusion or an automatic background check has the same effect. So you have to give some thought to the timing of the exclusion from someone from a position is just as important as the exclusion itself. In Illinois, the check the box rule applies to applicants for jobs. So if you're going to run your background check as part of your nominating procedure, it needs to be after they've otherwise qualified, they've satisfied all the other criteria, because otherwise you're going to have the same discriminatory effect. It's true that in employment this has developed more. It is less seen in the not-for-profit. We don't have it applying in the same way. The point is well taken that they are not employees, so it would not be an employment discrimination claim. That same being said, discrimination is equally problematic and a point of exposure if you're going to discriminate against inclusion in your organization. So I just wanted to draw those distinctions and clarify that simply putting in the language that's there before you without addressing how the nominating committee conducts itself will not cure the problem that you're seeking to cure.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just say by clarification, the nominating committee actually has a charter that explains how it functions. So there are details about how the nominating committee functions, and I think that Mr. Grimaud is the person to speak to that.
And the back speaker.
I just have a question for Layla, the sponsor, and that is
And who are
Steve
you?
Emmett, New York
Who are you?
State.
Thank
Steve
you.
Emmett, New York State. What safeguards would there be that a future nominating committee might not be more severe and restrictive in terms of, let's say, for example, disallowing anyone with a misdemeanor conviction from running? What safeguards would we have that this would not actually work against us in a more, or I guess, more restrictive board or nominating committee that was not as enlightened?
I don't think that we have that protection today. You, as a delegate body, appoint 6 members to the nominating committee. It's your job to vet and consider who those people should be and their qualifications. We, as an executive board, appoint 2. It's our job to do that. But again, the boogeyman of future people not doing their jobs properly is not a reason for us not to move forward.
And I would note that the nominating committee cannot disqualify a person from running, but they can inform the body. Okay, front microphone.
Hi, Jim Minella, Southern California. I'm going to speak in favor of this motion. It's not perfect. There are some things in it that I don't like, but nothing is going to be perfect at this point. Nothing is going to satisfy everybody. So I'm going to speak in favor of it. I think we should pass it because having nothing is worse than having something that's pretty good but not perfect. So we have a stop the presses moment here because Leela and I agree on nothing. But in this case, I agree with her. So you can take that for what it's worth.
Thank you. That back microphone.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I would like to make an amendment to remove the last sentence of the motion, which, in other words, the motion removes the parts of the bylaws that allows for write-in candidacies, and I'm moving to strike that part of the motion, which would just leave the first part.
So we have a motion. Is there a second for that amendment? We have a second for the amendment. We are now on an amendment to the amendment. thank you, which would delete the subsection relating to the write-in candidate provision. Is there discussion on that amendment to the amendment?
I need to speak against it, Randy.
Okay, go ahead.
I need to speak against it because if we allow the write-in provision to stand, we have a way of circumventing the entire thing. The write-in candidate avoids the nominating committee process entirely and avoids scrutiny on this issue completely. That's why, on balance, the four sponsors concluded that the rarity of the write-in candidate and whatever value there is in allowing for write-in candidates is outweighed by following our values as an organization, which are supposed to have a vision of recognizing chess as an essential tool that promotes inclusiveness. And this is about inclusiveness.
I think, are there maybe speakers behind you that were there first, Alan? Okay.
So
Name and state.
Alan Priest, Kentucky. I oppose the amendment because I think it is absolutely critical, if we're going to do this, that all candidates will need to be vetted by nominations. And as you said, write-in candidates would avoid this completely. It just is an open path, which I find totally unacceptable.
Okay, and the front speaker?
Mr. Chair.
Question has been called. Is there an objection? Somebody.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
I was
okay.
trying to offer something. There was a comment that was
sorry.
made.
Yep. Give us your advice.
There was a comment that was made that the nominating committee does not exclude people, and I do believe under your current bylaws that is a fair assessment of what you had. However, you are now moving the nominating committee's requirements away from their nominating process and their charter and placing it in the eligibility section. So now, if a candidate does not comply under this language, they are no longer eligible. So it will have the effect of the nominating committee's decision on this matter to exclude someone.
I'm not sure I agree with that, but that will
They'll simply have to comply with the nominating committee's requirements, which are to submit certain written materials and submit to an interview.
And a background check.
The background check is in the bylaws, irrespective of the nominating committee.
Okay.
But that will
You
not
have to submit
disqualify
to a
them.
background check to become a candidate.
Right. You have to submit to a background check. But if it comes back with something bad on it, you are not disqualified. It simply can be disclosed to the electorate.
Provided that the charter does not change, that you maintain your current criteria.
Well, okay, I guess that's a side issue. I don't know that we would allow a committee to change the terms under which someone could run for the board. I'm not sure that would align with our bylaws either.
Right, your eligibility criteria, but you've now added a new criteria that the nominating committee controls, and that is a enumerated item of eligibility. So
Again, I'm not sure I agree, but I think we can move on with the discussion. So,
Yeah, the background check is, Alan Priest, Kentucky, the background check is in the bylaws. It's item C under this section that we've been discussing.
right, but if
So it is in there.
Yeah, it's in there that you have to submit to one, but the results of it will not disqualify you. Thank you. Is there a back microphone?
Hello. I would like to reiterate what someone said earlier about the perfect getting in the way of the good.
We're on the amendment.
I'm on the amendment.
Okay, just making sure.
And the amendment is to remove the language about
Write-in candidate.
removing write-in candidates. I think it's so important that we pass the first part of the amendment that I'm willing to let that go, leave write-in candidates in. Yes, somebody very clever could maybe work around it, but at least it gets us off the legal hook of our current bylaws, which I think all the lawyers here seem to have been in a consensus that it's a violation of the Illinois law.
I don't think
All the
that's
lawyers
a
who have spoken.
accurate statement. Okay, front microphone, Caleb. Question has been called. This is on the amendment to the amendment, which it would be to remove the last section related to the write-in candidates, just so everybody understands. Is there an objection to calling the questions? Okay, so now we're voting on the amendment, which would remove the last part, delete US Chess Bylaw Article 6, Section 5, subsection D, the write-in candidate provision. Those in favor of removing this from the motion will vote aye. Raise your credentials.
Point of information.
Yes.
Do I understand it correctly that what removing this would do would be to continue to allow write-in candidates? Is that the effect?
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at this. Delete U.S. Chess Bylaw, Article 6, Section 5, subsection D, which is the write-in candidate provision, which is being deleted, so you could not have a write-in candidate. The amendment is deleting the delete, so you could have a write-in candidate. So those in favor of that amendment to continue to allow write-in candidates will raise your credentials. Those opposed, it fails. We're back on the amendment to the motion. State your point.
I think we've already accepted the substitute.
You still have to vote on the motion. I know that. That's what I said. All right, we're on the main motion, which is the amendment is the main motion now. Is there discussion? I'm back speaker. The question has been called. Is there objection? Hearing none, we will now go to a vote on the amendment, which is the motion. It is a bylaws change that will require 2/3 majority for it to pass, so we'll have to take account. Those in favor of the amendment, which is now the motion, will raise your credentials. I don't think we're going to have to count. Those opposed? Yeah, that's more than 2/3. So the amendment passes, and then it is the motion now. Excuse me, the motion passes.
Congratulations, Ms. Ransom.
Okay, we just finished our first piece of new business, or no, we've just finished old business. We're now on new business, which leaves us 24 plus whatever other new business might happen in 2 appeals. So the first piece of new business is ADM 2409, and I don't know who's going to speak to that motion.
Alan, why don't you present it?
No, it's not. That isn't correct.
I'm sorry?
That is incorrect. We are not on 2409.
What are we on?
Motions that have come from
from the membership meeting. Okay, sorry, that's right, correct. Okay, what are the motions? Dan, do you have the motions? Okay. Yeah, please, thank you. Who's the sponsor of this? Can somebody claim authorship?
Somebody who was from the membership.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not mine, but it's the executive board. I guess I'm part of it.
No, this is.
Mike Hoffpar, Virginia. This proposed amendment, which I'll read, this proposed motion, which I will read in a moment, would allow the executive board to review incoming challenges to existing state chapters. And then the executive board could issue a decision that basically says, look, this was the same issue we heard last year. We're hearing the same thing all over again. No, this is not going to go before the delegates. And if that would be the case, then it could be delayed. It would be put input. You couldn't have consecutive challenges and then year after year after year on the same stuff. So let me read the motion. Amend Section 1, state chapters of Article 8, organizational units in the US Chess Bylaws by adding the following text to the end of or at an appropriate place within Section 1 of Article 8. When an existing state chapter's status is challenged and that challenge is rejected by the delegates, no one may re-challenge the existing state chapter status for 3 years, except upon recommendation to the delegates by the executive board that the new challenge is based on previously unheard, substantive, and relevant evidence that the delegates should hear.
Thank you. That is the motion, and that was brought forward from the membership meeting. Is there discussion? At the back.
Alan Losoff, Nevada. while I'm very sympathetic to this motion, it would be rather inconsistent of this body to have just voted in favor of a challenge that did not meet those requirements and then say, oh, but let's not allow ourselves to do this again. So I have to speak against that motion for that, just in terms of consistency of this body.
Front speaker.
Point of order.
State your point.
Because this is a bylaws change that was not in the delegates' call, it requires 75% vote to approve.
That's correct. Is there further discussion? Back microphone. We have a point of information, so please state your name, state, and your point of information.
Yes, this is Delegate Jim Manella from Southern California again. The question I have is, does this prevent a state organization that's challenged and loses the challenge, okay, from coming back next year to the delegates and saying, look, we lost, but this was wrong?
No, it's a different challenge because it says the existing state chapter.
Okay.
Further discussion. Back microphone. Back microphone's next.
Andrew Squitier, Louisiana. So when I was first looking through the two state challenges, my question was, what was the criteria for a challenge? And so I would move that we refer this to the appropriate committee so they could come up with the appropriate procedures for a state challenge.
So there's a move for referral. Is there a second to that? Okay, there's a second. Is there discussion on the motion to refer? He said
bylaws and states and affiliates.
My guess would be bylaws, but
I would say bylaws and states and affiliates.
Okay, we have, it's been now amended. The motion is to refer to bylaws and states and affiliates. Is there discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, those in favor of referring will raise their credentials. Opposed? Motion is referred. And we had another from the membership. Okay, we have 4 from the membership meeting.
This issue here, this proposed motion, is to correct a problem in our bylaws. For example, if you look specifically at Article 4, Section 2, it says that the age of a delegate or alternate delegate has to be 16 years as of June 30th of an election year. Then the next sentence says all delegates and alternate delegates are voting members. So I could be 2 years old and be a voting member if I'm a delegate. Okay, now here's the issue. Nowhere in our bylaws do we define the age of a delegate. It's not in there anywhere. The only thing that's defined is the age of a voting member. So the executive board's proposed motion is to move the language above, modifying it as follows. In other words, move the all delegates and alternate delegates are voting members language. Get that out of there, modifying it as follows to become the last sentence of Article 5, Section 2, which is in the Board of Delegates section of the bylaws. And it would say, the age of delegates at large and delegates shall conform to the specifications for voting members provided in Article 4, Section 2. So that would clarify that the age of a delegate must be 16 years old as of June the 30th in an election year.
Thank you. That is the motion that came out of the membership meeting. Is there discussion?
Speaking in favor of this change.
And you are?
Alan Priest from Kentucky. Certainly the intention of the original motion, the original bylaws provision, because it came out of an extensive discussion at an earlier meeting as to whether that should be 18 or 16. And I know the intention was to make sure that delegates and alternate delegates were at least 16 years old. What we have doesn't accomplish that. It should be changed.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Yes.
Point of information.
State your, who are you and state your?
Caleb Brown, Texas.
Thank you.
I'm going to figure it out eventually. But I'm just curious, do we possibly know how often have we had delegates that are under 16? Is this normal? Do we have anyone here that's under 16, perhaps?
Okay, to address the point of information, it actually came up this year because there's one of the delegates who turned 16 on June the 1st. And so we asked council for advice on this issue, and council pointed out that that last sentence that says all delegates and alternate delegates are voting members completely superseded your age requirement in the previous sentence. So that's why we're looking for this clarification.
And there has been a delegate who was 14 before.
Okay, does that answer your question? Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we will put this to a vote. Again, this would require 3/4 majority. All those in favor of the motion, raise your credentials. Opposed? It passes almost unanimously. Next motion from the membership meeting. So, Caleb, do you want to come up and tell us who you are?
Caleb Brown, Texas. Got it that time. Okay. So this motion, we'll get a little later in the agenda here. I have a motion to do a rewrite of the blitz rules, and I'll explain that later. But my intention is to ask to refer that to rules because it looks like it needs to be checked more, whatever. But this is one particular change I felt like I need to take out of it to go ahead and do now. The problem here is that right now the blitz rule says that the decision of the tournament director is final. This could be interpreted to mean two problematic things. One is that assistant TD's decision might not be able to appeal to a chief TD, which obviously doesn't make sense. And more importantly, the chief TD decisions cannot be appealed to US Chess. Neither of this makes sense, and there is a TD tip that seems to suggest that that's not the case. The purpose, according to the tip, is to make sure you just don't have an appeals committee or a spousal referee at the event that might delay it, because it is blitz chess after all. So this motion is just going to clarify, kind of incorporate that blitz rule into the rule to make it clear that you can appeal to US Chess, and the assistant TD decision at blitz tournament can be appealed to the chief TD.
Is there discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will vote on the motion, which is not a bylaws change, so a simple majority. No? Rules change, oh, excuse me. So it takes 3/4 to implement immediately, or 85%. I'll get it right too. Caleb will announce his name and I'll get the numbers right. Okay, so those in favor of the motion will raise your credentials. Okay, we're going to have a count to determine whether we're 85%. $85 for immediate. I'm not. No, any of that. 33. So 33 and 28, that would be 61. Okay, those opposed, raise your credentials. I'm not voting. 1 and so 11. So the total is 61 in favor and 11 opposed.
We have abstentions.
And what does your calculator tell you?
84.7%.
Oh my God.
Do we round or?
I'm going to vote, okay? I'm voting in favor of it.
Yeah, okay.
I did not vote.
President puts it over.
I just
You didn't vote.
I hadn't. Okay, all right. We'll re-vote, okay? All those in favor, to see if we get to 85%. What's yours? Come and state your point at the microphone.
So Robert's Rules of Order does allow the chair to wait until after the result, and then if it looks like it will change the result, then he can then vote. So
that point is now well taken, and I am. And add my vote to the yeses. Does that get us to? Now we'll have 6. it's 62 to 11, so it,
Like, I don't know if we're rounding. 84.93.
I mean, you cannot round up. You cannot round up. All right, so the motion passes, but it will not be implemented immediately. We'll be on a vote again next year. All right, sorry about that, Caleb. All right, next ADM from the membership meeting. This is I believe this was from Steve. Is that correct?
Oh.
Steve, do you want to speak to, and tell us who you are, of course.
Steve Emmett, New York, and this motion, I actually wanted to amend the wording of it, so maybe I have to propose an amendment to the motion. I wanted to substitute in the motion, it says that the membership it prefers, so just change it to the delegates
Right,
are.
yeah.
I think it was membership is in favor of, and I wanted to substitute the words delegates are in favor of, so that it makes the delegates the acting body here, not the
Yeah.
membership meeting.
Asking unanimous consent, is there objection? Hearing none, we'll substitute. Okay, now
So
we're-
the motion as amended, it basically says that there should be a rules committee in-person workshop in the normal schedule of workshops that are in person preceding the delegates meeting, and that is primarily because the in-person, first because the delegates are the ultimate authority of the rules, and sometimes there are rules issues that come up in person or ADMs that come up that can get refined or withdrawn or even added at the workshop, and they get considered as new business. And we can't do that without a Rules Committee in-person workshop, as far as I know. And whatever there is online, an in-person workshop is still invaluable, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Is there further discussion? State your name.
Danny Road, New York. The Scholastic Committee has both an in-person and an online meeting. I think this needs to be referred so that way future study can exist, because frankly, there are some committees that can get work done using both, and the types of meetings that can occur both online and in person usually yield different results. And so sometimes you get blindsided when the wrong committee or some committee is meeting online and doesn't get a chance to meet in person. So I'd like to refer this to the executive board.
And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think we'll deal with it as the office, because this is just your support. It's a demonstrating support. We get it.
Point of order.
State your point.
This motion is simply asking for the delegates to express an opinion.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's,
Is that acceptable to you, Steve?
To refer it or just to express an opinion?
Refer it to the executive board.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so no discussion on that. All in favor of referring to the executive board, raise your credentials. Opposed, motion passes. Do we have one more? No, that's it. So here's the deal. It's almost 5 o'clock. That is what is scheduled for adjournment, but we've got we still have 24 new business plus 2 appeals plus whatever else is passed. I want to get a straw poll from the delegates as to whether they want to extend for 30 minutes or for an hour. So let's ask first for a straw poll for those who would be in favor of extending for 30 minutes. So the next order of business is ADM 2409. And who is going to be speaking to that ADM? Okay. Delegate Priest, please inform us who you are.
Alan Priest from the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Very good, thank you. Proceed.
It is an unusual provision in our bylaws to have all of the dues information explicitly listed in the bylaws. So we have proposed, several of us who have been involved with finance have proposed a change in the bylaws to remove those provisions. There is some slight wording differences, but the original motion that you find in the delegates call was considered by the bylaws committee. They were 6 in favor and 1 opposed to making that change. When it went to the bylaws workshop, there was no opposition to the change at all. So, what you see in the delegates call removes all of the detail of dues from the bylaws and inserts a new section 1, which gave the executive board the ability to set dues rates based on the recommendation of the executive director, who is the one who is working with the budget. The original motion had some references to consumer price index and some other things and limitations on how often that could be changed. We discussed that at length at the bylaws workshop, and the bylaws workshop was okay with removing those provisions. So I've prepared some alternative language as an amendment to this motion. I do have a Scrivener's, I did miss one thing in it. Dan, you're going to want to add this to that change. Membership types shall include individual adult, young adult, youth, senior, family.
It's just adding family after senior.
Family after senior.
On the top, there you go.
Add family because that's an existing membership type in our bylaws. Can be recommended by the executive director. Dues level corresponding to its membership type shall be recommended by the executive director and approved by the executive board. Any dues adjustment will be effective on or after January 1, which is the traditional time when we have adjusted dues. That gives time. Normally those changes would be announced and settled on here, and then those we have time to adjust the website, membership documents, and everything. The reason why that timing is still important is because certainly the delegates have the ability to review the budget, which will have the dues structure built into it, and they may have some objections to some of those changes. Caleb did mention an issue. Presently, the bylaws do provide a provision for the board to add promotional memberships. This removes that. I think we probably ought to put that back in. So
yes, I think
I'm
so.
also, Dan, I think what we want to do is take the existing Article 3, Section 9, put it back in there and renumber that as Section 2. The language for that,
Alan?
I'm going to give it to you.
Alan?
No, I'm going to read it to you. So in the amended section.
Alan, I have a point of information.
Yes.
Why does the language other membership types that's included here not sufficiently cover what you're concerned about?
I'm good with that. Let's just go on.
Okay. All right, thank you. Your point is well taken. So
that's the proposed amended language based on the discussions in the bylaws workshop.
And I would just add, I was going to have an amendment that was going to deal with when there was still mention of CPI, and since that's been taken out, I don't have to offer my amendment. So we're now on the motion, and is there speaking at the back microphone? Lawrence?
Yeah.
Lawrence, who's speaking? Is that Jeff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeff Wewell, Illinois.
Thank you.
Instead of putting 9 back, why don't you just change it saying you're only going through Section 8 and leaving 9 in?
We're not putting it 9 back.
Oh.
Right.
Point of information.
State your point.
Lawrence Cohen,
Oh, thank
Illinois.
you.
Point of information. Where is affiliate dues addressed in this? I know we've had issues in the past where dues have been raised, and we've had to make sure that, oh, by the way, no, we're not raising the affiliate dues because they are supposed to be tied in with the same rates as the membership dues. So where is affiliate dues in this?
Recognize the delegate from Kentucky to answer the point of information, or was that the delegate from North Carolina? Or no, that was the delegate from
Wisconsin.
Okay,
Mr.
well,
Hoffman.
do you want to
Go
say
ahead,
what?
Guy.
But Guy, you need to come to the microphone. I'm sorry. That's not the only thing.
In answer to the question, it's found in Article 8, Section 3, where it specifies any organization of chess players may affiliate with US Chess upon payment of the fee of $40 per year.
So the affiliate dues are stated elsewhere.
Thank you.
The question about the affiliate commission is removed from this section of the bylaws, and the executive board will have the ability to continue it or not at their discretion.
Thank you. Front speaker. That would be you, speak, and you are?
Caleb Brown, Texas. I was just wondering really more as a friendly amendment, do we need individual before adult? The word individual might be redundant.
The word individual refers to all of those types up to family.
It's an individual adult, not an individual, adult.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Back speaker.
Mike Shuey from Tennessee. Point of information, so it looks like the affiliate commissions is taken out. Is that addressed elsewhere?
Discussed.
Well, I think we just answered that.
Yeah, I thought
the affiliate commissions are removed specifically from the bylaws, but certainly the executive board has the ability to continue that as part of the existing due structure, and I have a feeling they will.
Thank you. Front speaker.
Chuck Udru, Oklahoma. As Vice President of Finance, I very much favor this. This is huge compared to the past, but we've become a more centralized business, and this is just good business.
Back speaker.
Mr. President, before you go any further, I think our note taker is confused about what's actually up for discussion here, and I think what's up there right now is not what's up for discussion.
That is not what's up for discussion. It's right
there.
It is that language as it is, which is up for discussion.
That was the amendment that replaced the language in the ADM. So I thought we were at the back speaker, weren't we?
Yes.
Yes.
Louis Reed, delegate from Texas. I just feel that these further changes to the bylaws, taking out some of these specifics, I feel it just further dilutes the power of the delegates. And we see a lot of that. And the more power we give up to the EB, no offense, but I think the delegates should still have a lot more say-so regarding membership costs.
Did you want to answer?
As a maker, can I address that?
Sure. Who are you again?
Alan Priest from Kentucky. Actually, this does not remove the ability of the delegates to review things because dues will be presented as part of the budget, and they will be present. And at this meeting, we approve the budget as the delegates, so the delegates certainly will be able to. The part of the budget is going to have to talk about when he presented the budget today. Chuck said we're doing it with no dues changes. So that's going to have to be presented, and the delegates will have the opportunity to object to any dues increases at that point. It is highly unusual to have this level of dues structure built into the bylaws of an organization.
Question of privilege.
State your question.
Caleb Brown, Texas. I think Dan might be a little confused there. That it's saying deletion 1 through 9, but as it was amended, we're keeping the promotional membership section. Or not?
That was already discussed.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. We're not. All right, I didn't catch that.
So the question's been answered. Are we at the front or the back?
I think the front.
Okay.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I generally favor this motion. However, as written, the board could raise the dues on December 31st, and they would go into effect on the next day on January 1st. So I'd like to make an amendment. Any dues adjustment will be effective on or after January 1st following the annual delegates meeting, of the following delegates meeting. In other words, the point was made that the delegates can reject the budget, but if this dues increase is made after the annual meeting, the delegates won't have a chance before it goes into effect.
Did you want to speak to that?
I would accept that change. That would make the wording, any dues adjustment will be effective on or after January 1, after the preceding year's delegates meeting.
So, did you get that, Dan? Have you put that up now?
Oh, well, after the following delegates meeting, and after the vote.
Preceding year's delegates meeting. So January 1, January 1 to 25, this is the preceding delegates meeting.
Okay, but, well, all right.
Okay, back speaker.
My name is Tim Just from Illinois. Call the question.
He said he wasn't here, so I can't really take a motion from him.
Sorry, my name is David Day from Utah.
Thank you. So the question has been called, and is there objection? Hearing none, we're now on the motion as amended and accepted friendly amendment. So those in favor of the motion as now on the board will raise your credentials. And this requires, again, this is a 2/3 majority, and those opposed, and that's got a 2/3 majority, so that it passes. And now we are on, well, ADM 2410. Is that something we were going to do tomorrow? What's the story? What was 2410? I'm not sure who's
Fiscal year end change.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Okay, right. So, Ellen, are you going to address this?
The bylaws workshop considered this issue because it is a bylaws change. The bylaws committee was split in their opinion on it. The concern of some of us on the bylaws committee is just making sure the delegates understand that if the fiscal year end is changed to June the 30th, we will never again get an audited financial statement to have for consideration at a delegates meeting. It's just not possible to get it done that quickly. Speaking as a person who's part of his professional career is nonprofit auditing, it just won't happen. So just factor that in your decision. The workshop had that information in front of them. The workshop voted in favor of the change, 20-6.
And do we have, is one of the executive board, is Chuck going to speak to this?
I guess I can use this mic. Chuck
Sure,
Unruh,
and tell us who you are, please.
I did.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, but you were speaking, Mr. President.
My hearing is going.
All right. I resemble that. Yes, we've been in a big rush. I mean, Alan was trying to get things done coming here while on the road. I think they closed down his tunnel.
In my defense, I was not trying to text and drive. I want to be real clear with that.
Okay.
I was driving, but I had stopped for a meal when I was looking at stuff. So please don't call the police on me for a distracted drive.
No, but you know, they closed down your tunnel. You had to go all the way around. You didn't get much in the way of sleep. Well, these are the type of things that happen when we're rushing our audit, trying to get it done. And we discussed this earlier about the complexity of the business has really grown, and that's what's causing the delays in the audit. Now, if we don't change the fiscal year, we just possibly not have an audit until September. But if we change the fiscal year, we'll still have it in September, but it'll be easier on the staff. Would you like to speak to this also, ma'am?
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, so again, I'm sorry. Who? Oh, okay, go ahead, Renee.
We've put in the call the rationale from the board, and one of the realizations is next May, we have Super Nationals in mid-May. The reconciliation of the bills, this is an incredible amount of work for the office to do. We want to do it right. We want to get you the audited financial statements, but we want to give our auditors time and our office staff time to close out the end of the fiscal year. We also want to make sure you're aware that on our website, we post quarterly financial statements. And every month, our finance VP speaks to the monthly financial statements. So the delegates and the members will be fully apprised of the financial condition of the organization.
And I think you can see on the screen, there are the FY 2023, 2024 first three-quarter statements. So the question has been called. Is there an objection?
No call. There's nobody.
Oh, nobody called. Okay, we just don't have any more discussion.
Right.
That's all right. Danny, did you want to please tell us who you are?
Danny Road, New York. Point of information, is it possible for the office to consider a governance email? That way we get notification of when the audit becomes available, given this change?
Absolutely was Renee's response. And who are you, and would you state?
Caleb Brown, Texas. I called the question.
Okay, now the question's been called. Any objection? Hearing none, we're going to go to a vote. Again, this will require a 2/3 vote majority because it is a bylaws change. Those in favor, please raise your credentials. Opposed? And it is passed. Next, now, because of the passage of ADM 2410, we are going to have a 13-month fiscal year. Isn't that correct? Or we're going to put it off till tomorrow?
Is not 2411 moot because we already passed the budget back at 2408?
Yes.
That's a question to staff. We passed 2408. Is not 2411 moot? Because we've already passed the budget.
No, because this calls for approving 2026.
And so did 2408, which we amended.
Okay, so we don't need this.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
State your point.
2411 is moot. I request you rule that 2411 is moot.
Parliamentarian? Okay. Then this ruling of the chair that this motion is moot. And now we come to 2412 of the Elections Committee. I see the maker of the motion.
Mike Nemo, Wisconsin. Next couple of motions are from, well, almost all, a couple of the next motions are from the Elections Committee to clean up some language in the bylaws. Last year, if you recall at this meeting, we went to an all electronic voting system for next year's election. We happened to find a couple of spots that needed amendment. The first one, there was a May 5 cutoff for membership. We would like to change that to June 1. The May 5th dealt with a magazine and print cutoff, and that's no longer needed.
We've heard the motion. Is there discussion? I recognize the senator.
Alan Priest from Kentucky. The Bylaws Committee and the Bylaws Workshop had no objection.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. I believe the next motion, though, is 2413, and there the maker of the motion isn't before us.
Caleb Brown, Texas. I'm getting better at remembering to do it.
Thank you.
So because we just moved the membership requirement, it just makes sense you're also going to move the registration requirement. The problem is that the bylaws require you register by May 1st. If you have to register by May 1st and you become a member anytime after that up through June 1st, then that's meaningless. Then our change of moving the membership requirement is meaningless. So this is just kind of supplementing the election committee's motion, and will ensure that the membership, requirement change that we have has reality to it.
I recognize, I think this is from the Elections Committee. Is that correct?
Yes, the Elections Committee is fine with this. One caveat is that a brand new member, again, Mike Nemo, Wisconsin, sorry, a brand new member cannot register to vote until 1 year after. So there is a 1 year lag. So it's just doesn't affect a brand new member.
And that is in the bylaws currently?
Yes.
Correct. Thank you.
Alan Priest, Kentucky. The Bylaws Committee reviewed this and had no objection. The Bylaws Workshop had some discussion as to whether May 15th would be required instead of June 1 for administrative purposes. It's my understanding that the office says June 1 will work.
Okay, so you have no further problem with it. Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Those in favor of the motion will raise their credentials. Opposed? That passes with more than 2/3. Now we're to 2414 by the Elections Committee. And who are you again?
Mike Nemo, Wisconsin.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there was a section here that talked about electronic voting. If US Chess implements electronic, well, we did. So this paragraph we feel is no longer needed. Paper ballots are no longer being used.
Is there a discussion? I see the Bylaws Committee
The
chair.
Bylaws Committee had no objection, and the Bylaws Workshop had no objection.
All right. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will raise your credentials. Opposed, same sign. Looks like it passes well, not quite unanimously. So that is passed. And now we are on another Elections Committee, ADM 2415, and see the delegate from
Mike Neiman, Wisconsin. Section 14, website access. We felt this was redundant to an existing paragraph, so we didn't think that this and it's only the last sentence of Section 14, Article 6, Section 14. The rest of Section 14 remains. The very last sentence can be removed.
And I note the delegate, the chair of the Bylaws Committee.
Just by happenstance, Alan Priest from Kentucky, the Bylaws Committee considered this and had no objection, and the Bylaws Workshop had no objection either.
Okay, so we're seeing any further discussion? Seeing none, we will vote on ADM 2415. Those in favor will raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. You're on a roll, Mike. Carry on.
24.
And who are you again?
Mike Neiman, Wisconsin, 2416. This was a section in the bylaws. Let's see. This that had to do with a transition from 7 to 8 executive board members and doing every year election to every other year election. So we can remove that. It has been pointed out to us that the very last sentence way on the bottom above the rationale actually needs to remain because is not described anywhere else. That
right.
We have odd numbered election. We have to have odd numbered.
That's the struck part, that 4 executive board members will be elected to 4-year terms. You would want to unstrike that.
Correct. The whole last paragraph on the bottom.
That is being offered as a friendly motion.
Yes.
Is there objection?
Just a small one.
Okay.
4 executive board members will be elected to 4-year terms in odd numbered years.
Numbered years. I remember that now.
No, but it won't stay. Okay, if you're going to take 23, we were talking about taking out the title because it doesn't need the title, right? 2023 and odd number years thereafter, take out the title, but just say 4 executive board members will be elected 4-year terms in odd numbered years.
Accepted.
Okay. So now you have to put back down after to 4-year terms in odd numbered years at the end of that. Okay, and it's been accepted. So is there discussion on the revised motion?
Just as a friendly amendment, we just have isolated sentence here because we moved that. We just added to the end of the preceding paragraph.
That was the intention, yes, is just to put it at the end of the preceding paragraph.
That will be what happens. When you remove that language, it's all going to come together. We will make sure that happens. All right, so now we have the motion before us. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are on 2417, Delegate Brown.
So
and you are?
Caleb Brown, Texas.
Thank
I know,
you.
I forgot the last time. This motion would add Frank Guadalupe as a delegate large. It will have to be approved this year as well as next year for it to go into effect. But I had this idea a few months ago, and I really felt like, I know he's not running for re-election. He's a president, and he's served for 4 years. And I really felt, and I know, and while I've only known for a few years, and some of you have known for a lot longer than I have, that I have felt that some of those other things like he's done, like being a US Chess Director of Events, a FIDE Zonal President, President of the Florida Chess Association, and of course a delegate for many years, I felt he really deserved it, really deserved to be as a delegate large. So I would ask that the delegates pass this by acclamation.
I see another delegate at the microphone.
Yes, Alan Priest from Kentucky. Just a point of order.
Yes.
There is a limitation on the number of members who can be elected as delegates at large. We are nowhere close to that limit.
Okay, so it's a point of, we're not worried about.
We're not worried about that.
All right, okay, well, thank you. So the delegate has asked for this to be passed by acclamation. Is there an objection to that? Then it is so ordered. And a grateful nation thanks you, Frank. So
next US Open, I'll be in Jamaica. I'm on vacation.
Oh, ouch. Well, it has to pass another year.
I'll be back. Hopefully.
No, yeah, because we have to pass it another year. So now, the next motion, ADM 2418, I've been told by the sponsor that he is withdrawing that amendment with thanks of the chair. ADM 2419 is next, and I believe that.
You misspelled acclamation.
I didn't. I missed it? Oh, okay. I didn't miss it. I could have sworn I heard it. Okay, thank you. So, ADM 2419, and you are?
Caleb Brown, Texas. Okay, first I'll just, I know I said earlier that I'm planning on asking to refer, but I will briefly just give you a summary of the idea here. So the idea here isn't to do like a complete change how blitz chess is done. The idea is just to improve the presentation of the rules, because there is a lot of what's in the blitz rules right now are also in the regular rules, so it can be confusing. And there's other things there that are not clear. So this is just hoping to improve that. Now we had discussion in the the rules workshop, and the seems like the consensus I felt was that this is a good idea, but the rules committee needs the opportunity to check it, look it over, and make sure that there's not any issues with it or any unintended consequences. So the idea was the rules committee should have time to work on it if it's referred to them, and get us back, a revised text if needed at the next annual meeting. So I asked to refer to the Rules Committee.
Second.
That's the motion to refer to the Rules Committee, and there is a second. Is there discussion of the referral? Hearing none, we'll vote on the motion to refer. All those in favor and opposed, and the motion to refer is made. All right, so that knocked off a couple pages. So now we're on to ADM 2420. I believe I see the delegate from New York. Please identify yourself.
Steve Emmett, New York, and I'd like to refer this, but I remember in 2022, there was a referral made to the Rules Committee with power to implement, and I'm wondering how that happened, because I'd like to see how to implement it, being that it's a rules change.
Is this a point of information?
It's a question.
That would be a point of information.
Point of information, yes.
The parliamentarian to weigh in, but my understanding is when we have passed a motion to refer with power to implement, that gives that committee the power to put it into effect. Now, I'm not sure if it being a rules change makes any difference. So, parliamentarian.
No, if it's changing the rules and it passed the guideline, which apparently it did, then they do have the power to implement.
All right. So, does that answer your question?
I just don't know how does it pass with 85% if it's a motion to refer with power to implement?
I guess it would have to have an 85% approval for the motion to refer with power to implement.
I'd like to move that it be referred to rules with power to implement.
Okay. And is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there discussion? I see.
Richard Kupke, Northern California. I'm not sure you can refer this with power to implement, because we have a standing rule that says how the rules have to be applied, right? It's either 85%, or if it's not 85%, then it has to pass twice in this committee.
Well, that's why I asked the parliamentarian.
It feels like since we have this, since it's not a parliamentary issue, right? We have an actual delegate motion that passed
Well,
this.
then we should ask legal counsel.
It's in the bylaws, actually.
So, as such, I don't think you can,
No,
I think your ruling is
I
incorrect.
appreciate your point, and I would ask legal counsel to, he is feverishly reviewing. Well, that's what I thought. That's what I said, but I'm not aware. Do you want to tell me? Article 9.
Point of information.
State your point. Who are you?
Alan Losoff, Nevada.
Thank you.
I would like, I believe that if we, I don't know how to put this as a question exactly, but it is.
It has to be stated in a question
It is a
form.
question for the parliamentarian. Is it true that if we pass this with 85%, what we're doing is giving the Rules Committee the authority to implement the entire motion verbatim? We're not giving the Rules Committee the authority to tweak it and implement something else.
Correct, they would only.
Could you come to the microphone, Mr. Parliamentarian, and identify yourself?
Andrew Ray, Florida parliamentarian, and they would not be able to tweak. They would only be able to implement what is being specified by the delegates.
Then why are we referring it? Why are we just passing it?
Well, that's
No?
a fair question.
I don't understand.
Okay, then I move to amend the motion to refer to remove the with power to implement.
I second the motion.
Okay, so we had a motion which is on the floor. This is now a motion to amend that motion to remove the power to implement. Is there, and we heard a second, is there discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
First, is there a rejection as a friendly amendment?
Doesn't matter.
I don't think, we,
I object, but I accept.
you object. Okay, that's a first, all right. Okay, so, all right, so it's been accepted. So now the motion is to refer to rules but not with power to implement. Is there anybody that wishes to speak to that? Then let's vote. All those in favor of referring, raise your credentials. Opposed? It is referred. That was an interesting one. All right, the next, and I believe then ADM 2421, the proposer has also withdrawn that amendment, which takes us to 2422.
No, it does
So-
not.
sorry.
We suspended the rules and pulled 2422 forward.
Okay.
And that has
Thank
already
you.
been resolved.
All right, thank you. So we're now on 2423, and please identify yourself and explain.
Kit
your-
Brown, Texas. Okay, so this motion deals with the Professional Players Health and Benefit Fund. This is a fund the delegates created a long time ago to help, professional players that have done a lot for our community, but they need help like with medical issues. And I mean, people can donate to the fund, and of course, you also have people organized to contribute to it as well with Grand Prix point if they want to get more Grand Prix points. So we have this fund accumulating, and we know from the Finance Committee workshop that it's like $109,000 right now. But, the committee's report this year and last year mentioned there was no applications. Now, I am aware that there was, Zach just recently approved a $3,000 application, but nonetheless, we still have a problem here in that there's not a lot of publicity. Not about publicity funds, because you look to the website, you can only find about if you go to the DASIs or the committee charters, and most people that are in need of these funds are probably not delegates or otherwise people that would usually go, exploring around the governance area of the website. So this is just recognizing this need and asking the executive board to try to come up with a solution through how just get more publicity for it. Simple as that.
So there, you've heard the motion, and I believe we have the chair of the Players Health and Benefits Committee that wishes to speak. And tell us
Well, it's
who
the
you are.
former chair. I'm not the chair
Oh,
this year,
sorry.
but
Thank you.
I
Who
would
are
like
you
to.
again?
Steve, I'm in New York. In prior years, in the chairman's report, it did request that this. The details of this fund be made more well-known and advertised, and we actually had a tentative application and a lot of different processes to utilize this fund. And I do support this because a lot of people, in fact, I would say most members don't know of the existence of this fund, and the ability to help them with the financial issues involved. So I do support this.
Okay, thank you.
Danny Road, New York. Let me know if I get the right or wrong committees on this. I move to refer this to the PPH and BF Development and the Executive Board.
Well, it's, okay, all right. So we have a motion to refer. Do we have a second for that? All right, we have a motion and a second. So does anybody want to speak to that?
I'd like to speak against referral. I think this is an important issue and it should be decided by the delegates.
Okay, thank you. Also, I believe the next.
Alan Priest from Kentucky. I'm also speaking against referral because the motion basically is a referral to the executive board. It's redundant.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next speaker.
Caleb Brown, Texas. I'm obviously making the motion, so I will point out I also oppose the motion to refer for pretty much the same reasons that the Delegate Priest said.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. This is on the motion to refer. If you're in favor of referring the motion, raise your credentials. Opposed? The motion is not referred. Now we're back on the original motion. Is there additional discussion?
Call the question.
Okay. You were the only other speaker, so the question's been called. Seeing no objection, we'll now go to a vote on the motion. Those in favor of the motion, raise your credentials. Those opposed, motion passes. Let's see, we're on to now ADM 2424.
This is a motion that I have proposed, Alan Priest from Kentucky. As the former VP Finance and as a practicing CPA, in my world, review and audit means something entirely different. A review is not nearly as extensive a piece of work as an audit is. Historically, the organization has always had an audit. Therefore, as I was in my role as bylaws, I was just looking through and seeing stuff that looked goofy. This is goofy. So fixing it, just changing review to audit. Also, we need to stipulate that it's not the accounts. The auditor is auditing the financial statements that are prepared in accordance with GAAP. And that came up in the bylaws workshop, and there was no opposition to it.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? And you are?
Caleb Brown, Texas. First, now, I do wholeheartely support this idea. I am an accounting major, so I may be a little biased. But anyway, I am a little concerned that it does say that financial statements that are prepared in accordance with general accounting principles. I feel that should be which shall be, just to make it clear it's a requirement that we use GAAP. So I move to amend that are to which shall be.
Oh, I do not accept that amendment. It is a standard practice and to prepare in accordance with GAAP. And if the statements are not prepared in accordance with GAAP, the auditors will so opine. If we prepared them on the basis of IFRS or tax basis or whatever, they will disclaim an opinion. So you'll know.
Okay, so Caleb, are you offering that amendment? Yeah. Okay, Caleb is offering the amendment. Is there a second? I do not hear a second. Now we're on the motion.
Yes. Point of information, Andrew Ray, Florida, and this can be addressed to our two previous finance chairmen, Mr. Unruh and Mr. Priest. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe that past practice have been audits rather than reviews. Is that correct?
That is a correct statement. And I don't think we want to backtrack by allowing the organization to have a review instead of an audit. And by the way, just as an interesting aside, FIDE used to have a review till I got on the audit committee. Now they have an audit.
And I was the finance chair before these two guys, and so we've always had it as an audit. It has never been a review. All right, so we're not any further discussion. We don't need to call the question. So all those in favor of the motion, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. I believe you have the next ADM as well.
This one may
Alan, tell us who you are.
Discussion. Alan Priest from Kentucky.
Thank you.
Having previously been an executive board member, there is a provision that says that an executive board member shall serve as a paid DD No executive member shall serve as a paid DD of more than one US Chess national tournament or international tournament during a calendar year, unless the same opportunity has been declined by all non-members of the executive board. We just heard, first of all, this was put together in a time, 1975 was when it was started. And it was done at that time because existing members of the executive board, there were very few national events, and most notably, there was a particular president who miraculously always ended up as the head TD. This still does not allow executive board members, are already prevented in the bylaws from serving as the chief tournament director, except for this event, for the term of their office plus 1 year after it's passed. We also, executive board members, could not serve as a paid directorship for anything where they voted on the freaking contract. So we just had the events director talk about how many directors he needs for stuff and how hard it is to find them and how he's going to need to find some at the last minute. The amount that is paid for this, you know, I'm a national tournament director. The amount that is paid to work at this, I make more money in the morning at my accounting firm than I do when I spend a week working at one of these events. So it really is just a nominal stipend, but always stuck in my craw when I would show up as an individual, basically volunteering. Now, I did get my travel paid, I did get a room, volunteering, in some cases getting called at the last minute because I was on the executive board and they knew I'd show up because I cared that damn much. So I just think the time for this has passed, and we ought to compensate folks the nominal stipend that we do to be a TD if we need their skills at it.
Is there further discussion? Back microphone.
David Day from Utah. My friend Alan is correct. Would you consider dropping the entire prohibition and removing the prohibition from the bylaws and just letting the office hire what TDs they want to hire?
I do make it a point that this is not in the bylaws. This is a policy statement this is part of the policy statements passed by the delegates. So, you know, if you want to remove the whole thing, I'm fine with that.
I was going to remove the part about being the chief TD from the bylaws as well.
It's, from not the bylaws, the policy statement.
Oh, from is it all in the policy statement?
It's not, the bylaws are about the chief tournament director.
Okay.
That is in the bylaws.
Okay.
So I was going to remove that too, Alan.
That would be a whole different motion. We can propose that next year.
Okay. So, Alan, would you accept a friendly amendment to just remove this entire policy?
No, actually, I wouldn't, and I'll tell you why.
Okay. So I'll withdraw it.
And I'll tell you exactly why, though. All right, if we had a situation where we vote on the awarding of the contract for the event, all right, which normally the EB does not do, all right, but if we had that, then we've got an issue.
Okay, further speakers to the motion.
Yeah, Andrew Squitiero, Louisiana. I have a point of information. What is the nominal fee?
It depends on the job that's being performed. The chief tournament director and the floor chief obviously make more. The going rate right now, I think for section chiefs and backroom chiefs for pairing chiefs is somewhere around $1,000. And
3 days.
I'm sorry?
3 days, $800 to $1,000.
Yeah, and then, and remember that when I'm working in the back room, for example, I'm showing up on Wednesday and going home on Monday. And then if you're a floor TD, it's significantly less than that. It's $400 to $500.
Thank you.
Further discussion.
There are other committees that have taken on specific roles similar to what the executive board does regarding the paid concession or not taking tournament director paid jobs. Would that affect those committees and what their expectations are? I guess as a point of information for the executive board.
I don't think so.
This provision only addresses the prohibition that this body has placed by policy on EB members.
All right, I'll leave it to the executive board to instruct the committee that has taken a similar responsibility on this later.
Okay, is there further discussion on this particular motion, which, as Alan says, is not a bylaws change? So I see no further okay, there's this.
Christina Schweiss from Virginia. I guess to combine on Danny's point, and that, I guess I'd like to propose a friendly amendment that says that except in the case of a conflict of interest, which is what they're talking about with the awarding of bids and such, no elected member of a council or board in US Chess shall be restricted from taking tournament director contracts.
Point of information, what is a conflict of interest?
He's talking about if they were involved in awarding the bid that would then benefit themselves financially.
That part of the policy is not being removed.
No, I said except in the case of a conflict of interest, there shall be no restriction on executive board or scholastic council members on taking tournament director jobs.
State your point.
There are such restrictions in the bylaws, and this is not a bylaws amendment, so such amendment would be contrary to the bylaws and is therefore out of order.
That point is well taken. I would note also that this, I would not believe that this is germane because this policy statement only applies to the executive board. You would be bringing in content that is not germane to the motion that's being made by the maker.
And just, Dan, if you could scroll back down just a smidge. Stop. That part's not being removed. No, that's the rationale.
That's
keep
the
going.
rationale.
Keep going. I'm sorry. Keep going. That second paragraph is not being removed.
Okay. Speak, and then. Okay.
Point of order. I'm not sure how to address this. I was towards what Christina was saying. The Scholastic Council currently takes a similar position regarding scholastic events in a similar role to what the executive board does.
That's not a point of order. Well, it's not. The point was that part of whatever bylaws or policy statements you're talking about is not germane to this section, which is a policy statement made by the delegates. One is a bylaws change. This is changing a policy statement that is not germane. You want to make the motion, you can file a DM for that, but it is not germane as an amendment to this. Yes. Go ahead, come to the microphone.
I have to leave.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you were.
30 seconds, I'll vote.
All right. Okay, is there further discussion? Okay, the motion is before the body. All those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. Abstentions, excuse me. There are 3 abstentions. What's your point?
Abstentions are not necessary. They have no meaning. They do not affect the result, so we really should not be calling for abstentions.
In this instance, I think it's a fair notation. Okay.
I think the record should show that the tournament directors on the EB all abstained from the vote.
I agree, and it will be so noted.
ADM 2426, again, this is just cleaning up language because this is a policy statement passed in 1978. Believe it or not, since 1978, some of the ways in which the organization communicates with its members have changed. The executive board newsletter no longer exists, and most of this information, in fact, I think all of this information is now posted on the website. Rather than stipulate exactly how this information will be provided, this change simply strikes the executive board newsletter and says that those actions should be reported no later than the next year's delegates meeting. And as a matter of fact, I think they're posted way earlier than that.
You've heard the motion. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion will raise your credentials. Those opposed. We have one more because then ADM 2428 is out of order, and then we're going to quit because we're almost up to 6 o'clock. So
2427 is very, very similar. It was passed in 1997, and it talks about putting text of employee compensation into the BINFO item. I asked the office, I asked the new executive director, are you using BINFO? And she said, what's that? So that system no longer exists. Those votes are recorded and they are noted on the website for the actual open. The text of them are well known to the executive board. This can be removed.
And as one who was on the executive board back when we had BINFO, I say good riddance to it. Okay, is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Thank you. So as I said, we recess. We don't adjourn, right?
Correct.
We will recess, and I thank you all for sticking around because we got a lot done here that I think will make it possible for us to actually finish tomorrow. We will come back into session promptly at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So thank you all. As you know, the budget approved by the delegates earlier today, which would be now yesterday, contemplates existing dues levels and a large budget deficit. The executive board believes that we cannot wait to address this deficit. Either we increase revenues or important programs and IT upgrades will have to be scaled back. To take action now, at this annual meeting, our Vice President for Finance will present the Board of Delegates with a revised 2024-25 budget reflecting a proposed increase in membership to take effect on January 1, 2025. Here's a motion. The executive board passed unanimously in open session on Saturday evening after our first day of the delegates meeting. The executive board moves.
Point of order.
State your point.
Right now, we are out of order because this motion is not on.
I'm not making a motion.
Hold on a minute. If you want to redo the budget, then here's the proper
I know the proper procedure. We're going to ask to reconsider the ADM that the budget was passed by, and then we're going to offer an amendment.
That's what I was about to do. So that's fine. Go ahead. Whatever you want to do, Bob.
Oh, great. Before I was interrupted, here is the motion. The EB passed unanimously in open session on Saturday evening after the first day of the delegates meeting. The executive board moves upon recommendation of the executive director to revise dues for the following membership categories effective January 1, 2025. Adult, 1 year, $54, 2 years, $105. Senior, 1 year, $48, 2 years, $93. Young adult, 1 year, $33, 2 years, $63. Youth, 1 year, $24, 2 years, $45. Family Plan 1, $102. Family Plan 2, $66. Special blind or incarcerated, $22. Life, $1,620 or $810 for over 65. Blind life is $405. That was the email that was sent to you all. We wanted to let you know so that nobody was blindsided about what's going to happen. Next, as I explained to Delegate Priest, we're going to have a motion to reconsider the ADM that passed to the budget. We will then offer an amendment to that budget, and you will have an opportunity first to vote on the motion to reconsider. Vice President Unruh was on the prevailing side on the vote on the budget. He is thus allowed to reconsider that vote. And I'd now turn it over to Vice President Unruh.
Point of order.
State your point.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois. Shouldn't this follow after any what's already on the advance agenda?
It has already been passed. A motion to reconsider is in order at any time on an ADM that has already been passed.
Thank you.
Mr. President, recommend you recognize that we do have a quorum this morning.
Yes, I scanned the room. The quorum was 54. Clearly, we're well over 54 delegates.
Excuse me? Yes, you can put it on the screen, the budget. Go ahead. We are on the motion to reconsider. Is that right, Mr. President?
That's correct. The motion to reconsider the ADM, what number was that?
I want to say it was 2408.
Well, let's get the number. Hold on.
Any more, I speak without cards.
2408. Motion to reconsider on 2408.
Okay, 24. Motion to reconsider ADM 2408. I'm speaking to it. We got a second already? We have gone over the budget.
It doesn't matter. If you want to open it up for discussion, we must vote to allow you to open it up for discussion.
That is correct.
Thank you.
The motion is to reconsider it. The amendment follows if the motion prevails.
Well, then call for a vote.
Well, I think that is debatable, isn't it? It is. Is there any discussion? Okay, now you can ask for the vote. Okay, those in favor of reconsidering ADM 2408, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. We are now back on 2408, and you're going to offer an amendment to it, is that correct?
Yes, last evening, as President Randy has said, we considered where we were. I mean, we talked about this in the finance workshop, spoke to it yesterday. Operations is our core. It's our heart. And we may be the brain here, but it's our heart. We need it, and we need to break even on it. It's been a long time since we've had a dues increase. The last time I remember anything was 2021. Oh, here we go. Someone told me 6 years here. A lot has happened in 6 years. I mean, we looked at our grocery bills, things have gone up. Well, the same thing has happened to us in operations. It's just we were able to do a lot of cost controls during that time. Now we've run out of those cost controls, and it's really biting. And the only way I see is to raise revenue at the same time as to make some cuts and land at zero. We're going to project out. Operations is going to hopefully be a net break even. Now we're going to find that surpluses, we'll probably make large surpluses still, but it's going to be from our investments. It's going to be from the donations, operations. Like I said, we need the heart to beat, the brain works. So I'm asking everyone to approve the new revised budget that was handing out today. The increase will add remember, it starts in January, and the increase is $300,000 roughly of cash flow. That heals a lot of things on the operational side, including the capital expenses that we're doing to upgrade the IT. So 2 years out, the budget says we're going to be down 28,000. Well, that includes the capital expenditures, and we will capitalize some of that, meaning that we'll carry it on the books for 5 years, 500,000, and each year we'll drop 100,000 because the new rating system isn't going away. The old rating system was here for 30 years. So coming into the modern era of computing with our rating system is so important. So I ask you to approve the amendment to the budget, and I will now open it up to discussion.
Is there discussion? Okay, we're voting on the amendment first. So those in favor of the amendment will raise your credentials. Opposed? Okay, now we have to vote again on the budget, and it is again open for discussion if anybody wants to discuss it again. Yes, go.
Hi, Christina Schweiss, Virginia. I submitted a motion late last night, but my point was also to what I brought up about the magazine. You're operating at a deficit. You need operating funds. There's no reason why you should be taking a very clear $180,000 loss on a specific item. By my math, it depends on what the mix is between Chess Life and Chess Life for Kids, but approximately 20% of members are subscribing to the print magazine, and that bears out with all the the membership process of an affiliate as well. So you're asking the other 80% of the membership to also try to cover the cost that you're losing by printing and mailing that magazine. So I don't know how it fits in here, but I had a motion to raise the magazine from $1 an issue to $2 an issue. There you go, boom, $180,000 back in the budget, and you can do that on top of the proposed fee increases, because I don't think taking $1 off of those is going to matter one way or another.
Recognize Vice President Unruh.
Yesterday we talked to the magazine. This is the most widely read chess magazine in the world. And our circulation at one time was very, very high. And I am going to ask Dan if he could provide us with some circulation numbers. Where were we, and where are we currently?
So, you need a microphone. And identify yourself, please.
Dan Lucas, staff. So when I started 20 years ago, we were printing about 60,000 copies in the magazine. We're currently printing about 20,000 copies of Chess Life and 8,000 copies of Chess Life Kids.
So if we put the magazine on the outside, I've been pleasantly surprised when we put it on in 2021 on the outside. A budget called for X, and we did 2X. All of a sudden, the magazine was valuable when it was outside, and we asked for printing, that you pay the printing and the postage cost. Well, the magazine itself has been always available on the website, but I'm talking about the hard copy. Now, if we were to raise the price and make it a standalone, I'm not so sure our circulation would be even 20,000. This has always been a part of membership. This is how we used to communicate with the members. And it's, with the dues increase, it is still, we can cover those costs.
Do we have do we have an amendment on that can be put on the screen? Was there? Okay, but we could make it into an amendment if the delegate wishes to do so. I mean, you could still offer it as a standalone motion too. The maker of the motion? Do you want to make it an amendment to the budget, or do you want it to stay as a standalone motion?
I mean, it would end up being an amendment to the budget, even if it was a standalone motion, I think.
Well, let's dispose of it.
I don't want to hold up the dues increase piece if people agree with that and not the magazine piece. So I guess if you do a separate motion.
All right. Well, why don't you do it as a separate motion then? Okay. Front mic? No. Back mic?
If it's a separate motion, then we're not discussing it now.
Right. Exactly. Back mic?
Yeah, Andrew Squitiero, Louisiana. Am I talking about the budget or?
The budget.
Okay.
The motion's not been offered as an amendment.
I tried to speak about the dues increase, but I couldn't make it to the mic in time. I just wanted to say two things. The first is that the dues increase is a gamble. We're assuming that people are going to pay it. I think that US Chess, over-the-board chess, is in a precarious position right now. I think it would be easy for us to lose all of our members to an online option. And the other thing I wanted to say is it seems like this dues increase was already sort of thought of in the works. And I wish it would have been part of the budget yesterday. Like, I wish we would have discussed, like, here's what the budget looks like, and then we're also thinking about increasing the dues, and that's what this would look like. Thank you.
Well, just as a response, we could not offer, we were going to take it out of the bylaws, so there wasn't any point in offering it before we took it out of the bylaws. The members of the executive board would have offered a DM if the dues had stayed in the bylaws to raise dues anyway, because we have to. I mean, we've heard it from the vice president of finance, we heard it in the president's, or in the executive director's report. So it was going to happen one way or another. Front mic.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois. Point of information.
State your point.
The dues increase that's listed, that is for dues without the magazine, correct? So dues with the magazine would be higher than that.
Correct. But they stay the same, at least at this point in time. Back mic.
This is a
So
question.
would you state your name?
Point of information for the executive board on the dollar amounts here, because for tournament directors around the country, when you have awkward dollar amounts, I understand the consumer price index was used to raise the fees here, but when you have a 1-year fee of $54 that sometimes, and yes, people use cards to pay for memberships in advance, but on-site memberships are much more difficult to process at every single tournament with a $54 and a $48. So I'm just pointing that out. When the
That's
last
not
time,
a point of, this is not a point of information.
Okay, then regardless.
Okay, thank you. Next, front mic.
Hobson, Georgia. Point of information. Does the budget with the dues increase reflect any assumption that growth will slow or people will non-renew because of the dues increase? Or are we assuming that everyone will take the increase and pay it?
We're assuming that we'll have a 2% increase on the base amount before we change Obviously, anytime you increase the price, you might have some resistance and elasticity out in the economy. So we don't know. We expect our numbers to be conservative. As you saw on there, the membership increase it's still under $3 million a year.
And I would also point out that in past instances, what really happens is people take advantage of the fact that the dues are going up and they renew before the January 1st. So you actually see a bump at the beginning of a dues increase.
Thank you.
State your name.
Caleb Brown, Texas. I call the question.
Question has been called. Is there an objection? Hearing none, we're going to go to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, which raises dues, raise your credentials. Opposed? It has passed. Now we are back on the budget. Is there discussion on the budget as amended? Seeing none, those in favor of EB 2408 as amended, raise your credentials. Opposed? It passes. Now we are back on to the regular order of business, which I believe is, okay, here we go, 2429, and is Delegate Terry present? There he is. Please identify.
Mr. Chair, before he starts, may I have a point of personal privilege?
State your point.
For the board, anyone who knows...
Oh, yeah, please state your name.
Chris Prosser, Tennessee. Anyone who knows Alan Priest's or Mr. Unruh's budgets know they budget phenomenally, and generally, as Mr. Unruh will say, this is a worst-case budget. We've done this for years, and they budget very well, and we generally end up with some money left over, which is a tribute to their budgeting. I would ask the board to consider by January, if the budget looks really well, that maybe at the least this summer, look at hiring just a couple of folks, young teachers over the summer, to come in and help with our scholastics. Or at the greatest would be to hire a scholastic coordinator to coordinate with our state scholastic coordinators. Just a request.
Thank you. We will take that under advisement. Now we're back on to the order of business and ADM 2429.
Okay. Hal Terry, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
First of all, fellow delegates, welcome to the discussion we should have had a year ago, but were denied. This, the issue of a universal training mandate was always something big enough that it should have been brought to the delegates, and that was not done. It was not certainly part of the original approval that the delegates gave in 2019. But if it was in play since that time, there was certainly lots of occasion to prepare a delegate motion and bring it to us last year. But the decision was made not to do that, just to issue it as an edict from on high. So now we're going to have that discussion. Now, I don't do a lot of social media, but I have the impression that there's a lot of misinformation out there. This motion is not intended to be an attack on the safe play policy. There are people out there who disapprove of the whole thing, but I'm not one of them. I support the creation of this safe play document. I have long been aware that there are occasions when we need a decision on something that's faster than the 3 to 5 months it takes for an ethics case. So we now have this document, and it's not perfect. It can maybe use some revision, but it's a good starting point. So this motion is intended as a compromise, because I think a universal training mandate is a little bit overreaching and maybe overly intrusive. Now, I think the first thing I want to address is some things I've heard all over the internet and a couple of times at the Safe Play workshop on Thursday. We heard that we need to, quote, have the same standards as other youth sports organizations. And on another occasion, we have to meet our obligation as a youth sports organization. Let's be clear. US Chess is not a youth sports organization. I don't care if our membership is 65% or it's approaching 50% juniors in open tournaments. The way this term is being used is making people think they can compare us to physical sports. You know, we hear people saying, well, I had to take this training for scouting or as an educator, and comparisons with all kinds of things, you know, swimming, just gymnastics, all kinds of team sports. And that's not a comparison that's valid. You want to have a comparison like this, you should compare it to other organizations that are actually like ours. So I did that. I found 5 organizations out there who have websites that are like ours. They hold tournaments just like we do, and they allow juniors to participate in those tournaments. Some of these sites, they have photographs on their website of their tournaments, and you would not be able to tell any of those photographs from a shot taken right here at the US Open Playing Hall if it weren't for the fact that the equipment between the players on the tables was not chess sets.
30 seconds.
So these 5 groups that I looked at were checkers, bridge, backgammon, Go, and Scrabble. And there are probably others, but those are the 5 that just jumped to my mind. So of these 5 groups, only Scrabble has an official safe play policy. The Go organization was what they call a code of conduct, but it doesn't discuss much related to safe play. They just say their tournament officials can deal with what they term breaches of conduct. So all of these organizations, all 5 of them, none of them, not one, has any kind of training mandate for their officials. So, you know, my first question would be, well, what makes U.S. chess so different?
Delegate Terry, you've gone over your time. We announced it at 30 seconds and then at time.
Okay, I did not hear that.
It's okay, I should have spoken louder.
We have 3-minute time limits, and we need them to get through the rest of the agenda today.
Okay, just urge you to consider this as a compromise. Thank you.
Back, Mike.
Fun Fong, Georgia. Point of information. The U.S. Chess has got an interesting structure when we have our events. We have paid staff. We have tournament directors.
Is there a question?
Yes, the question is this. I wanted to ask council the implications of this resolution should this pass from a liability standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
With these considerations.
Council, would you opine? And please identify yourself.
Certainly. Jason Brokaw, legal counsel. So we've looked at this issue, and the important thing to consider is, in making comparisons, is the special relationship that you now have with individuals rather than the policy itself extending to people. So it starts from that process. And you all, from my understanding, in order to gain a rating, you have to participate at a certain level, you have to attend certain events that allow that, and all of that flows back to US Chess in one way or another. That forms your special relationship. While you have that special relationship and looking at the case law, that's what gives rise to the exposure. So pulling back on a policy that protects those people you have a special relationship for could generate additional exposure. Implementing the policy would be considered in the world of tort a remedial measure that can't be used against you as evidence of some sort of wrong act in the past. Rolling back a remedial measure may bring it all back in because there's some acknowledgement there that there was something that needed to be remediated. So pulling this policy back at this point would certainly raise the concern of additional exposure on that front. Did that get at the question? I want to make sure I addressed the point of information.
I believe you did. Back microphone, since that was a point of information.
Alan Losoff, Nevada. I want to say I agree wholeheartedly with the premise behind Hal's motion, that this should have been discussed last year, that we've been told that the safe play efforts have been going on for years, which they have. However, it was implemented. And not for legal reasons, just for other reasons, my opinion is it would be a very bad thing for this board now to pull back on that. I'm perfectly willing to say we should have waited until this meeting to do that, or however, or we should have discussed it last time, but that wasn't done. The policy was implemented, and pulling back on the policy would send a horrible message to the members and to the tournament directors. So I oppose the motion, even while agreeing with some of the premises.
Thank you. Front mic.
Mike Shuey, Tennessee. So one of the things that I've heard about from the constituents, let's say, is a cost in principle factor for a lot of the TDs. So while some TDs may think that it's a cost issue, some also have just an issue with the principle of having to pay an extra cost. And I was generally wondering, again, this is not a point of information or question, I was generally wondering, what opportunities there may be for them to be like a stipend or reimbursement to quell those things, and what the possibilities of that are. And then also, again, if I'm leaning in favor of it, I also wonder about, I've seen a lot of questions and a lot of speculation on the liability of the TDs running the tournaments. And then I'd like to interrupt myself with a point of information to ask, has anything been considered on the cost and the principal? And then does it increase the TD's liability for taking the training and doing that stuff?
So I'll answer on whether we consider on the cost side, and then we'll ask legal counsel for their opinion on liability. As I discussed when we were talking about the budget, we view this as a cost that should be borne by tournament players rather than the membership as a whole, and that's the reason that we would not include it in the general budget. Tournament directors certainly can defray the $19 by raising their entry fee by whatever they feel is appropriate to cover their costs. That's the case for any cost that is associated with overhead for a tournament. And now for legal counsel, would you provide an answer on liability for tournament directors who have taken the training?
Yes, Jason Brokaw, legal counsel. So there is the possibility of increased exposure for a tournament director if they carry out the policy negligently, just as if they were doing any other policy that was meant to protect participants for reasons other than safe play. So there is some exposure there, but that's why completing the training mitigates against that sort of negligent performance.
So it actually is a net benefit for the TD as it relates to liability.
In the absence of that training, they have greater exposure. They still have some exposure if they don't do it correctly, of course, but it's less than if they did not have the training.
Thank you. Back microphone.
David Hayter, Georgia. One of the reasons given in the motion was that this was only necessary at national events. I'd like to respond to that. I made this point yesterday. I'm going to repeat basically the same point. Many of you weren't at the Safe Play yesterday. I understand that at the workshop. I deal in volume when I direct tournaments. A typical year for me is 300 sections, 15,000 players, and over $1 million in prize funds. Your mileage may vary, I understand that. But if you deal in large numbers, you will get a fair amount of issues. I will discuss just the World Open that happened this year, just one tournament. We had an aggravated assault, a felony. We had a player who had been previously had their membership revoked for safe play issues show up, and the complainant was also at the tournament and felt unsafe, and I had to have law enforcement walk the player who had the revoked membership out of the facility. We had bullying that rose to the level that law enforcement needed to be involved. We had sexual harassment such that the parent of one player was repeatedly asking the parent of another player out on dates, and it was unwanted sexual advances. We also had a player roughly my age making minor females uncomfortable by giving them unwanted attention. That's one tournament, and those are the ones that I remember. My experience in directing tournaments is 99% of our members are very good people and we want to deal with them. 1% or not. Multiply 1% by your number of players, that's the number of jerks you're going to have to deal with. At the World Open?
That's time, David. Front mic. Identify yourself, please. Come on, guys. We got work to do.
Dwayne Langseth, Colorado.
Thank you.
I've been sued a number of times. When it happens, I handle it. That's what you have to do. And my opponents pay my attorney's fees. Now, we can live in fear, and I don't think that's any way to do business or to live. All right? And I'm not sure that this training is really going to make a difference to a jury. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't think so. I think that what they're going to do is they're going to look at the jerk and say, what did the jerk do? Oh, somebody was trained over here? Okay, well, the jerk did it. Sue the jerk. Everybody else, a whole lot of people around US Chess, you know, we did what we could to help the situation. Thank you.
Back speaker.
Jeff Wewell, Illinois. First, I think this is something that's long overdue as far as starting safe play. It may not be perfect, but we had to start somewhere. And this motion, as it's currently stated, would remove the need for having safe play directors, trained directors at tournaments like National Open, the amateur teams, the Women's Championship, the All-Girls National. I don't know if that was what the sponsor intended, but in any case, this is something that needs to be done. Safe play may not be perfect as it's currently done, but if we waited until we did something perfect, we would never do it. We have to start somewhere, and Renee has already said that they are going to continue revising and making the policy better. So I object to the motion. I am against the motion.
Thank you. Front microphone.
Alexander Lemelski, Connecticut. I call the question.
Question has been called. Is there an objection? Seeing none, we will now, well, okay, we do have an objection. Now we will go to a vote on moving the previous question. This requires 2/3 majority. Those in favor of ending debate will raise your credentials. Those opposed? Okay, we're going to have to do a count. I'll raise the credentials for those who want to end debate first. Take that side.
I've got 28 on this one.
18 and 28. Okay, and now those who want to continue debate. We have to have 2/3. So.
So it's 25 total.
You have, okay, so do you have the calculator?
Yeah.
It's not 2/3. 71 is the total votes, and there are 46 to end debate. It's barely missed. Okay, we're going to continue with the discussion. Back microphone.
I'm still on the back microphone.
I sit at Chess Control. Danny Road, New York. I sit at Chess Control at a lot of non-national events. There are players who come up to Chess Control or go up to a tournament director as a voice of reason. Tournament directors are not just about the rules anymore in 2024. They may have been about the rules and making sure that the game and everything with it, but we have people at our tournaments who are voices of reason. If a player is uncomfortable, they should feel comfortable coming at least to the tournament director. The tournament director should know what to do, at least from a starting place. There are several tournament directors. There are several people who don't believe that that is the case. They believe their job is simply at the board. That gets understood. But we as an organization have to adapt. And as a tournament director, you may have to adapt as well. This is a starting place. Is the test perfect? Maybe not. is the cost. You can defray that in certain ways. The chair has mentioned one. State affiliates can easily do that. They can pay for their tournament directors, okay? New York State will pay for every single tournament director who can't afford the cost of $19 to take the test and take the training. Not that difficult. $19, okay? So I'd like you to, like all the delegates in this room, to understand that the role of a tournament director has adapted from where we were when you first took your tournament director test, when you first became a club TD or a local TD, to where we are now as an organization. And if you choose to vote for this, you are rolling back safe play. I assure you that you will be confronted with a safe play concern at your tournament, and you will not know what to do. Thank you.
Front microphone.
Harold Stenzel, New York. I have a point of information.
State your point.
I understand that if you're under 13, you're not allowed to be a TD under this rule. Is that correct? How many people did we ban from being a TD because of this?
I don't know that anybody knows the answer to that.
Isn't this important?
I don't think that you're speaking to the
well, I'm talking
motion.
about the...
You're not speaking to the motion.
I'm asking a question.
And it's not germane to this motion.
It is, because if safe play is not allowed, or is allowed, you can or cannot have a player.
The motion doesn't relate to the safe play as a policy. It relates to taking the training. So this,
right.
Your discussion
and we
is
are
not
banning
germane.
under 13 from even taking the training. I'm not wrong on that.
The motion would not change that.
Right, but it would allow TDs to work at local events before their 13th birthday.
Okay, so that's
so I
too
would just,
bad,
I want
guess.
to know how many people we banned from being TDs.
I don't know we don't know the answer to that.
It should be very easy to find. You got the software.
Hey, okay, we gave you an answer. You asked a point of information. We don't know. Next speaker, please.
It wasn't really a point of information. It was an argument.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois. I move to table indefinitely.
Wrong mic.
That's true. It's true.
He was point of information.
Yes, but you're at the pro microphone. Back mic, or Leela is.
I guess.
I'm at the rear microphone. I think I've just been recognized.
Yes, Leela's been recognized.
I was in line at the rear before you ever approached the front.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. I'd like
actually,
to.
just although point of information, he spoke at the wrong microphone. So doesn't someone at this microphone have a turn?
I recognize Leela.
Okay,
got it. Just understand.
Had you been there before I was recognized, yes, but you were not there.
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to, Leila Dockham from Louisiana. I'd like to address a couple of things. First, from Delegate Langford's remarks about not living in fear. It's a question of whose fear we're more worried about. Are we more worried about the fear of organizers that they will be sued and that there will be a finding that because they took efforts to prevent people from being harmed at their tournaments, they should be liable and would not have been liable had they taken no efforts? That's the fear he's talking about. I'm talking about the fear of children, parents, women, seniors, disabled people who are in fear when they enter a chess tournament because they have to deal with a bully. So let's think about who needs to live in fear. And if we have to choose one or the other, I'll let the organizers live in fear. Then I'd like to address three things that Delegate Terry suggested. One was about only addressing children and thus not being a children's organization. The Safe Play policy and the Safe Sport training also protect other vulnerable populations, including seniors, the physically impaired, women, who are usually less than 10% of the population at a tournament, and other groups that are marginalized, small, and more likely to be subject to bullying. Secondly, non-physical sports organizations that also require similar training. That would be school clubs. Every sponsor of a school club has to go through this kind of training. Choirs, sponsors of choirs have to go through this kind of training. I personally, 11 years ago, went through this kind of training for my Catholic church parish because I was the supervisor of the altar servers. Scouting, I could go on and on. Lots of non-sports organizations. Finally, the other board games that Mr. Terry talks about. Really? You think there are a lot of kids, 50% kids, at checkers and bridge tournaments? Give me a break. All right? Backgammon. I can speak to backgammon directly because my son, who's a national master, is also a former national backgammon champion, and I've been to backgammon tournaments with him. The average age in those tournament halls is probably approaching 70. He was usually one of 3 people under the age of 25 at those tournaments, not youth events at all.
Time. That's a loud microphone. Front microphone.
Hi, so I'm speaking in favor of the motion, but I'd just like to, Stephen Jablon, New Hampshire, but I'd also like to at least partially answer Harold Stenzel's question. So at DCSCF, we actually have, we had a fairly large number of tournament directors under the age of 13, and Safe Play stopped this practice. Basically, we like to have younger people who are kind of learning the rules, especially there's some kids that know the rules quite well, some kids don't, and some people say, hey, can I help out? And we can kind of have them, they help out, they make rulings. If they make a wrong ruling, we can overrule them. And it's a good way for us to teach younger players, younger USF members what the rules are. And Safe Play is definitely actually created that, in that way has damaged our organization, because now we can't have younger players as tournament directors.
Back microphone.
Adriana Schneider, Louisiana. I am a chess coach. I'm a chess mom. I have 2 adult children now, both of which played chess. 1 daughter, 1 son. As a chess coach, I coach 200 kids per year. About 100 of them are girls. Back in 2018, during a Louisiana Scholastic Kickoff tournament, one of my students was playing an opponent who decided he was going to, whisper under his breath how he was going to sexually assault her. The tournament directors thought she had mental health issues. And she kept raising her hand, and nobody responded to her. At the end, she just resigned, ran out crying. Okay? The tournament directors approached me after saying, does she have mental health issues? Does she have anger management issues? I said, no, you don't understand what's going on when a girl is being threatened with sexual assault, okay? When I approached the lead tournament director with the problem, he said, go talk to the boys' coach. I go talk to the boys' coach, apologize to her for what you said. This was a girl who played national tournaments. She no longer plays chess, okay? Does that sound like something that if Safe Play had been in place, those tournament directors would have known what to do. I had to become a tournament director to be the safe face for these girls in the room. This is unacceptable. My son takes Safe Play for soccer, okay? As an adult, women need protection in the room. When we're threatened with sexual assault so somebody can win, does that make sense? Honestly, it's a game.
Time.
Front microphone.
Frank Delbonis, Massachusetts and Rhode Island. I'm Safe Play certified. All 13 of my tournament directors are Safe Play certified. I believe as a teacher, I have to take this training myself. I believe we've had an issue in Rhode Island. And by the way, thank you. I approached Mike last year. We had an issue about a person, and they changed the policy as of January 1st. Thank you. So people with prior records cannot play in the tournaments. And we actually pay for all our TDs to be certified. We need the Safe Play, but 50% of our TDs aren't. And I believe, I'm hearing, and I'm not against Safe Play, because I think there are issues. It's obvious. People need protection. But for the club TD, who has 12 people show up on a weekly basis and everybody knows them, that's where most of the pushbacks come in. I just want to say we may want to consider an amendment that if you have an event that's under 20 people or some kind of event, I'm not sure what it was. I think it's small events like a little club that we know each other every week. Maybe there might be some provision in there And that would pretty much cover 90% of people would still have to get safe play trained. But those little tournament directors who do one event every so often, where a lot of the pushback, and those are our introductory TDs, and we want them to move up. And as they move up, they're going to, maybe we say, maybe club TDs don't have to, but everybody else has. And if you, I think that would cover about 95% of the safe play anyway, but it might be an amendment provision of some sort. I'm not sure what it would be. But I think it's important. I think just having a national event is good, but it needs to be a little broader. We have one or the other, and maybe we can have something in between.
Back microphone.
Steve Emmett, New York, and I do support the policy, but I would like to ask somebody, maybe the Safe Play coordinator, for guidance, and I mean more specific guidance for tournament directors, because in the policy there, it's very unclear what exactly we can do or are supposed to do. For example, if something happens during the middle of a game 30 and the tournament is there's a schedule going on, how do we deal with it correctly? Do we?
Steve, you're not speaking to the motion. I appreciate your concerns, but it is not related to the Terry motion, which is just mandatory training.
Well, the policy is the issue.
No, it is not. This is the training that's required for safe play, and that we have to keep the discussion to the motion because we have very little time. We are under time pressure. Front microphone.
Paul Covington, Oklahoma. Please explain to me the difference between a national policy from safe play versus a national policy from the
Is this a point of information?
US Chess, yes. US Chess national policy. National policy to national policy. Please explain the difference.
I guess I don't understand what the question is.
Okay, the question is why is one better than the other?
What is one? What are you referring to?
Why is safe play from the safe play organization better than safe play from the US Chess organization, which is also a national
Are you talking about the training itself?
Yes.
Which is done by the Center for Safe Sport? That is the recognized national training program. I said yesterday in my remarks, it's a starting point. We may be able to adapt it more to chess, but you have to start somewhere. And the only way that we could get started as quickly as we could was to use the national training.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Back microphone.
Alan Cantor, Tennessee. I like the motion. And I thought I was going to be standing in that line before, but we live in changing times. There's bullying all over. And I think, like Lila said, we got to be careful. All ages, all whether you're male or female, whatever. We got to prevent that. I think this motion had a lot of feedback on social media, and I hear that. We might lose directors, tournament directors, and members, so that needs to be addressed as well. But I'm against the motion. I think we need the safe play, but it's an issue about losing members and losing tournament directors.
Thank you. Front microphone.
Stephen Jablon, I call the question. New Hampshire, I call the question.
Thank you. Question has been called. Is there an objection? Are you raising? Nope, that doesn't look like a raised hand. No, I see no objections, so we are going to now move to a vote on the motion. Those in favor of the motion will raise their credentials.
Aren't you voting on calling the question?
No, there was no objection. We are on the motion. Those in favor of ADM 24, which number is this?
29.
2429, raise your credentials. Opposed? The motion does not carry. All right, we are now on ADM 2430.
Chairman Bauer, I move that the rules be suspended and we bring forward ADM 2432. Because if 2432 passes as an amendment is going to be proposed, it will make 30 and 31 moot.
Can we just ask for unanimous consent rather than a motion? ask the unanimous consent to suspend the rules to bring forward the ADM 2432.
32, yes,
Is there an objection? Hearing none, we will now move to ADM 2432. Okay,
I don't own this motion.
Oh,
This is
okay.
an executive board motion.
Oh, okay. Who's speaking for the executive board on the motion?
Seeing as there is confusion, since I was involved in discussions about it, I will speak to it.
All right, thank you.
We have time pressure, as you
That's
said.
correct, thank you. Go ahead.
Current provisions in the bylaws provide for members to, the motion that is presented was simply incorrect. It talks about the ability of revocation of membership, affiliation, or violation of the ethics code to be appealed to the delegates. That actually is not allowed under the ethics code because the decision of the EB is final. However, there are multiple other rule-making, recommendation-making bodies that would include rules, tournament director certification, FIDE events, states and affiliates, and safe play. All of those organizations make recommendations for sanctions, which then go to the EB and can be appealed to this body.
And hold on for just a second. Dan, can you move up the screen? Because all we're seeing now is the struck language. Thank you.
So,
please proceed.
This is the language that you're finding in the delegates' call. I am proposing an amendment to this because this language is incorrect. It talks about ethics, which is not applicable, and it ignores the other one. So could we see the amended language that Renee sent you, I hope? I was working on this with the executive director and with legal counsel last night, and I was not driving while I was doing it. So this is the proposed amended language. It's very similar to what was in there, but with some tweaks based on council, and also to include rules, states affiliates, tournament director certification, and FIDE events committee. Okay, that's the first part. And what it says for those items, that if there is any member or affiliate's membership to be suspended or revoked, then the executive board shall give an option for them, shall give them notice, give them an option to make an appeal back to the executive board. Safe Play has a little bit different process to it because there is a different process coming through the executive director. So that also, you see the red letters talking about that includes Safe Play. If you'll scroll on down, please. So what this says is that the member or affiliate appeal will be in writing, state the reasons why the executive board's proposal was an error and sanctions should not be imposed. The EB is going to act on that request. There's a limitation of time. The important part is the last sentence. Executive board's decision regarding an appeal by a member or an affiliate is final and unappealable. That is the major change. It encompasses all of the others besides ethics, for which we already have this policy. And it applies that so that these do not come to the delegates, which meet once a year with extremely limited amount of time.
Thank you. And the executive board accepts that as a friendly amendment to the ADM. Okay, back to the back speaker.
Just a point of information. If this passes, are we still stuck with the other two appeals?
Yes.
Mike says yes.
Yes, because this policy hasn't gone into effect yet. So those appeals are under the old provision. They're still going to have to be held.
So Alan says yes also. Back microphone.
Steve Emmett, New York, point of information.
State your point.
If the member is an executive board member, does that still apply if the suspension is being given by the board to an executive board member?
That is actually a different provision of the bylaws, which are not being changed.
Thank you. Front speaker.
Okay, a couple of...
State your name.
Hal Terry, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
A couple of issues. The appeal provision in the Code of Ethics makes it clear that the appealing party can only discuss matters from the record. That is, it's not a chance to start over again. And that wording is not included in this motion. And it probably should be. Otherwise, you're going to have people trying to take a second bite at the apple. And the other issue is I have a question. Why is it that the other motion to create the Safe Play Appeal Committee would become moot if we pass this?
I can answer that. If this motion is passed, then the executive board's ruling would be final, and there would be no appeal of it. So remember, although we're not speaking to 2430, 2430's mechanism is the executive board would rule, and then the Safe Play Appeals Committee would look to see if that had significant error in it. So if the executive board's decision is now unappealable, there's no reason to have a Safe Play Appeals Committee.
Back microphone.
Christina Schweiss from Virginia. Are we able to speak in favor, or are we just asking questions?
No,
Okay.
yes.
So I wanted to speak in favor of this motion. As a former member of the Ethics Committee, and I know that the Safe Play is putting in a similar process. It's not a legal process, but it looks a lot like a court trial. People get a chance to submit all their evidence. They get a couple of chances at rebuttal. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a committee of people that consider. I had to step down off the ethics committee after a year because the workload was pretty crushing. I mean, sometimes you have to read packets that are 30, 60 pages long. You make these decisions, and then you make a report, and it goes to the executive board. They, too, review all that material and make their final decision. And then we're allowing people to walk onto this floor with our limited time. And in one of the appeals that we're hearing today, I haven't found a single shred in print or on the web that was provided with any background on that case. So you're going to allow somebody who's already gone through that process to walk in here and make an emotional appeal on the spot and expect this body to make a decision that somehow is better than all of that legalistic type vetting that's already occurred. So I'm strongly in favor of this.
Thank you. Front microphone.
It's on. Point of information.
State your point.
So my understanding, it is possible for the executive board to suspend or revoke a membership outside of the context of...
Point of order is not starting with the question.
This is leading up to a question.
Please go. Please
Okay.
get to your question.
Right. So that's possible it's possible for the executive board to suspend or revoke outside of the context of a committee's recommendation or, say, Safe Play. And what I'm asking about is, does this text affect the ability of someone to appeal such a decision to the delegates if it hadn't, previously gone to from a committee?
You specifically mentioned Safe Play. Safe Play, the recommendation for action comes from the executive director to the executive board.
That's correct.
So that does have an initiating.
Right. That is the
body.
Initiating action. It isn't the executive board. Well, we've got another speaker. Back microphone.
Point of information.
No, I recognize the speaker at the back microphone.
Check. Mike Shuey from Tennessee. At this very moment, I am opposed to the motion just on the principle at the very moment that it appears that we're abdicating like a responsibility or a piece of power that the delegates may have. But that's about it. Thanks.
Front microphone.
Point of information.
State your point.
So,
who are you again?
Caleb Brown, Texas.
Thank you.
I don't think my question was entirely answered there previously. So, for example, what if, say, the executive board was to revoke someone's membership? It's not Safe Play, it's not from a committee like ethics, and then there's no appeal. Would there be any possibility for an appeal beyond that, or is this getting rid of that?
Delegate from Kentucky, Ellen Priest.
Only if the executive board revoked the membership of an executive board member, which is a separate bylaws provision, then there would be could be an appeal to the delegates, as has occurred in the past. But I'm not aware of any case in recent memory where the executive board revoked a membership without recommendation from one of the disciplinary committees.
Back microphone. Okay, well, let's see if we can. All right. Okay, hold on. Let's let him finish.
Nick Carlson, New Jersey. I called question.
Question's been called. Is there an objection? Okay, now we're going to move to a vote on whether to move the previous question. Those in favor of ending debate, raise your credentials. Yes, there were objections. Those opposed? Okay, the debate is ended, and we are going to vote on the motion. Those in favor of the motion will raise your credentials. Opposed? Passes. We now are going, oh, so did you recognize
Alan Priest.
Yeah.
Alan Priest, Kentucky. Sorry about that. So now that this is passed, Mr. Chairman, point of order, I believe that 2430 and 2431 should be ruled moot.
That point is well taken, as the appeals that they relate to are no longer there. We now have to do, yes, Mr. Parliamentarian.
Can it be noted that 2432 passed with more than 2/3?
Yes, it did. Thank you. We now have to go to the appeals. And the first thing that we have to do is...
Could you repeat the parliamentarian's question onto the record so it would be recorded?
Okay, the parliamentarian's question was whether the last motion passed with a 2/3 majority. Clearly did. Yes, Dan. Pardon me? No, I can't hear you, Dan. You're going to have to come to a microphone and identify.
Just my memory from previous years was that you go to submitted motions?
No, we are not. We're going to the appeals because they're scheduled for 10 o'clock.
I was going to point out that they're noted on the advanced ADMs. So
the advanced agenda.
Right. Advanced agenda.
Right. Okay. So we now have two appeals, one of which is not sealed, one of which is, with the sealed one is first, right? No? Okay. So the first appeal, we don't have to clear the room if you're not a delegate because it's not a sealed appeal. How, Renee, how are we handling this? Okay. Okay. So the executive board member and delegate from Georgia, David Hayter, I believe you're handling this appeal. Is that correct? The Becker appeal, right.
Okay, I guess I'm introducing this appeal. I'll try to give the factual background here so that you can be aware of it, and I'll be happy to answer any questions on it. For what it's worth, this was appealed to the executive board. I did not participate in that decision, so I guess...
David, can you state the name of the appeal and so forth?
So this appeal is from, let me get his first name here, Jared Becker, who was sanctioned by the TDCC, and he is appealing that sanction. And I will get at what came out of this all. So originally, the complaint was filed by T.D. Becker against a player for a fair play, a decision was made by the TD for a fair play issue in the tournament. The TD determined that a player committed a fair play violation and forfeited those games. That player appealed the decisions of the TD to the Rules Committee. The Rules Committee ruled that the TD did not have sufficient grounds for making the decision that he did and overturned the TD's decision. The Rules Committee then referred the TD to the Tournament Director Certification Committee because the Rules Committee felt that there may be issues with the Tournament Director's performance. The Tournament Director Certification Committee did rule that the TD was guilty of technical incompetence, and I'll get at why they ruled that. That sounds harsh. It's not actually as bad as it sounds. And imposed a warning with a 6-month probation. So there was not much of a sanction. Again, the technical incompetence was of a minor sort of thing, if there's such a thing. Now, I'll get at what the TD did wrong in the Tournament Director Certification Committee. So essentially, this comes out of, again, the player appealed the TD's decision. Sorry if I'm, is that better? The player appealed the TD's decision and was upheld, so the player got their games reversed. As part of that, the TD was referred for his conduct to the Tournament Director Certification Committee, and the TD was sanctioned. And the TD was sanctioned with a minor sanction, meaning a warning and probation, and the TD is appealing the warning and the probation. That is what's being appealed. Part of the reason the TDCC ruled that the TD demonstrated technical incompetence was that he did not, was not as diligent enough in the fair play process and in the due process to the player, and he used a screening tool that has not been validated by a third party or by US Chess, and he did not provide the evidence behind what caused him to make the determination that the games were overturned. That's where TDCC found the director in error. So let me get the platform out here. I want to make sure I quote it correctly. The online site that was used in the tournament was chesslang.com, and the fair play software is provided by chesslang.com. That is not one of the fair play software that's been validated by US Chess as approved for screening of fair play. So the issue is the tournament director used this system that nobody can vouch for or has been independently vouched for, and used that as the evidence for the disqualification in the games, and then further did not provide the evidence other than he said a life master looked at the games. He didn't identify the life master, didn't provide the PGN files, the evidence that he used to disqualify the games was not sufficiently disclosed if it was there. It may have been there, it may not have been there, we don't know. That's what rules said, and TDCC said because of that, that demonstrates technical incompetence as a director and gave him a warning and a 6-month probation. The board upheld that warning and the probation, and Mr. Becker is appealing that today. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Mr. President, I would note as one little fine point is that, first of all, the period of probation has long since ended, number one. So in essence, what the tournament director is appealing to this body is to remove that from my records. That's what he's, in essence, is doing. Is that not correct, Mr. Hayter?
I think that's, I would say that's a fair point. Again, he's appealing basically what amounts to a warning. I mean, he was told do better, and he's appealing that. I mean, and I hate to say it sound like that, but that's about where we're at.
Is there discussion on the back microphone?
Stephen Mitt, New York. Is the appellant here?
No.
No, he chose not to.
So the way the process works on any of these appeals is that the bylaws provide that their appeal to the delegate is at the next annual meeting. And they were informed of that, and of course given the opportunity to appear, but if they can't, then the appeal has to go on. And that's what we're doing right now. Back microphone.
I'm not sure exactly how to do this, Jeff. We will TDCC, but there was one other part of the reason for the warning that David did not mention, I don't know if I should say that or what.
Go ahead.
The other part is the TD also treated all of those games as rated losses by the accused player, which was not the procedure at that time. You could treat them as non-rated games, but you could not treat them as rated losses, and that was also a significant portion of the technical incompetence.
Thank you. Back microphone.
Still on? All right. Mike Shuey, Tennessee. Yeah, it seems that it was grossly mismanaged, so I'm just going to go ahead and call a question.
Is there an objection to calling the question? I don't see one. So the appellant would be asking you to overturn the decision of the executive board. So if you're in favor of overturning the decision, you will vote yes. And if you're not in favor of overturning the decision, you will vote no. All those in favor of overturning the decision, raise your credentials. Opposed? The appeal will put it, whatever. He doesn't win his appeal. I would suggest that this is part of why you just passed the ADM that you did. Now, I think the second appeal is much more substantial, but this is the issue that could have been raised in the past. There's really no, there's no downside to appealing to you all, but it just took away, 10 minutes of your life. So now we have a second appeal that is a sealed appeal, and it's going to be necessary for any members who are not delegates to leave the room. So we're going to have to have someone go around, and you're going to have to hold up your delegates' credentials to be able to stay in the room.
Mr. President, I recommend we take a short break.
Okay, Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute, 10-minute. I've been 10 minutes.
Take a break, take your credential with you, because 2 of my TDs are going to be
That's
here
a good point. You'll be asked for your credentials to come back into the room, so please take them with you.
Take your credentials with you if you leave the room.
All right, now that let's hold our applause. We're going to go back into open session. All right, I guess we should stay in executive session until, no, I guess it's a record. So we're back in open session. The votes were counted. They included observation by legal counsel from both parties, and they were double counted. There were originally 87 ballots, and then there was 1 abstention. So the total ballots cast were 86. Those voting aye, the clear error voters, were 12. Those voting nay, those who believed that the executive board's action was not clear error, were 74. So the appeal is denied. Now we're going to go back to the regular schedule, and we have disposed of all of what were the original motions, but since the time of disposing of all of them, I believe there are about 12 motions. Is that correct, Dan? 10. Okay. Would you call up the first motion? Okay. This is a motion from Delegate Brown. Would you announce yourself?
To save time, I move to refer to the executive board and the office.
Okay. The motion has been made to refer this to the executive board and office. Is there a second? Second. Okay. All in favor, say aye, or raise your credentials. Objection. What is your objection? You want to speak on the motion? Yeah, and identify yourself once you...
Steve Emmett, New York. I believe this motion is unnecessary, and I think referring it to rules is also unnecessary. It's not, the organizer already has the ability to identify the time control in the tournaments.
Well, he has to refer it to the executive board.
He said rules, I believe.
No, he said the executive.
I misunderstood. I thought he said refer to rules.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Kilburn, Texas. We already started voting, so further debate on the motions refer is not allowed.
We're now ready to vote on it, so it's not really, it's kind of moot. So all those in favor of referring to the motion to refer, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion is referred. Next motion. Who is the maker? That's me. I don't see a name on it. Okay. Please go forward with your motion. Tell us who you are.
Yes, Lewis Reed, Texas. So this is a motion. I had originally sent this to Rules on May 3rd. I have heard nothing regarding this change. I'd like to just make a small logical change to Rule 14F1, changing the word or, removing that and then placing it with and without any. The rationale being there is a logic flaw in the use of the word or. And that has some tournament directors having to deal with some players trying to appeal against a decision where a pawn move or a capture has been made within the last 50 moves. And this would clarify that, and there would be no wiggle room for players trying to, force a TD to accept an incorrect ruling. As my understanding is, the rule is applied as both neither a pawn move nor a capture, so it should be and without any pawn move.
Is there a discussion? Oh, is it second for the motion?
Second, I think this is a good motion. I don't think it
Who
needs
are
to.
you again?
I'm Steve Emmett, New York. This is clearly correct, and I'm hoping that it can pass with 85% of the delegates.
Next speaker.
Caleb Brown, Texas. I called the question.
Question has been called. Is there an objection? Seeing no objection, we will go to a vote on the motion. Those in favor of the motion, and this has to have 85%, so we're going to have to count. Okay, those opposed? All right, then we aren't going to have to count. That's all. I count only 3 votes opposed. 4, still enough. So next motion, so that passes with over 85%. Next motion. And who's the main? Okay, Richard, would you come forward? And tell us who you are. And it is a change of the bylaws that's not an ADM, so it would require 75% too.
Okay, Richard Kupke, Northern California. This is just basically covering a gap that's in the bylaws. We, for every delegate appointed committee, we actually have a statement in the bylaws as to something about that committee. The nominating committee is the one exception to that case. And so what this does is it just adds the nominating committee to the list of committees that are denoted in the bylaws with a statement in this particular section of what it does or how it operates. The sections or the rules that are defined there are in fact current practice, and I have actually run it through bylaws and through nominating. So they've actually had a chance to read this particular motion and comment on it.
Okay. Bylaws.
Bylaws will be addressed by Delegate
Alan Priest from Kentucky, bylaws co-chair. Richard is on the bylaws committee. He floated it through our discussion section. There was no serious opposition to it. We also mentioned it at the workshop. There was no opposition to it. It codifies existing practice. The reason why it wasn't originally in the bylaws was because we wanted to see if it worked or not.
Next speaker.
I move the previous question.
State your name and state.
Dwayne Langseth, Colorado.
So the question has been called. Is there an objection? Seeing none, we will move to a vote on the motion, and it will require 75% for passage. All those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Passes unanimously. And now the next motion. Can you make that bigger? And move it down this. I don't see the amendment, or all I see is the rationale. Whose motion is this?
Christina Schweiss from Virginia. This motion has to do with one of our members, a master player, who brought this up after a tournament. A player had admitted to him that he kind of like waited around the fringes of the room and saw him move, E4 or whatever, and then went back to his room and prepped for about 30 minutes. Granted, the guy's given up his clock time. There's another whole different issue about whether or not that's a game in progress and it's cheating because he didn't report to the board. But the accommodation that the player is asking for, which I don't feel is like violating the intent of the late arrival rule at all, is that because black obviously doesn't have to make their move if they're there on time. So all he's asking, and I agree with that I made the motion for, is that if you're playing white and black is late to the board, you have the option, rather than making your move and starting the clock, to write your move down on the score sheet, then turn that score sheet into a tournament director akin to the adjournment rules. You're now bound by that move. So when black, and you do start black's clock, when black shows up, you press the clock back, because hopefully we're not using our move counters anyway. And then you're bound to make that move. And that way black does not have that unfair advantage.
Is there a second for the motion? Second. We have a motion. It's been seconded. Is there discussion? I don't see it. Is back, Mike? I'm sorry.
Move the previous question.
Hold on. Is there an objection? There is an objection. Okay, so we have to vote on the motion. Those in favor of ending debate, raise your credentials. Those opposed to ending debate, raise your credentials. The motion we will continue with this discussion. Next speaker.
Caleb Brown, Texas. I move to refer to the Rules Committee.
Yeah.
It's been moved to refer to rules. Is there discussion of the referral? Seeing none, all those in favor of referring this to rules, raise your credentials. Those opposed, it is referred. Next motion. No, it's not passed. It's referred. Okay. Well, okay. It's confusing though if you put that up. That's
That was from earlier. That's not a motion.
Okay. Please identify yourself and explain your motion.
Dwayne Langseth, Colorado. We discussed this a little bit yesterday, but I'm going to tell you, it is a big deal. It's not going to go away until we address it. There are a lot of us who really are bothered by having symbols on the squares of the board. Other people, it's a minor annoyance to them. Some people just don't care. But I would ask that you go home, no matter what happens in the vote today, go home and talk to your constituents, the people in your states, and ask them how they feel about playing on a board that has symbols on the squares.
We deal with this.
I decline.
State your point.
You can't decline a point.
No, you can't.
I can.
No, you can't. It's his.
This motion repeats something that has already been handled in this meeting, and it is out of order.
That is
no, it's not. It has not been.
Excuse me. I make the ruling, okay? I believe the point is well taken that this was disposed of by the delegates. You can appeal the ruling of the chair, but you can't interrupt me and tell me I'm wrong. Do you wish to appeal the ruling?
I do wish to appeal the ruling, yes.
All right.
Because it's not at all correct.
All right. Is that debatable? No. Okay, so the ruling
It's
of the
not
chair,
the same. It's not the same motion.
It's not debatable. Those who wish to consider this motion will vote yes. Those who believe that the ruling of the chair is correct will vote no. Those in favor of appealing the ruling of the chair, raise your credentials. Those who are opposed, the ruling of the chair is not appealed. You can sit down now.
I'm going to sit down, but that was a travesty, really.
That is not an order. You may sit down, sir, or you may leave. I am going to leave. All right, that's fine. Next motion. Okay. Andy.
Andy Ray, Florida. And I bring this up because we had the matter was brought up earlier by Delegate Schweiss And with regards to the cost of Chess Life and the impact, and this was brought up on fairly short notice, and our Vice President of Finance is usually quite good with numbers. However, on such short notice, he wasn't able to provide a lot of good data that he ordinarily is able to do so. So I'm asking pretty much the same question, but in the manner of referring this to the executive board to analyze in the cost-benefit analysis.
Okay. I can tell you, Andy, we will do so. If you want to have a vote on it, though, we'll take a vote. Okay. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. Well, okay, I second it. Dan, what's next? We are running up against our time. However, what we passed was the agenda for the meeting, which is a 1 o'clock adjournment, but it appears we just have a couple more. So I would ask the delegates to allow us to continue for a few more minutes. Is there objection to that? Okay. Okay, I believe that's the will of the body. Okay, Dan, okay, here we go. Who is the maker of this motion?
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois.
Please explain your motion. Is there, okay, go ahead and explain, and then we'll ask for a
This
second.
is a motion similar to way back in '06. Out of the Women's Committee, there was a motion that got passed to provide free TLAs to encourage women's tournaments. This is similar, except it's not just women's and seniors. To try to get more of those to occur. This is to be effective for all of next year. And I did put in the provision to have it publicized because back in '06 there wasn't really any publicity regarding the women's only, and I think there were only like 2 or 3 such events that added events that occurred because of that, which I believe were all in Texas. So this is something we want to expand and get out there and encourage more of these women's only and senior only events to occur.
Oh, is there a second?
With the correction of the word on to one, I will second that. Yeah, but
Okay, it has been seconded. What's your
Point of information, the policy adopted by the delegates requires any such motion like this to have a cost analysis. So my question to the maker is, what is the estimated cost and revenue loss to US Chess from this?
I unfortunately did not do that, so I cannot answer that per se. I, however, would be willing to refer this to the executive board with power to implement, to give them time to do this for such analysis to occur.
I think that would meet the requirements of the delegates' policy if the EB could do that analysis before
Okay,
they
so
implement.
motion is to refer to the executive board power to implement, which I think we already would have. And is there a second? There is a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. The referral passes. Okay, now we have the next one. Motion. Would you raise it up so we can actually see the motion?
Hi, Andrew Schley from Wisconsin. I move to refer this to the Rules Committee in the interest of time, but the
First of all, is there a second for the motion? Okay, now you can ask for referral.
Okay. The motion is just mandating the 1,000-point rule for all the Amateur Team East tournaments. Currently in the North, we've had the last 3 years the under 2200 tournament won by a team consisting of 2 grandmasters and FIDE master. Amateur Team East has this 1,000-point rule that would eliminate this, but I move to refer this to the Rules Committee.
Point of order.
State your point.
Does the Rules Committee establish the rules for these events?
This is not a rule of chess.
Yeah, this isn't a rule of chess. The appropriate committee
would be events.
Okay, it's a national event, so the amateur team east, so you could refer it to the board.
Director of events.
Yeah, do you want to do that? Is there a second for that?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to refer. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of referring this to executive board? Opposed? It is referred. Yeah. Okay.
Dan, Mike sent in a change, an amended motion to this.
Okay. Is it?
While Dan is doing this, the motion is going to revolve around clearinghouses and FIDE events, specifically FIDE norm events and state championships and other US Chess national events. Yes. Over the last few years, there have been FIDE events, FIDE norm events that have taken place.
Hold on just a sec, Danny, so we can see it. Okay, thank you. Carry on.
There's been some conflicts with events, specifically if the delegates remember 2 years ago in Palm Springs, there was a FIDE norm event taking place in Los Angeles at the same time as the Palm Spring event. Oftentimes, they can conflict unnecessarily with our state championship events and state affiliates and or US Chess national events. This past year, there was a FIDE norm tournament held in New York City opposite the US Amateur Team East. Therefore, the language is pretty simple, and I'm just going to refer this to the FIDE Events Committee, to the Executive Board, and to the office.
Okay, well, referring it to the executive board is the same as the office, so, but you want to refer it to FIDE events and the office, so is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, is there discussion?
Just
name.
Rob Getty, Virginia. This motion doesn't make sense to me because the right answer is to fix the clearinghouse, not to propose a secondary system on top of the clearinghouse.
The organizers are Danny Road, New York. The organizers of such FIDE norm tournaments are not following clearinghouses, and our clearinghouse procedure is not working as it should. The FIDE events manager can simply decline jurisdiction if they decide that in these various cases. Therefore, there's to at least rate the tournament. Therefore, there's a little bit of extra ability that US Chess can provide to protect the state championship events and national events that US Chess either organizes themselves or bids out. We're providing a problem for players, and the clearinghouse system is not working, and many of these FIDE organizers are basically ignoring our clearinghouse system.
Thank you.
Alan Priest from Kentucky. One thing that does make this fundamentally different as a FIDE event rather than a US Chess event, that every FIDE event must be registered in advance with our national rating officer and registered with FIDE. So there certainly is a different procedure that exists for FIDE events, which is why it's appropriate for the referral to that body and to the office.
Thank you. Next speaker. Go ahead. Question has been called. Is there an objection? See no objection, we'll go to a vote on the referral. All those in favor of referring this to FIDE events, raise your credentials. Opposed? It's referred. Office and FIDE events, excuse me.
FIDE events, not advisory.
I thought I said FIDE events. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
That
Is it?
was the old name 20-something years ago.
Okay, Dan, did you?
Unless I've missed somebody, that shows it as all that I've received.
Please tell me you didn't miss anybody. All right, we have one final motion that is generally offered. And I'll read this, and then Dan, I'll try and not do it too fast. This is the motion of thanks for those that have been involved in the US Open and the delegates meetings. So we want to thank both of the parliamentarians, because, of course, Andy recused himself for part of the meeting. We want to thank the host city of Norfolk, Virginia for their hospitality, for the hotel, for the work that is done to make all of these meetings possible. The chief TD, which is a over there he is. Nice job, though, by the way. I think it has gone really well. Executive Director Ray Bartlett and all the staff, particularly Dan Lucas, Melinda, JJ, and Rose, who've had to go above and beyond the call of duty for this meeting. I want to also thank Hal Terry and the rest of the U.S. Open Committee for the excellent job they always do. And Jeff, thank you for National Invitationals and all those associated with National Invitationals, including Mike Neatman and the committee that does all the work around those. Did I miss anybody? And all of you. Well, and Boyd Reed, sure, that's right. Okay, is there a second for that motion? Is there discussion? Mike, did you have something to add?
And we need to thank Dwayne Barber also for his endowment of the Denker tournament going forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dwayne Barber.
Dwayne, thank you.
And Sue Barber, I should say.
I will also thank legal counsel, even though we know we're being billed by the hour. Thank you. Okay. I do really appreciate your help. I think it's probably what we're going to have to do in the future too, because you have all provided us excellent guidance. So that is the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Now, Mike, do you have something?
And I just want to encourage everyone to attend the 2025 U.S. Open in Middleton, Wisconsin, side of the 2013 and 2018 U.S. Opens as well. The Cheeseheads will return.
There's another, back Mike, is there something you wanted to add?
Steve Elkins, Arkansas. I move to adjourn.
There is a motion on the floor to adjourn. Is there a second? It's not.
By acclamation.
By acclamation. Are you in favor of adjourning? Yes. All right. Thank you all.